inclined to
Islamic,
believe the Chinese believe this.
you have Islamic is like you have 7 layers, right? What does the
What 7
Quran?
layers?
You have the 7 layers, right? From in wait, I'm not a Muslim, so I'm not
7 no,
probably
it's
not.
7 skies. 7 skies. It's not 7 layers.
See,
It's 7 skies. And the distance
so
between every sky is so big that we
right,
can't even reach the first
let's
sky.
see here. So I want you to tell me where in the Quran. Let's see. Just gonna pull up my so Quran 2:22. Who made the earth a bed for you? Quran 13:3. And it is he who spread out the earth. Nothing but a globe there.
Hmm.
Quran 15:19. And the earth we have spread out. Quran
Hmm.
20:53. He made the earth a cradle or a bed for you. Quran
Hmm.
43:10. Who has made for you the earth a resting place. Quran
Hmm.
57.
Resting place.
And the earth we spread out.
Spread out doesn't mean what you
Yeah.
think it means.
Does that look
First
like
of all,
a
it's a
sphere spread
translation.
out? And the earth we
I
have
can
laid
quote you
out
the verse of
excellent.
Quran which says,
It's the
I
one
can
who
quote you the
spread
verse
it.
of Quran. I can quote you the verse of Quran which says, the
Quran
earth is
71:19.
like an ostrich
Allah
egg.
has made the earth for you as a carpet. Does that sound like a ball? A bed and a carpet. He's describing it as level, spread out, flat. There is nothing indicating in the Quran, in Islam, that they think that the earth is a ball
In the
spinning around in an endless
in the
vacuum.
79th chapter, it states that the earth is shaped like an ostrich egg.
Okay.
So the what you translated as he spread the earth.
And you live on the outside of
It
this
means
egg?
something
Does it
different.
say that? Does it say you live on the outside of this egg, then the
So
water sticking to it,
we live inside
planet around the
the egg.
outside?
If we lived inside the egg, that would be
Yeah, I'm not going to be your
impossible.
interpreter. It doesn't say you live on a ball. It doesn't say you live on the egg. It says the
Basically,
universe
says,
is like an egg. It doesn't say you're on the outside.
it doesn't say the universe is like the egg. It is Earth is like the egg,
Exactly.
not the universe.
The universe is like the egg. Yeah.
Not the universe.
So how do you know what's the difference? What's encapsulating the earth and the universe? What's the difference?
The difference is in Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that if you gather all the water of all the oceans on earth, I have animals that all that water would not even wet one hair on their head.
Quran 79:30. And after that, he daha the earth. The Arabic word daha is debated. Classical lexicons define the word as
Yes.
spread out or made level. Some modern writers argue that it can imply an ostrich egg, but many Arabic scholars dispute that this is intended. That this is the intended meaning in the verse. So yeah, you can debate the scholars. I don't really care, but you were making a claim that Islam protects your globe fantasy, but it's actually the opposite.
Yeah,
And here
it
we talk
does.
around 77:3, 7 heavens in layers. There you have the 7 layers. Sorry, I think it is the Greek
It's
that has
seven
the 7.
heavens means it's a poor translation. Basically, heavens, what they translate it to is, that means skies. It's 7 skies. I
What
said
about
in Islam, in Islamic belief system, that there's such a distance between each of those skies that you can, like, even if you try, even the humanity tries for thousands of years, we cannot even reach the first layer, the first sky.
What about 21:32? The sky as a protected canopy. What do you think that is implying?
So the Quran came down. Here's the thing about faiths, is that religions came down, and I'm going to talk about Quran because I'm a Muslim. They did not come down to teach me the formulas of nuclear physics or astronomy or astrology. They just use these as metaphors to refer to the wonders that the God has created for us as signs for us to believe. So when it talks about most of these things, when it says we've spread out the earth for you, that doesn't literally mean it spread out the earth for us in a disk.
Well, that's
It
your
could be referring to
interpretation.
it could be referring to that God has spread out humanity
Yeah,
on earth.
that's your,
Why are
or
you taking it
probably
literally?
the priesthood's interpretation.
Most of the people, most of the
If you
Muslim
can read,
scholars
you
actually believe.
can interpret it yourself. It's pretty obvious that a carpet or a bed that is spread out and level is not describing a
Nobody
ball in
says
space.
it is nowhere that is leveled.
Yes, I just told you about the ongoing scholar debate. There's this
Yeah.
dispute about the
So
word dahe.
some dumb scholar,
Classical
so
lexicons
some dumb
define it
scholar,
as spread out or made level.
some dumb scholar got up and had a disagreement with a
Yeah,
700-year-old tradition and the
yeah,
scripture
that's your
and tried
claim.
to
That's your
interpret it
claim. That's
differently.
another claim.
So we cannot call this scholarly disagreement if one or two or three scholars
We,
got up.
you
And the
can
entirety of 1400 years, there have been thousands of scholars. If two of them
you
or
can
three of them got up and disagreed, that does not mean there's a scholarly.
you can have your
Um,
opinion. I don't care about scholars. The text is written, so what we have is open for interpretation. And if you don't want to
yeah, scholars have
understand
interpreted it.
the words because they contradict what you were taught, then that's a you problem. The Quran clearly
Yeah.
states the
It's
shape of the universe, and it contradicts the globe belief pretty severely. So yeah,
not
no,
really.
I just I
Not
just
really.
gave you a couple of
No,
verses here that clearly
I
describes
have
the earth as flat and
every
level
single sect,
and
every single
encapsulated.
sect, every single sect or group in Islam believes that the earth is a globe, and they have believed ever since Islam was revealed to the Prophet 1450 years ago. So there's no disagreement. There's nobody, no Muslim exists today who believes that the earth is flat. Like there's no
Oh my
disagreement on
God!
that. It's a
Again,
consensus.
it's funny because there is a lot of Muslims on this server. Now you're making another claim on behalf of I don't know how many
They could
thousands
be
of people.
following some dumb scholar who had a disagreement.
Yeah, you're calling them dumb, but you don't understand it. So I would say that you are the dumb one.
But you
You're
have not
ignorant.
refuted my claim that
That
when
the
you
Earth
look at
is measurably
Saturn or
flat.
Jupiter, when you
It
looked at the
can't be a globe
Jupiter and
because it's
Saturn
measurably
and
flat.
Mars
I refuted
and
your argument
Saturn,
in the beginning of the
no, 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 no,
conversation,
no,
my
no, no,
friend.
no. Yeah, you've
Yes,
not,
I
no,
did.
you've not answered that.
Yes, the Earth's surface is measurably flat. That was my evidence, my counter evidence to
No,
you
no, no, no.
claiming that the Earth is a globe. And you
No,
also claim
why
that your
is the
religion
reason,
thinks it's a
why
globe,
would
and I
every
disprove that
planet,
too. That's what I'm
why would,
saying.
why
You
would
have a
the
lot of
moon,
belief about things.
what
You
would,
appeal
no,
to
no, you're very
scientists or
close-minded for somebody who
scholars
claims to
that
be
agree
open-minded.
with you. You have a biased mindset because you have a belief about the
No,
world,
but
and it
you
doesn't.
explain it to me, right? You explain it to me why the sun, the moon, all the heavenly bodies, the
The
Saturn,
sun and the
the
moon and the heavenly
Venus, the
bodies is
Mars,
not the floor, all right?
all of these,
It,
all
these
of
are
these
luminaries. They
planets,
look nothing like
all
the
of these
ground.
planets and stars, all of these planets and stars are round, but Earth would
Okay,
somehow be a disk.
so what similarities does the sun have with the ground? Please explain.
We have a lot
Or
of
a star.
similarity with
Then
Saturn
again,
or
yeah,
Venus or
please.
Mars.
Oh, yeah. But I was asking about
You
the
don't
sun
think
now.
Mars
Come
is
on.
similar to Earth?
What? Yeah, I haven't been to Mars. You can barely see Mars through the best telescopes in the world. The only
You
thing we
can.
see is the pictures you see on Mars is a composition. It's not even a
No,
real
no, 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 no,
picture.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no.
it is because I've already
You
done
buy
my
a good,
research. So
you buy
yeah,
a really good
again,
telescope
I asked you a
or a
question
camera with a
first.
good
Please, what
lens. No, no, no,
similarity
no.
does the
No,
sky,
no, no, no,
the
no,
light
no.
in the
Let me
sky, the
answer.
sun?
Let me answer on that. Let me answer. You claim something. Let
No,
me answer
that
on
was
that.
my
You buy
question.
a
That was my
telescope. You buy
question.
a telescope.
That's why I have
You
a
buy a
telescope. That was
telescope.
my
You can look
question.
at Mars.
What
You can
similarities
look at
does
the
the sun
surface of
share with the ground
Mars
I'm
today.
standing on? Please explain this
No,
to
no,
me
no,
because
no, no,
you
no,
made
no,
an
no, no, no. You're
assertion
very
that they
close.
are the
You're
same.
very
Please.
close-minded. You're very
Oh my God. Can
close-minded for
somebody
an
move this
open-minded
fucking guy?
person.
No, you're close-minded. You can't even listen to what I'm saying,
You
dude.
are the close-minded one here.
Yeah, you're
You're the
telling me that
close-minded one
because
here.
you're close-minded.
Yeah, of course
You
you're
can't
not.
look at the evidence. You can't evaluate them properly. You just
Yeah,
appeal to ignorance
you're
and you
doing the same
believe
thing.
it.
You're doing
Yeah,
the same
right.
thing.
Because
You're
I've
appealing to
substantiated
authority
every
on
claim I made
thousands
so
of
far.
years, for
I
thousands of
articulated
years, for
correctly,
thousands of
properly.
years,
I justified everything I said.
for
I backed up
thousands of years. You
everything
have
I
not
said. You
justified
have
it.
done nothing but say, no, scholars are
You're
stupid
not
back in the day.
justified
They
it.
believe this. You don't know because you
Calm
have a
down,
belief.
bro.
All right,
Calm
go
down,
then.
bro.
Yeah,
Calm
the
down, bro.
surface is measurably flat.
You're not
Deal
justified.
with it however
You're
you
not
want.
justified.
The sun is
You're not
nothing like the
justified
ground, so
anything
they
with
don't
evidence.
matter in your fucking
You're
belief
not
either.
justified anything.
You're looking at
You're
the
not
sun. Oh,
justified
the sun,
anything.
it looks nothing like the ground I'm standing
You're
on.
not
It's million
justified
degrees,
anything.
but we are the same.
You're not
No, that's a
justified
stupid
anything.
assumption. It's retarded. You're being irrational and you're not
Ethan,
being logically consistent and you're trying to
you
talk
sound
over
very
me
close-minded there.
because you don't want to hear the truth.
You
Your
sound very
stance lack
close-minded. And why are
theory.
you
You
getting
don't have any
aggressive?
ground. The only thing you
Why are you
have is
getting very aggressive?
I'm just responding to you, bro. You're trying to
I've
derail
not
me. You're
gotten this
trying to talk
aggressive.
over me
No.
about. You don't want to answer straight question because you know they will be fatal for your argument.
Why would
The
they be fatal
sun,
to my argument? If it's a dumb
doesn't
argument, it
look
won't be fatal.
exactly. Just keep talking through me. The sun does not look anything like the ground. The moon does not look anything like the ground.
It
There is
does.
nothing up there in the sky that looks anything like here on Earth. So why in the fucking world would I assume that I'm standing on a burning fucking ball of fire in the sky? That's
So you think
retarded.
Mars looks nothing like Earth?
I already told you what Mars looks like through a telescope because I've seen it. So yeah,
You've
the
seen
only
it.
pictures you've seen of Mars is a composition.
You've seen Mars through a telescope?
Yes, I've had a
So it's a ball?
telescope and I watched the sky too, bro.
So it's a ball?
A long time ago.
So it's a
It's
ball?
not the ground. It doesn't matter what they do.
So
And
it's a
they look
ball.
nothing like the ground. There are no trees, there are no birds, there are no life, there are no
Of
water.
course.
There are
Nobody's lying about
nothing
that.
up in
Nobody's
there. And they are
claiming.
glowing. They are lighting up our realm. That's what a light do,
Nobody.
not the ground. The ground doesn't light up the world.
Nobody's claiming that Mars
You
or any
did.
other planet
All our
or any other
planets are
planet.
spheres. You did
Yeah,
that
of course they
claim.
are.
Just
Yeah, they
because
are. Would you let
because the
me
lights in the
complete my
sky
sentence?
because my light bulb in the ceiling is spherical, therefore my floor
You
is
would
spherical. That's a retarded
you would let
assumption.
me would
It's
you let me
illogical.
answer?
No, because you're not the
That's
authority
very
here. Obviously,
that's not
you
very
already
open-minded of you.
contradicted and committed
That's not very
several
open-minded of
logical
you.
fallacies. You're not the authority here on what is logical. Do you understand?
I didn't say
You are
I'm an authority.
contradicting yourself. That's why I am refuting you logically, and you can't hear the train of thought
Yeah, you
because
sound
you're
very
not listening.
close-minded. Nobody has ever claimed
Evaluate information being said.
nobody has ever claimed that there are humans or water or planet or plants on Mars ever
Really,
or any other planet. Nobody
really,
has ever
I can
claimed that.
probably pull up an article that says, "Oh, Mars used to have life." I can
Used to
probably pull
have,
up more than one article that says
probably
this
used
thing.
to have. They have evidence that there might have been
Again,
some water
no,
on
there is
Mars.
no evidence, nothing that suggests this, because I've seen Mars. It's not what you think. So no, there's no evidence that suggests
Yeah.
this. That's just
What do
your
you mean?
belief. Again, you're appealing to
There's water
ignorance.
on there's water in the deepest places
You
in
can't
Mars.
go to Mars. You can't go to a light. It's impossible.
What do you mean
Mars
you
is
can't
not
go
a.
to a light? It's a
You
planet. It's
can't
not
go
a
there.
light. It reflects. It reflects sun's light. How do you think
Well,
moon works?
how can you have an
How do you think moon
atmosphere
works?
next to a vacuum? How
How
does
do
this
you
work?
how do you think moon works? How do you think phases of
Nobody
moon
knows
work?
how the moon works. We observe the
What
same
do you
thing. The
mean?
moon rotates above us, just like the sun and the
Yeah.
luminaries. All of them.
Yeah, why is it sometimes very thin, very crescent shaped, and sometimes it's half ball, sometimes it's a full ball?
Next question.
How
I
does
don't know
that
about
work?
the sky. It doesn't justify or prove the ground. So
No. Why is that? If it's
I
not
don't know.
reflecting
Do
the
you
light
understand
of
what
the
I'm
earth?
saying? I don't know. Can you
Of course
accept
you
this
do.
answer? I
Of
don't
course you do.
know. I just told you.
You just
I
want to
don't
keep
know.
justifying your
You
belief.
don't want to accept. You don't want to
You
accept
want
the
to keep
answer.
You're very close-minded. You say you claim that you're very open-minded, but you're not. You're not open to listen to
Really,
other
I just
person's
admitted that I
opinions.
don't know. You haven't done this
You're not,
once. You just
you're not,
appeal to your fucking
yeah,
ignorance.
that's just you being condescending. You're trying to
I'm
be
not
very
being
passive-aggressive.
condescending. I'm just stating the fucking
After
things
being,
that are
after
happening.
being, after being
It
obviously
is condescending. It probably
aggressive, you are
because it's
now trying to
true, my
be
friend.
passive-aggressive.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
not
yeah.
very
I'm trying to
open-minded,
be
are you?
passive aggressive, and you're trying to be
Mm-hmm.
obstinate. You don't want to listen. You want to talk through me. You don't want
Yeah,
to answer my questions
of
because
course.
you know.
Because I don't debate dumb people. You're
No,
clearly
yeah, yeah,
dumb.
yeah, 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 yeah. You're dumb people calling me dumb. Oh no, please! I get so offended from you. That was a heated. Great for a lecture. Hello, Axis.
The earth is not flat, bitch.
Oh no! Run away, little child! I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna do that. The earth is not flat. Oh my god. I love how the Globers keep coming in here and disproving the globe. Thank you to all the Globers. Hey, Cheap.
What's up, man?
Not much. I'm preparing to get to work. Just had a pretty heated discussion in here with your average, what do you call it? Globe extremist.
Extreme?
Yeah, I don't know what to call them, globe extremist or extreme reality deniers, because they keep appealing to the sky and their beliefs, and they think it's knowledge, and they refuse to evaluate this knowledge. Super hard.
Yeah, when they do that, I'll bounce back and forth in between. Like, how would you validate that versus what evidence do you have for that versus how do you know that? You know what I mean? And the goal is to get them to you know, they're going to concede and say I'm not the expert, and
Yeah,
then
you
you say your next question should be, because the goal is to get them to say I don't know. It's not that I'm not the expert, because they're going to think that somebody else does know and say, okay, well, what does the expert say? How do they know that? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like you think there's knowledge here, and the goal is to basically break them down, and you know, once they say I don't know, and say, well, then how do you know the thing before? You know what I mean? Like you got to pay attention to what the route that they took, and then backtrack it. You know, and be like, okay, well, then how do you know this? How do you know this? You say you know all these things because of this. So now we know you don't know this. So then how do you know this? How do you know this? How do you know this? And keep working your way back out. And once you do that, honestly, I wouldn't even talk about flat earth at that point. If they've taken you that deep into the weeds, I would make them find their way out.
yeah,
And just be calm about it. There's no reason to be upset. Let them be upset, because it's funny watching them spiral. And the more
yeah,
calmer you are, the better it makes for content.
yeah. I guess that's where I need to improve. I have a tendency to get a little bit too impatient, when they keep. Yeah, I guess there's a point where you just can't reach any further, regardless of what you say. I think this is what happens sometimes with these extremists, trying every trick in the book to derail the conversation, asking counter question, not answering the questions that's being asked, just everything trying to avoid. It's just the tactic, I think. Yeah. And I know you lose when you lose your cool, but
No, it's not that. It's like you're not going to be able to punch that person in the face. So what's the point of even getting mad?
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Like, that I would condone violence or anything like that, but like
Yeah.
you're never going to see these people in person. And even if you did, they wouldn't act like this in person.
I know 100%.
You would act the way you would. Not that you would get upset, but nothing would change in person on your argument. Their argument would change because they're not sitting behind a computer screen Googling everything.
Yeah.
Now, I call people out, man. Well, like when I'm answering questions, and then they immediately jump to, well, then how do you answer this? And then how do you answer this? And then how do you answer this? I'll call them out and be like, are you even listening to what I'm asking? Or if you're not, even if they're not listening, I get that you're homeless, but you choose to be homeless. I'm sorry. What was it? What was I saying? Forgot. This homeless person that fucking, god damn it. Now I'm stuck in the middle of a fucking intersection because traffic doesn't want to move. Trying to think. What was I saying? Well, let's see. They're gonna be less knowledgeable, and so because they have less knowledge and they're looking at you face to face, they're gonna be polite. Not gonna be these little dicks that you see running around.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, that little dick that's running around, like, if they live on their own, their parents are paying the rent. You know what I mean? Like, they're that type of person where, dad's got an extra $2,000 throwaway
Yeah.
a month.
It's funny because I actually talked to one guy who acted a little bit like the globe trolls that come in here, but he was a rich kid. It kind of made sense.
Yeah. No, you listen to them, and I mean, granted, they might have a job, but it's like in graphic arts design or something like that. Something stupid. Something that's just like play money for them. But damn sure ain't enough money to make rent. So how is the rent getting paid? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So little things like that. Like I'm not gonna get
AI.
upset.
Hello.
What's up, Luffy?
Sir
I'm
Lord
gonna get
Legend, you are truly great. Please, my lord, have mercy upon this humble servant and unmute me. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness.
unmute you from what?
From typing in the chat. Luffy claims he or she is a
Chat.
mute
Yeah,
and
no.
using text to speak to communicate through the voice chat. And I don't know if it's true or not. But just what he or she said before.
Like honestly, Luffy, I'm gonna tell you right now, texting in this conversation is a waste of time for a lot of people. Like the arguments that you're bringing can go on for a month or 2 months or even years. Some people will bring these arguments for over a year or two and still never change their mind despite all the evidence that's given to them. And then when we ask them to repeat anything that was given to them, it's like they've just drawn a blank. So it's kind of a waste of time to put things into the text chat. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're a mute and you have this speech discrepancy and everything like that, but
Sir Legend, I believe Earth is flat.
why do you believe it?
I mean, it's a fact.
And why do you believe it? You said you believe it. There's the
I don't
reason
have
why
to
you
believe
said
it.
that. Why don't you have to believe it? We break down fake flat earthers all the time. All the time, people come in here. Oh, I'm a
Because
flat
there
earther.
is
Yeah,
no proof that Earth is globe.
yeah. Why not?
Show the curvature.
What curvature over what?
What?
So what curvature over what? See, questions like this is how we know people aren't paying attention. Someone who truly, genuinely becomes a flat earther is because they're paying attention to the words that are being told to them. It's like those people that when you give in a test, you're supposed to read all the instructions of the test before you take the test. If you read the instructions, it'll say, go to the last question and answer D. And if you do all that, then you'll pass the test, right? And then some people will just take the whole test and then they get to the very end and they don't know how to answer the
Okay.
question because they didn't pay attention. I'm sure somebody will text unmute you. I'm not going to do it right now. It's still too fresh. Like a lot of the things that you do, Luffy, it's very similar to using like Gemini or ChatGPT and just copying and pasting your response. If you are a mute, I'm sorry to hear that, but that's still a lazy way to get through
Sorry,
into
sir, I won't do that again.
I mean, time will tell, right?
From now on, I'll do my research.
It's not about doing research. It's about typing your own words into the text, right? Like be creative.
Okay.
Show that you understand the concepts.
All right. I am learning.
We would have to define learning. And then determine if that is exactly what you're doing. You know, I got this theory, Ganja Rambo. I've been thinking about, like, I pretty much woke up like right at the beginning of 2018. Like I had my doubts about, things that were going on in the world and everything like that. But like 2018, like January, February, March, like shit like kind of exploded for me. And so went on my search and everything. And things started making sense, right? Like I started reading about 2030 and started realizing like there's nothing that anybody's going to do to stop 2030. Like if we're going to stop 2030, it would
Please
have had to have
remove the
been.
text ban. It's hard to use TTS, and people don't understand me.
I understand. But it's just going to take a little while. Somebody can do it later, but I don't want no full blown text conversation going on uh, while there's other conversations being had in here. Sorry. Maybe
Please,
a
I
little bit
love
later.
this channel.
Yeah, maybe in 2023, 2024, if there was some kind of revolution, then 2030 wouldn't stand a chance. But like as time actually it was like in 2023. I said 2027 is the last chance for people to wake up, and I don't think anybody's really waking up anymore. I think it's getting less and less and less. And I do think 2027 is the deadline. People aren't going to be able to discern what's real and what's fake anymore. And after that, everything's going to move into full swing for 2020 and or 2030, and the unification of all the world powers. Probably, I don't even know what they're going to do with like the Middle East and how they're going to who's going to sit on top.
Please, just the last chance. I never said anything bad to anyone.
I'll tell you what. I'm really not a fan of begging.
Yeah, I paired.
Maybe come back in about 8 hours. And,
Yeah, I would also say to you, Luffy. Yeah,
yeah, I'm not a fan of begging. So I'm not going to put up
no,
with it.
no,
They can go on an 8 hour break.
yeah. I think it's new here also, so yeah, you just have to stay a while and get recognized.
And so, I mean, that's just my guess. I'm not saying I'm a prophet or anything like that. I don't know when in 2027, but there's going to be a change and nothing after that. Once that's in place, we're just going to watch everybody get stupider.
What's going to happen in 2027? I'm sorry, I wasn't here from the beginning of the conversation.
All the people, all that's going to be left in the world are stupid people
Why is that?
because people don't wake up to what's going on around them.
What do you
They
mean,
think
waking up?
you think your government has your best interest. You think you can vote your way out of everything. You trust your government for everything, including to tell you where you live in the universe. All your foods are poison. All your medicine is poison. That kind of wake up.
And the sun is actually good for you, stuff like that.
Well, I don't know if it'd be good for you right now with all the chemicals in the sky. I feel like that's probably another reason why people are burning a little bit harder.
I say,
Like you
fuck
gotta.
their chemicals. I say, fuck their chemicals. My son, gimme, gimme, gimme. Yum, yum, yum. And my body will take care of the rest.
So this world, man, we should be living in a utopia by now, based off of like what we were supposedly advancing from in the 70s. Well, that guy didn't last very long, did he?
Not a lot of solace in just saying like no to fear, you know? So one of the biggest things for me has been being able to just say, like, I'm not gonna watch the news, I'm not gonna watch TV, I'm not gonna watch commercials, I'm not gonna watch sports, I'm not gonna, doom scroll and put down my phone. I'm gonna delete all if not most, if not most of my social media. I have like X left and that's it, but whatever. I have something to button this up. But I don't have any other social media and all that stuff, dude. Just completely disconnected from all that bullshit. I get outside and breathe some fresh air and get some sunlight before I touch my phone at all. Like, just saying no to all that bullshit, dude. Right? Like, get rid of your phone. You don't really have to. Your phone's a good tool. It's a great tool, all the time. But just get rid of all the bullshit like that, all that fear mechanism crap, and just say no because you can, and say yes when you want to. And we have that power. Really freeing.
You know, it's funny. I was saying 2027 was the last chance for people to wake up. Um, I mean, people still have a chance to wake up. I'm just saying, like for 2027, I think it's going to be impossible. Um, it was before AI was going to roll out. I was saying that I didn't know how powerful AI was really going to be. Like, I'm like, oh, what can they use AI for, right? And what are they using it for? Making pretty girls on social media to have accounts. Has anybody ever asked the question? I know Yoder has, and we've talked about it a few times to other people, but like to really think about the question, why? Because I've seen the meme up above that Flat Lloyd Wright posted. Why in the world does or did every single culture and religion have the same concept about the nature of Earth prior to NASA? We're talking about people who were supposedly at each other's throats, right? Like they hated each other. So you would think that somebody would be trying to come up with something different. But despite the differences in their culture and despite the languages and the inability to communicate with each other, somehow across every ocean, on every continent, in every culture, they managed to conceptualize a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. It's almost like they understood the laws of nature and they understood what reality was presenting to them, right? What your senses tell you. Funny thing is, like, how did they know that it would be enclosed, right? What was the whole point of that?
You broke up part right there for me. You said, what's the point of what?
Say that last part.
That last part you broke up on for me. You said, what's the point of that? What was the point of what?
Oh, the enclosed system. How they all knew that it was enclosed, that it was contained. Did you hear me all right?
Yeah, just thinking if it's something like divine, like they were told from outside, like you see even in like the Bible and stuff, or Enoch, they said that God took them up, and showed them the whole land. The deceiver took, him up and showed them the whole land, all the kingdom. So it's like, could they have, been picked up and taken around, yeah, it's a little more esoteric. Could they have explored it? Could they have had some way to see it? Could they have been gifted the knowledge from before them? Or it could have been, magic carpet ride. It's hard to know exactly what happened, but
No, I'm
I
talking
think it's
about.
extreme. I think it's extremely interesting what you said there. I couldn't reply, but the whole thing about all of them knowing at the same time, I think what you're saying there is extremely interesting. I think you're on the right track there. I agree.
I'm not just talking about Christianity. I'm talking about the Inca, the Aztec, the Maori, the Indians, Hindu, um, Norwegian, like people all over the world with different religions, different belief systems, different languages. They all knew that it was a created topographical. I mean, they had hills and mountains and trees in there and lakes in their little drawings and depictions. They knew. They knew it was a flat terrain, a flat planar system, and they knew that it was stationary, that it was fixed on some kind of foundation, whether the creator was holding it himself or it was fixed on something like pillars. I mean, they had their own pillar drawings, right? Without ever even having any understanding of what the Bible said. Um, and they knew it was enclosed. Like, why do you know it's enclosed? If you're, the Aztec and you've got this pyramid that you're sacrificing children to, right? Do you think doing science experiments and trying to determine what gas pressure is? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but like, how do they know, right? How do they understand gas pressure? Which honestly, it leaves me to beg the question, like, what was really going on back in those times? Like, historians, they tell us these stories, but I feel like they're leaving things out because they're trying to sell a book, and they only want the pieces that help them sell their book, help them tell their story, because the other parts don't make sense.
Like I can't remember which book it is. The books of the Bible that one country had that like say that like after Jesus left the apostles, he didn't just like disappear and return to heaven. He actually went up to like Northern Europe or whatever and lived for like another 100 years and had like a family and stuff like that. So I mean that would kind of mess up their narrative a bit. That screw everything up. So yeah. And yeah, I find it super interesting. How did they know these things? Like, it just pales to see how. Because when you look back at some of the mechanisms they have and things they did, maybe we don't have the power, but we don't have the understanding. I think more than that, more than like the power or the technology to do some of this ancient stuff. And the more I look into things being vibrated with sound and light and stuff into shape. It makes a lot of sense. That a lot of these crazy sculptures and stuff like that were done just like that. They were like sung and vibrated into what they wanted to be. And that's not technically technology, I don't even think. I think that's just a knowledge that we aren't being told about. We aren't having to explain. Whether they know or don't know, they're bullshitting regardless. If you don't fucking know, then don't tell us some bullshit. But they obviously do that, and don't leave things out. Well, you obviously leave things out, even if you don't know what it is. You leave it out. You didn't tell us what happened. So yeah, our history is all fucked up. And when you start getting into a lot of it and digging deeper, there's a lot to find. There's a lot still hidden, but there's a lot to find. It's really, really interesting. I've been enjoying looking back into that too, because I always really enjoyed history.
Well, it's not even like, how did they know, right? Like, why do they all agree? They hate each other. Why do they all agree? How does somebody who doesn't speak the language, right, has a completely different belief system, but yet they agree for some reason, like in their own belief structure, they believe the earth is flat, stationary, and contained. Somebody else's belief structure is flat, stationary, and contained.
Yeah.
Why is it that they agree?
I agree with you on that too. That's a question too. I thought it was I must not have clarified it well. I thought it was inherent by the way I started the whole thing. But not just how did they gotta do it, but like, yeah, why did they all agree on basically the same exact thing? That's a big part of what you're saying that I totally agree with too. It's a big question. Like how? You know? There's such odds and when it comes to religion and stuff like that. To see everybody from everywhere like have the same thing and agree, it's crazy. I feel the same way about the old North Pole stories and all the explorers that went up there. Yeah, back in the 14 and 1500s, even before, they were all different people at different times in different countries that didn't like each other. They didn't coordinate. They all just kind of went up there and they all told the same fucking story. So why that? That's a big question there for me on that kind of thing too. I totally agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't make sense with the story we're given.
You know, and since we're kind of like in this general area, like, I'll just go ahead and give a speculation, right? Like, Glovers come in here and they ask the story, well, what do you believe? What do you think happened? All right. So I'm gonna go into story time mode, right? And I'm gonna tell a story that is familiar to people who have read the Bible a little bit, but it's an alternative idea of what may or may not have happened, right? So in the scriptures, it talks about with the end times coming that they will be increasing in knowledge as in the days of Noah, right? Okay, so let's go back to the days of Noah. What was going on before the flood, right? And really didn't go into a whole lot of detail about what was happening before the flood. But if we look at the technology that we have now, right? I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying if you look at what we have now, and you look at the things that we're doing in science, like with gene editing, gene splicing, they do cloning, whether you want to believe it or not. There's some people out there that are trying to um, get certain reptile sequencing so that people can grow limbs back and things like that. Not that they have that, they could have that, I don't know. But if this is the technology that we have and the knowledge that we have, and we're increasing like this, then I can only imagine what kind of technology and knowledge they had in the days of Noah, right? So with that being said, like if this is this advanced uh, society, right? This time long ago, and then they say in a galaxy far, far away, but really it was always here, right? That was the illusion in the galaxy far, far away. You know, like Star Wars.
What's up?
So anyway, if that was what's going on, right? And then there's a flood coming. But let's say that like people knew or they heard about a flood coming, but they didn't really do what Noah was doing, right? Like, oh man, this guy's weird. He's building an ark. We're just going to go into this underground cave and wait it out. You know what I mean? Maybe they knew that there was some kind of event that was going to take place. Who knows? And I'm not saying the creator didn't do it. I'm just saying whatever was going on is, far more advanced than what we have going on right now. But the flood comes, and as everything's starting to rise, um, take the average mom and dad with their kids, right? Dad says, "All right, hon, grab the kids. We're going to the cave. It's time." And as they're packing up and grabbing the few things that they would need to survive, mom's like being creative and caring and says, "Well, what are we going to do with the kids? This is going to be horrible for them. What can we do to help pass the time?" "Oh, grab some paint. We'll paint on the walls while we're waiting for everything to subside." And so, they're in these caves and they're painting on these walls. And I don't know, like, I'm not a great artist, right? I would draw stick figures and I would have shitty paintings on the wall as I'm like, telling these stories to my kids to help, entertain them because they can't go outside and play. And I don't want them screaming and being a nuisance all day because that would piss me off. And then, once the flood subsides, everybody comes out, everything's destroyed, right? All the technology, all the knowledge, all that's left is with whatever people can conceive in their own mind, right? They have foraging knowledge, they have farming knowledge, and these kinds of things. But they don't have the tools anymore. Everything is destroyed, so they have to start over from scratch. They have to get creative and they have to build things up. On top of that, not everybody survives, right? A lot of people died in this flood. Obviously, the flood, it like covered mountains. It's huge. And so the people who were the ones that survived were the lucky ones. And, when they come out, they, restart civilization in their local area. And, from going from, 4, 5, 6, 8 billion people to now having, maybe 500,000 people in the whole world, or maybe a couple million people in the whole world, having to rebuild, it would be a great opportunity for little cultures to pop up all over the world and have their own little religious system, because before that, they were worshiping the fallen angels. The fallen angels were down here on earth, giving technology, helping knowledge increase. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
for
then
sure.
now it's all gone. Now it's all gone. They have to start all over again after the flood. That's why you have two different Greek two different Greek ages, two different Egyptian ages. You have this technological age, and then you seem to have this religious. Um, and it's after. It's not before. It's after. It's like all of a sudden they were advanced, and now they don't have anything, and all they do is believe in these fucking deities. It's extremely weird. I wonder what happened to the Phoenicians. Crazy stuff. Anyway, that's my speculation rant. Um, some of that could be true. Like I love the research people do on history and things like that. And maybe some of it, I'm just trying to fill in the gaps to string the story along. You know what I mean? Um, so, but for some reason, everybody all over the world all fucking knew the Earth was flat and stationary and contained.
They gave it the story, but the more you actually look into it, there's just so much more. There's so much that doesn't line up. There's so much missing. There are too many signs to ignore for things to get really weird. Especially nowadays, so much like ancient technology that's coming up and like beats the shit out of ours. Um, I love looking into it. It's really fun. And sometimes I think the thing is what we are left with. I don't try not to speculate too much, but I think a lot of times we are left, but that's all we can do at a point. We're actively learning, but at the same time, there comes to a point where we have to kind of be like, where I'm at right now, it's kind of like, I don't know, but it kind of looks like maybe this. But that's an honest take versus, oh man, I think this happened and it's like, so yeah, being willing to step back and be like, hey, I'm just guessing based off of evidence. But I think it's important to do that so you can find a path to maybe look forward a path to the understanding.
Well, I mean, I would beg to say, like, it probably isn't even. It's fun to speculate, but it's not worth investing your life into, unless you're going to be a content creator, and then it's nice to be able, like my lunch break. Shout out to that guy for traveling the United States, traveling the world, and seeking out the oddities that don't seem to add up with the timeline that we're given. But like for the most part, for most people, like, is it really that? necessary to get immersed into, what could be, right? Like things that you can't change, things that you may never know fully the truth. Like I say that cautiously because I don't want people to neglect their personal relationships. You know what I mean? I want people, it's important that you stay close to people that love and care for you. And you should also love and care for them. It doesn't have to be an argument. I think that's my biggest thing. My wife's not a flat earther. We don't argue about it. Like, you know what I mean? It,
See, I told her and stuff, and she knows the Earth is flat, but she doesn't like when I talk about it too much. She's like, "Okay, can we move on?" And stuff. So even I have to kind of meet her.
I'm just, I love my wife. I truly, honestly love my wife. And, there's that saying like, what difference does it make? It's not going to change my daily life. Okay, cool. Like, I don't know why you would come in here then and give people shit about the conversation. Like, why are you coming in to stir shit up if you don't care? You know what I mean? If you wanted to learn, like a real honest person, if they didn't care either way, would come in and say, "Oh, that's interesting. Maybe one day I'll get to go out and check for myself." Right? They wouldn't stay in here and argue fucking tooth and nail, um, to make people basically rile people up for no reason. Like, what are you doing?
I actually really agree with what you were saying right before that, though, about the not spending too much time speculating and spending more time like making some time with your family, and also making sure to live here in the real world. And I noticed with myself that I'm a little flat off the handle and just kind of digging into stuff that I can't control, so maybe stuff that I can't touch. So I started to kind of refocus myself into, okay, what can I touch? What's right here? And that's why I'm on my shit right now with the rainbows and electromagnetism and stuff like that. That's right here. It's right here in our little place, and I can see it. And some of it can be touched, and some of it can be measured, and some of it can be seen. And but it's right here. So I kind of just I'm staying right here right now with most of my focus. And keep myself grounded and making sure when I get home to like put away my phone and just spend my brain with my family, my wife, and my son. And, I'm thankful to have a job like what I have where I can talk to y'all during the day and learn, talk when I can, stuff like that.
Well, I'll take it a step further. Yeah, what you can touch, what's right here. And if any of the things that you've done research on interest you, like if you think foraging is interesting, get off your butt and go forage something and go eat it. You know what I mean?
Привет.
Hey, why you gotta interrupt, man?
Hello, bro.
No, I'm not your bro. Why you gotta interrupt?
What?
Why do you have to interrupt?
What's this group for what?
Why did you interrupt me talking?
What? I'm sorry, but what is this group?
It's a flat earth group.
Flat Earth?
Yeah.
This believe like if I Christian believe the Earth is flat or what?
I'm not a Christian.
You are Muslim?
Nope.
What?
I'm a
You don't?
servant of God.
You don't believe in God, right?
I'm a servant of the Creator.
Aha. So did you know Russia is the Earth?
Do what?
Russia is the Earth. Come to 3 years, Dagestan, forget.
Oh, okay. Is that
Okay.
all you got?
Good luck, bro, for what you are doing.
Yep.
Yes, it's bullshit.
So anyway, you know, not only what is physically here that I can put my hands on, but go do
But
some.
bro,
Hey
prove
man, look,
how else is it?
have fun, dude. So like go foraging, go load. If you want to learn how to load ammo, load ammo. If you want to invent something, right? Like maybe old technology is interesting to you, like find out how it works and then try to recreate it, right? Become your own scientist in that kind of sense. If you always wanted to learn how to like garden and do your own farming, like section off a portion in your yard. Hopefully you got a yard, and then get to work. Put action to it. Don't just sit there and say, "Oh, look at the world around me. I can touch this fence, so therefore that's near me. Let me touch that." Like, no, man. Like, if you always wanted to learn how to work on a car, go find an old junk car and try to get it started again. Like, be proactive in that physical world around you. Be the resource you. If a natural disaster came and wiped out all of civilization, what kind of resource would you be for you and your family? Be that.
Actually, when it comes to that, I grew up on a farm, small farm. So like I've done gardening and taking care of animals and stuff. Uh, Butchering, no, but like everything else I've done, I can grow a garden. I can grow plants. I actually grow some really awesome plants. Um, but but yeah, that's why I'm actively getting out there and doing this thing. That's why I go outside. I look at the sky. I'm taking pictures. I'm getting a camera. I got my Van de Graaff generator, so I can work with some electricity and stuff like that. I'm working with copper and magnets and studying and reading about light and things like that. So yeah, I love being out in it. That's the best part, dude. It's actually getting outside, getting my feet, not boots, my feet, my bare feet on the ground, sun in my eyes and my body, and fresh. Like this morning, I broke my fast with lamb neck and eggs and cheese. It was so good. Oh my god! It cooked in butter, so much butter. And yeah, I woke up this morning. I got outside. I got sun in my eyes before I touched my phone, and drink good water. And it's just like I just love being out in this world and being out in it, and touching things and going and doing things. Getting a camera so I can take some more observations, and things like that. Um, so yeah, it's really cool. It's really fun. I'm able to involve my son and stuff in it sometimes too. Um, so I am taking some of my time there and really getting out in it because I think you're right, bro. I think you really, yeah. I think just being like, oh, this is cool is one thing, but actually getting out and doing something is really cool. I am thankful for a lot of that survival type knowledge I got. We had the Fold Foxfire books. Grew up on a farm. I was homeschooled. But I was also a Boy Scout and stuff like that too. So I did get a lot of just knowledge from life that is really important. I'm thankful for that.
Sorry about that. Clocking into work, so hope everybody has a good day.
Is that back?
Hello? Hello? Is there anyone active? Relationship? Really?
It's been a pretty quiet morning.
I'm okay with the quiet morning after last night. Last night was fucking wild.
I must have missed a bunch of it. Just what, crazy Glovers coming in?
Where's flat earthers, dude? His name came back in, was talking to this he was the last guy, but there's this kid Rep who came on who was like a flat earther, but he came in LARPing as a Glober and then got in a fight with us, and it was just going all crazy with like all the theories like about what he thought and trying to like talk about he was a flat earther, but he believed in simulation theory and talking about like demons and stuff. It was off the chain. And I don't know, it was just really weird. And then he like got muted or whatever for calling somebody the N word and then apologized and got unmuted. And Hashmi started talking to him and he still was going off on all this kind of crazy stuff. I don't know. I said something earlier like that was just wild, man. I think it was a little bit out of hand.
Hey, Gears. One thing that really grinds my gears about this is is just how much this topic is considered a conspiracy theory topic, and I get why it is. It's not lost on me, but at the same time, it grinds my gears because people come into this topic, into this space, for escapism. They're trying to escape a dull and boring life or a frustration with their government, with their candidate, politics.
You broke up really bad there. If you were continuing to talk, you said their government, and then you broke out. I didn't hear anything else.
His deception is mostly self-inflicted.
Yeah, I don't think anybody got together and said, "Hey, why don't we troll the entire world and tell them that the Earth is flat?"
Yeah, right?
Whereas, whereas for the globe, they keep forgetting that the globe originated from their religions, from their cults. Pythagorean worshiped the spheres. They saw spheres out in the universe. That's supposed to be the God, the heavens, right? And if the heavens, and they saw orbits in the heavens. And so they decided, well, then Earth must also be a sphere and must also be orbiting in the heavens. That's where their delusion came from.
Right. And instead we get like all these flat earthers coming in here think that like as soon as you have day one at NASA, your day one NASA employee, you're gonna get the briefing that we're just trying to hide the flat earth from the general public and here's how we're gonna do it. Like that's not what's happening, folks.
And then you throw in the sun worshippers. These cults never die. They just change their name. So instead of being Amun Ra sun worshippers, they're now heliocentric sun worshippers.
Yeah, you can still be a sun worshiper and a geocentric glober, folks. Yeah, they come in, they're like, all right guys, so guess what? I've got the download. I got the download on 9/11, the JFK conspiracy, the all these other things have been going on. I'm ready for flat Earth, folks. This must be the next step. Like, no, you're probably in the wrong saloon.
Why the lie? Why would they lie? Question is a matter of just ignorance. Because when you start asking them about like, do countries go to war? The lie so they can go to war, so they can make money off war profiteering. Well, yeah. Have governments lied in the past? Well, yeah. Have they taken your taxes and done something you didn't want with them? Well, yeah. It's like, okay. And then
But
they're
it
just
doesn't
like,
mean they're
yeah,
lying about the shape of the Earth.
yeah, it's globe. And you're like, okay, dude, shit. And I think that was an important step for me is knowing all of that beforehand from like 20 some years ago. Because when I looked at this, it was like, oh, of course. I didn't have that question in my head at all. It just, like I said, this is the box of the toys room.
Yeah, if somebody's lying, then who's lying? If you don't know who, then what are they lying about? And then find out who. And I'm just not convinced that there's this evil cabal that's trying to hide the Earth. You can't hide the Earth.
Yeah, but there's always grifters who want to make money off other people. So they tell us a good story.
Well, yeah. Yeah, probably the biggest one is like that Eworanon, like Flat Earth Tartaria mashup in 3 parts with like a 9-hour series. That thing is just like total science fiction all the way through and through. Flat Earth science fiction. Flat Earth sci-fi is frustrating. Well,
Hi,
You
moderator.
know,
How are you, bro?
guys, I just came home. I was working at this military base on the edge of the earth. I just came home.
Okay, bro.
I was there for 9 months.
Where are you from, Luke?
I cannot say. It's
Okay,
confidential.
9 months ago you are doing good work.
Yeah, I was working at
Which
the
work you are
military
doing?
base. Don't ever tell anybody I told you this. I was working at the military base on the edge of the earth. I cannot explain to you guys how it looks.
Okay.
Okay, so
Because
why are you here? Why are you here if you can't talk about it?
they're gonna arrest me, man. I cannot
Yeah,
talk
so
about
why
it.
are you here?
Just to give you guys a briefing.
Yeah, but you said you can't. So why would you come here to do that and then tell
I
us you
cannot
can't
go
do
in
it?
details.
Like that doesn't make any
Obviously,
freaking sense. Why would you
I
go
cannot
somewhere
go
to
in
say I
detail.
can't be here?
Thing I can say, man. There's a wall, and it's pretty cold.
Dude, if you go somewhere just to say that you can't be there, I don't think you'd be smart enough to be hand selected for that kind of assignment.
Well,
Hey, bro, is this safe to
they
join
trusted me.
military job?
You know I have a point, right?
Is this safe to join? Is this safe to join the military job, bro?
Bro, you got to fix your Timu Starlink connection. It's pretty bad.
Pretty bad, bro.
Yeah, I didn't even know Timu offered internet service until now.
Okay, my network is bad. Hey, master. What you were asking?
Fix your internet.
I think you are not. Okay, I think now it's this. Now, hey, I think you didn't understand properly.
All right, I'm going to put you on mute so you can go fix your
Oh,
internet. Oh, he had to leave. Funny how that happens. Dude just like show up in random rooms and like frustrate people with a shitty internet connection on purpose. And he got the Timu flat earthers out there on TikTok and X. Like if your first experience with flat Earth is to see the azimuthal equidistant map and be like, "Holy shit, it makes sense," then guess what? You have no idea what you're doing, and you should probably step back from the conversation right now. and leave it to the rest of us who do.
You know what I learned about the EMF last night, bro?
What?
I didn't know this. I don't know if I heard it and forgot, but I didn't know this. But the maximum distance, because of the scale of it, the maximum distance that can be scaled is only like less than 12,500 miles.
What you mean before the southern latitudes start getting really out of whack comparatively?
I mean, I understand that. Just in the map, if you read like the info, the base info on the map, it tells you, hey, because of we have to fit everything in here, and because of the shape of scale of things, when we make this map, because of the projection, the maximum distance it can be shown, like the maximum distance across that map is like not even 12,500 miles.
Yeah,
So that's
maps
how
have to
twisted
make
it
all
is.
kinds of concessions like this. And like I was
Yeah.
saying yesterday with the UTM map, in order to get the lines of longitude to be parallel to each other and perpendicular to latitude, as you see on the Mercator map, because you can't taper the longitudinal lines to their points of origin at the north and the south, it means those points of origin at the north and the south are at an infinite distance map-wise. So they have to cut it off at like 80 degrees or 85 degrees north and south. They got to chop the top and the bottom off because it's mathematically impossible. Like, it's because the coordinate reference system has curving, tapering lines to these points, and the depiction shows those lines as parallel to each other, which means they'll never meet, which means they'll extend infinitely, always forever parallel. And that's just relative to a globe projection. So it's a projection of a projection. And then if they try and depict it like the azimuthal equidistant map, well, then obviously the issue is they're going to take the second point of origin in the south and blow it out to a ring if you're going to center yourself on celestial north. So instead of having the lines of longitude taper to the second point of origin in the south, you're going to have them play themselves radially outward from a common center. So instead of tapering, they're doing the opposite. Which means the further out you go from the map, the more you'd have to apply this graduated scale to account for the distance that's being expanded or compressed, depending on your point of view, into that space around the outer ring. And then you hear like the anti-flat earthers come in and say, guys, I debunked the azimuthal equidistant map. Those flat earthers are cooked. It's like there's so much wrong in that one sentence. We're talking multiple levels of batshit fuckery going on with that one sentence. Number one, they're reifying the map. Number two, the AE map is of a globe. And number three, they didn't really debunk it unless they measured the Earth flat.
That's what drove me crazy about knowledge. He's sitting there being like, I debunked the AE map, and everybody's like, well, thank you.
Yeah, we did too with the flat Earth measurement. We know point A to B that you'd represent as a geodesic, as a curving arc length around a globe was actually measured flat. So we know it's not the same. And the distance, if it's map calculated, is likely not going to match what we've got. In fact, it's probably impossible. It is impossible to match reality.
yesterday morning posted the Library of Congress's flat Earth map from 1920, and weirdly enough, it doesn't actually show land masses. It just has words like saying where things are. But he also, not remember his name. I need to look at it again. But that guy did the same thing as Antonio Sieberetz. He based his knowledge of where things are on the sun. And it shows something really interesting, namely for me, on both Sieberet's map and this 1920 map, they both look like the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean sizes are flipped.
Yeah, not sure the 20s map that you're referencing, but I've seen many flat earthers post what are called flat earth maps from places like the Library of Congress, from places like the US military, the military grid reference system. And those are, I'd have to look at the map and assess on a case by case basis, but every time I've seen one posted, it was presented as a flat earth map. It was still affixed to longitude and latitude, which is not flat.
I put it in the side chat.
Oh yeah, that's some flat earthers map. Yeah, that's, I don't know, man. To me, that's not a map. That's a kind of a clock. I don't think there's any evidence that the sun tracks are like in the sky throughout the year are like gigantic concentric circles of a racetrack. I don't think there's any evidence of that. That like the Tropic of Capricorn in the south is a bigger loop than the Tropic of Cancer towards the north. I haven't seen evidence. I've seen people projecting the globe and calling that evidence. Well, that's not good enough for me. You know, you want to project the globe and depict the sun's tracks like concentric circle racetracks. Well, you're projecting a globe. That's still a globe. No evidence of that either. Because even then, the Tropic of Capricorn on these so-called flat Earth maps, being a longer circle of circumference than the Tropic of Cancer on that same map, still has the same map distance as the Tropic of Cancer, if you apply the scale. You're supposed to use the scale to fix the distortion, and it's a distortion because they've taken a three-dimensional surface, non-Euclidean actually, and put it on a Euclidean surface.
Bring these maps to you because you understand them a lot more than I do, and you can point out these things.
Like, what if I did this? What if I took an azimuthal equidistant map centered on Antarctica? Okay, now you have like the northern latitudes are blown out of proportion. But if you apply the scale, guess what? The different distance between Cleveland and New York has not changed. You apply the scale, you're going to have the same map distance as you did on the other AE map that's centered on the north.
And looking that up, I actually saw some really interesting looking ones because they actually sat the polar, like you said, the central point off of like Los Angeles, and it was somewhere in South America. It was basically placing that point with the distortion at different places, you know, in the world. And it, dude, it turns, there's like some wild shit happening.
Yeah,
So,
but it's still a globe. It's still a globe because they've ultimately taken land that was projected onto a globe surface in the first instance and then distorted it again into whatever wild ass projection you're looking at. So those are still globe calculated distances, you know, and globe orientation of the land masses and everything else. It's still all globular. So I could pull up a military grid reference chart, which is sliced into these squares, but chances are, you know, show me the map first, but chances are the map will actually show the land masses as they would be with latitude and longitude. It's just been reprojected out flat for that particular grid. And it still may be inaccurate as a consequence of using the globe as a base coordinate system in the first place. You know, and the globers say, well, we can validate it with GPS. Well, GPS assumes a globe, so it's calculating how accurate it is relative to its own ability to produce coordinates. So, you know, self-assessment of your own system is not an external validation of the truth of that system. You know, just as a good deception or a good lie, a good delusion can be internally consistent and still be a lie.
Yeah, as long as you set up the premise and you set up the framework, the whole thing can be a lie, can be internally consistent and still be a lie.
Yeah, it's why we need internal and external critiques of claims. Usually these things crumble under the internal critique, which is the most powerful one, in my opinion, to use in most cases up front. Let's just check the internal consistency of the claim. Let's see if it's comporting with what their side should be representing in its fullness of truth. So, for example, if you're going to be a glober and you're going to present a geodetic survey of reciprocal zenith angles to prove that the Earth is a globe, then I expect you to show me your deflection of the vertical and your refraction calculations. Because if you're going to exclude these things, even though all the professionals in your field who represent the globe are including these things, then you are giving me a faulty, a degenerate representation of your globe claim without the fullness of what the professionals and what so-called experts claim is required to prove it. You know, and I think part of the problem is some of these guys are keen enough to know that if they start going down that route, they're going to create much bigger problems for themselves in the debate sphere, at least with us, than they would otherwise. Because the whole refraction thing throws their entire argument into disarray. Nobody's able to take a photograph or a video and back into the meteorological conditions of the day with a refraction model based off of that. It's impossible to back it in. You are not going to be able to predict the weather with a refraction calculation. I'm sorry. And then the whole deflection of the vertical, well, that rests on the chassis of there being an ellipsoid in the first place to project your local gravity vectors onto. So by leaving them out, they are very cleverly sidestepping key issues that, while necessary for their claim to be made, are also bereft of any truth to be had because they're based off of reification fallacies and affirming the consequent, and also lacking actual empiricism just in general. So like for the deflection of the vertical, for me to say that this horizontal reference plane where I'm at is locally tilted an extra fraction of a degree in this direction relative to that guy's horizontal reference plane over there, then it requires me to actually measure in the first place to see if these two horizontal reference planes would be parallel or not. Well, if they're not parallel, then maybe there's a globe. And if they're not parallel, then now maybe you're going to have to assess whether or not your deflection of the vertical should have made them parallel on a globe. Yeah, that's right, globers. Nobody's ever been able to show this. But your geoid,
Yep.
your gravimetric model requires that on your globe are going
Yep.
to be vast areas that are not only flat but concave.
Yep.
And yet they always want to show us this globe curvature of 8 inches per mile squared everywhere. So, yeah.
Weirdo. Yeah. I just came from the edge of the earth.
Oh, you again.
Man, I saw it with my own eyes. There was a huge wall.
Okay.
You know what? I laugh so hard at these guys because they can't conceptualize anything.
It's tiresome and boring, man. We've heard this for years.
I'm serious, man. It's
Oh yeah, it's totally serious, man. Yeah, totally. I'm gonna take you totally seriously now.
well, you can believe me, or you don't have to, man.
No, I don't have to. It's not about belief.
I'm currently in Kamchatka. That's Russia. If you know where's Kamchatka, Russia, right?
Oh yeah,
And,
do you glow in the dark now? Now that you're over there, are you glowing in the dark?
I was employed there. I was employed there for the military. I was on the edge of the earth. You can believe me, or you don't have to, man.
The edge of the earth, huh? Did you know if you
Yes.
believe you're on a globe, every instant is an edge of the globe?
If we were what?
If you believe you live on a globe, then you are at every instantaneous moment on the edge of your globe.
No. I don't believe the Earth is a globe. I'm telling you, I was working at the military base, Russian military base, in Siberia, right?
Okay, well, the globe has an edge, man. Why don't you believe that?
And there is an edge. There is an edge.
Yeah, the globe has an edge. I don't have any evidence of a flat Earth edge, but I know that the globe geometrically has to have an edge, and it does.
Yeah, that's what they call the geometric horizon. But he's too dumb to figure that out.
I'm telling you, I saw the edge. It's flat. And
Okay.
I couldn't see what's beyond the big wall. There was a big armor.
The big wall in Kamchatka, Russia?
No, not Kamchatka. Fucking.
Forgot where you were.
East of Ural Mountains, if you know where that is.
Oh, so that's pretty much anywhere within a 3,000-mile territory. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Well, I cannot tell you the exact coordinates, obviously.
I know you can't.
It's confidential.
Yeah, I'm sure it's confidential.
There was a big armored, like a cement wall, huge wall. I think that wall was at least 15 feet thick, and everybody had some kind of masks. Don't know how anybody was called. What was anybody's name? And yeah, I was there just working at a military base for 9 months at the edge of the earth. I have one photo of this edge, but I'm not sure if I'm comfortable sharing it.
No, don't share it. I don't care.
Look at you, you little fucking whiz. I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
Irrelevant.
Well, I thought you guys were gonna be surprised.
No, it's irrelevant, man. I'm not going to be surprised at that. Sorry.
Alright. If anybody wants to get the photograph that I took from this room that I was in, you can add me.
No, it's all right.
For 20 to 30 years now, airplanes have commonly had these display monitors on the back of airplane seats for the passengers to watch. You can watch your movies on there, but there's also the map function where you can see the airplane. The airplane is being depicted as flying across the globe, little breadcrumbs showing the trail behind it. And on a couple occasions at least, I know I've been out flying and I would see like a city out the left window, but on the map, the city's depicted as being out the right side of the plane, out that window. It's not like uncommon. It's not a conspiracy. It's not like anyone's trying to hide it. It's just the technology isn't quite as advanced as most people think it is. It is good, but it conceals an illusion of progress where progress may not be made the way you think it has. I'm sure professionals deal with this kind of ambiguity all the time. And part of being a professional is just expecting it and then knowing how to deal with it. So if you're like a pilot and you're flying around and the city looks like it should be here on the map, but obviously and visually it's over there, well, guess what? You're a pilot. Figure it the fuck out. Don't be like one of these idiot like soccer moms who takes the SUV and drives it off a bridge because the GPS said, turn left here. No, you got to use their brain. So I came across this the other day. Here's a link to a book, and here's a screenshot. Thought this was worth sharing. It's not related, somewhat related. This book was made in 1833 about so-called ancient relics in America. I haven't really dug into it to determine the truthiness of it, but it's got some interesting stuff in there. Posted that screenshot that you can read. I'll read it for the audience who's listening on YouTube. Let me get into it. All right, so from this section it says, "Who cut the mighty roadways through the mountains of Arizona? Some of these roadways are 100 miles in length, in parts now a mile in depth. Who built the immense canals that water the plains and valleys of the West River of Gila? Who built the houses that were found in the cliffs bordering the canals and discovered over 300 years ago by the Spaniards? It is thought by visitors that when these houses were built, they were nearly level with the water, but they were built so long ago that the water has worn the rock and earth down 100 feet.
Hey, donkeys and hammers and chisels, man. Everybody was an engineer back then.
Yeah, man, they just blew hundreds and hundreds and maybe thousands of miles of roadway with sticks of dynamite. That's it, man. Just make some dynamite real quick. Just blow holes through mountains, make tunnels, just blow hills off of cliff sides and level it out. It's so easy. That's how they built the canals, like the Erie Canal Project. Oh man, they just dynamite stick their way through. Just boom, 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 boom. It was easy. And you think about it, right? Like in the 1830s, the American Southwest, by that time, had already been explored by the Spanish Royal Habsburg Empire 300 years prior. 300 years. Entire civilizations, empires rise and fall within that time period. I mean, for how long have like the Jesuits had missions in the American Southwest? I mean, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting a Jesuit mission from the Spaniard conquest in the 1600s in the American Southwest. And all the mining operations. Oh yeah, those are Indian mines. They're just mining for gold. Oh, those are Spanish mines. These are all Spanish mines, folks. That's how they got all their gold. They mined it. All this infrastructure, Spanish mines, Jesuit mines, Jesuit settlements, Jesuit missions, Jesuit farms, Jesuit slave camps. You know, the University of George Washington University, I think it might have been George Mason, around DC, one of the George universities, not Georgetown. Maybe actually it might have been Georgetown. Georgetown, I think, did a study on American plantations, slave plantations under the Jesuits, focusing on at least the East Coast. Like the entire state of Maryland was one giant slave colony under the Catholic Church.
No, they
Nobody
wouldn't do
talks
that.
about that. Yeah, they got a whole web page. They've been uncovering property deeds and records, all kinds of great stuff, just adding to the body of knowledge of the freaking Jesuit slave camps all over the East Coast. Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And then you look into like who controlled the slave ships. We won't mention them by name. Bringing the Jesuit slave labor over to the New World. Yeah, that shit went on for a long time. And then to add a further layer of mystery to it, Washington, D.C. used to be called Rome, Maryland. Rome on the Seven Hills. You got like Butcher Hill, Capitol Hill. You've got all the Seven Hills today still in D.C. on maps. And on old maps, Rome, Maryland, where D.C. is, the frickin' Potomac River used to be called the Tiber River, just like in Italy. And then the strange case where like the entire Catholic Church just gifted this whole region to the United States. I think like under George Washington to set up the capital for the new nation. Just gifted. Here you go. You can have all the infrastructure. Thanks.
And have you ever done the logistics for bringing over millions of people across the seas?
Oh. Yeah, how many sandwiches were eaten had to be made? You start asking those forensic questions.
Yeah, the largest ship could carry about 600 people. You would need 6 of them working constantly, delivering a load of people every single week for 300 years, and assuming no losses and stuff like that.
Wow.
But it has been said that that there have people from Africa reached North America before Columbus, so they were already here.
Yeah, they were brought on a one-way trip. So it's not like they can go back and tell everybody about the New World.
Yeah, the undersea cables hadn't been laid yet, so no one sent a telegram back to Africa said that we found a new world.
Yeah, those undersea cables. That's another thing. You know, one of these mysteries I saw early on in my flat Earth research that kind of blew my mind. Like, holy shit, those things are that old?
Yeah,
Yeah.
mid 19th century.
I wonder if any of them are still operational.
I think they'd have most of them have like a 30-year lifespan or something for the old ones. The first one only lasted a couple weeks. And then they decided to see if they could fix it by putting high voltage through it, and that didn't fix anything.
The one time I'm craving fruit and I can't find fruit within a 10-mile radius.
Can't find proof of what?
If you're craving fruits, just go to a Glober's channel.
I'm craving a watermelon right now. No fucking gas station sells watermelon. Nobody's fucking selling watermelon around here.
Gas station watermelon for the win.
They don't even have it.
Go find some Mexicans and go get some watermelons.
Sad when a Canadian tells me to go find a Mexican for some fruit. But hey, Yoder, why would they lie? With all that, why would they lie?
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, can you hear me any better or am I still muffly?
You're way better, Morvis.
Okay. So I found the mic hole on my little neck band and I took a little piece of guitar string and I kind of reamed it out a little bit. It probably had a little piece of dirt in it.
You took like the end of a guitar string, you mean like poked it out?
Huh?
Like you took the end of a guitar string and poked it out?
Yeah, there's a little micro. I've got this DeWalt that's called a neck band where it's got little speakers on the neck and a mic hole, little mic hole by the buttons. So yeah, I just kind of reamed it out with a little piece of guitar string with the high E string one.
Yeah, the small one.
Use the G
Might have been
string.
a B. I think it might have been a B actually, and just kind of reamed it around. So I guess I had something blocking the sound hole for it. So cool. Problem solved. Saved me $70.
Be back in 2.
What do y'all think about all these self-driving vehicles?
I think a self-driving vehicle would not work on a spinning globe, is what I think.
Yeah, I'm not so keen on them at the moment, but I can see how the old age pensioners might appreciate it. My concern is that they're not safe enough yet. Batteries are still exploding in the cars themselves, and then they're on fire, for example, leading to fires. And yeah, and I'm not so keen. I'm a petrol head, I'm not really into the electric cars at all and autonomous and that. And then they want to bring in flying cars as well now. So you have a danger of a car malfunctioning in the air, could land on your house, could land on you. These are silly ideas. Ideas gone out of control. Although, go ahead.
Right, GNCBR1, we're supposed to have flying cars. I remember the Jetson. We should have flying cars, but hang on, what's going on?
That's right, Dave Hinkle. Yeah, well, they're working on it. It's called Toyota here, the same name as the brand. It's actually a city here in Japan, and they're working on it. They're currently putting it through its tests right now. But like I said, I don't like the idea of flying cars above our heads. That's an accident waiting to happen.
What does Toyota mean in Japanese?
I forgotten. I remember being told, but I can't remember. I have to look that up. Really, I don't remember it offhand.
You know, Jen, I remember watching the Jetsons. I don't remember them having any crashes in the sky. They did just fine. So we're as good as the Jetsons, right?
Yeah, that's right. If we were all cartoon characters, yeah, that'd be okay. But flesh and blood, bones. A car landing on you will kill you instantly.
Does Toyota mean fertile rice paddies?
I don't know.
It
I
says
have
the
to look
original
it
name
up.
was Toyoda with a DA.
DA, yeah, Toyota. That's right. Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a quick question for the panel here. Y'all ready?
Go
Am I
on.
working? Is there anyone here that thinks the Earth is a spinning ball? Go ahead.
Yeah, anybody? That question never changes from Dave Hinkle. It's always delivered in the same way. I like the ending. Go ahead. So no one ever comes up. Look, see, so the Earth isn't spinning, ladies and gentlemen, according to the flat earthers who have investigated it. But yeah, I mean, I can see the electric car having its success, provided it has its own lane. I think you've got to have your own lane for the electric car, right? And then leave the petrol heads to have their lane and carry on overtaking each other and having fun. And then the electric car, program it to where you want to go, and then you just sit back, read the newspaper, and it will take you to your destination safely because it's in its own lane, and there you are. When the vehicle has its own lane, then the likelihood of having accidents are reduced dramatically. But if you want to put it in amongst other petrol engine cars and everything else, no, the accidents are going to increase, I would imagine. And I think it should have its own lane. Then it can be a successful mode of transport. That's what I think. And as for flying cars, no. That's what I'm saying there. Just a no there. You'd have to limit its destination to, I mean, who could use it? Those corporate businessmen and women. I don't know. I just don't think it's a good idea having drone type cars above our heads. No, man, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I would say it's very dangerous.
Well, the reason why I asked it what Toyota meant in Japanese, because Mitsubishi means like the 3 stars. I don't know what the 3 stars are. I guess it's a trine.
No, it means 3 diamonds. Mitsubishi wa Mitsubishi is diamond. So that's a 3 diamond brand, Mitsubishi. Okay.
Right, but it's alluding to the 3 star. There's a 3 star trine that they're representing, and then Nissan also represents like a planet or a star or a star planet conjugation. I don't remember, but I think it's funny how they name these things after these deities, these stars, these luminaries.
Right. Well, Mitsubishi definitely means three diamond brand, and when you look at the logo, you can definitely see 3 diamonds right there. And Mitsu means 3, Bishi means diamonds. So Mitsubishi, 3 diamond brand. Toyota, yeah, I heard the meaning before, but I've since forgotten it. That hasn't stuck in my head. Although it's Japan's top manufacturing brand, Toyota, yeah. And then you have Honda, biting at its heels. And then you've got the Mitsubishis and the Mazda, which is actually Matsuda, actually is the real name. But because in the West, that you wouldn't be able to pronounce Matsuda, so they say Mazda instead. Okay. And then you have Nissan, which used to be Toyota. So not Toyota, sorry, Datsun. Yeah, Datsun. That's right. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, Datsun. You see, so they moved from Datsun to Toyota.
Nissan.
Yeah, see, Nissan means for me 2 and 3, 23. Ni 2, San 3, 23.
Well, when Americans say Nissan, they're pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Ich ni san shi 1, 2, 3, 4. Ich ni san shi Nissan. But I'll find out. I'll look in it later on and find out what it actually means. I'm bothered now.
Hey, Jen, as far as the flying cars, I mean, private citizens randomly zipping around above our heads with heavy metal, it's not a problem, right? What could possibly go wrong? Come on.
What could possibly go wrong? Your battery cuts out. and now you're losing lift and you're dropping dramatically. Yeah, no, it's very dangerous to have flying cars and flying bikes. I think it's a silly idea. Definitely a no there. Electric cars with their own lanes provided. Okay, yeah, why not? Electric cars go along.
Electric cars are obsolete already.
Yeah, that you see, this is what they're saying already. That the petrol will be around for a long, long time because the manufacturing they've overproduced it already in China, and they're not selling. See, they're not selling these cars at the moment. So there you are, mass production, and they're not being sold. Right, and they're obsolete because they're forever changing. In that sense, So anyone's got an electric car now that they've received a lot of upgrades and changes since then. Even 10 years ago, let's say. So no, I'm not interested in the electric car. Not really. Maybe if I was really, really old, and I want to get around, but I can't drive, let's say, well, okay, there you are. Your electric car can get to your destination. Go ahead.
The problem with the electric car is the current range with lithium batteries is not that good.
Yeah.
Because
2
decades ago, someone proposed that if we made modern steam engines, which were plug-in steam engines, so you would plug it in overnight using standard household electricity. You don't need any fancy charger, just standard household electricity. You plug it in overnight and it would run for an entire week of normal drive. Can't do that with battery electric cars today. You'd have to charge it at least 2 or 3 times for a week of driving.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. They did have a success with the electric car back in the 90s with, I think, General Motors put out a EV1, it's called. So look it up. The EV1 documentary called Who Killed the Electric Car, and then Who Killed the Electric Car 2. There's a sequel to that, okay? The up-to-date news is in that. But they had great success with the EV1, and then what did they do? They crushed it. So the EV1 back in the 90s was a very successful electric car. You could plug it in with your electric socket and overnight whilst you were sleeping. It had a good range, I think 200 miles or just under. Okay, one charge.
Wasn't that good. I think it was 90 miles, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Well, all right. Then 90. Yeah. Okay. 90 miles. But you couldn't buy it. You could only rent it. That was the problem. So you couldn't buy it to own. You had to rent it, and it was like $500 a month or something like that to rent this EV. But it was successful. Everybody who rented it loved it, and then GM crushed it because it was so successful. There wasn't making much money from it in the way of like servicing intervals. There was nothing to service. Look at it, plug it in, it's all still there. That's it. Nothing to service.
Yeah.
Regenerative braking. So when you applied your brakes, you're getting recharging going on there. Yeah. So basically, it was a financial disaster in the way of trying to make money from it. And then they wouldn't let you own one, so you had to keep renting it. And then they crushed them all. But there's a few dotted around in the United States, in museums and that. There's a few there, but they crushed the majority. Yeah, which was like a waste, really, because I thought that was pretty good, the EV1. Very quick acceleration and that. Yeah, I think you're right, about 90 miles range. Yeah, so as long as you limited it to that, you could get around and had a nice vehicle. It looked nice as well. Look, it looked like a copy of the Honda, or should I say, maybe Honda copied them, the Honda's hybrid and the Citroen. A copy of the French Citroen. It looked similar to that, the silhouette, if you will. So if you look at the vehicle, just take its silhouette shape. Looked like a Citroen, French brand. But yeah, it did very well. I thought that was a good electric car. I thought, but I'm a petrol head anyway.
It was a
Yeah, go
good
ahead.
first start, but they started the first generation used lead acid batteries, which is not
Are we
sustainable.
talking about the Tesla or what electric car are we talking about?
We're talking about the EV1, which was manufactured back in the 1990s. That was very
Wow.
successful. Lead batteries, of course, could be replaced with lithium, so that wouldn't be a problem to swap the batteries over, of course. So you don't have to use, like you said,
Well,
so you could swap it over. But it was a very good car.
yeah, it had a good concept, and it was the
What brand? What
two-seater commuter car.
what company was behind it?
That'd be
General
General
Motors.
Motors, American General Motors, yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Many people were in tears when they found out that the cars were going to be crushed, because even though they were renting them on a monthly basis, obviously it would be the rich and well-to-do with who could afford $500 a month. They were very, very disappointed. They actually protested outside GM Motors, and they followed the trucks to the crushing facility, and they protested outside there as well. There you go, you know. And of course, those protesters never bought GM ever again. So it was detrimental to GM. GM lost. They lost in many ways, I think. Yeah.
Well, like I said, it was more of a prototype vehicle, and GM said, we could do better than that. So they canceled the program, and they had to. The reason why they had to take them all back is because if you produce a car out to the public and you sell it to the public, you
Yeah.
have to produce 10 years worth of parts for it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if they never sold it to the public, they don't have to keep producing the parts.
That's right. That's
So
a
they save a
clever
ton of money
strategy.
that way.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree to that. Clever strategy there, but again, it was detrimental to them because their name was mud in American automotive market. The consumer, those who loved the car, never bought GM again because of that shenanigan, you know.
Yeah, but they only produce 1,000 of them, so losing 1,000 customers isn't really a lot for GM.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that would
You
be
sell
that would
millions
be
of cars a year.
yeah, okay, but some customers, because anyone seeing that, even if you weren't a GM motor, or even if you did own, you'd think that wasn't very clever. That was a bit of a wastage. Especially as the car performed well. The car performed well, really well, as far as I was concerned. It was a successful model. Okay, like you mentioned, the batteries, okay, but that could be upgraded. The thing is, it was a very successful model. It looked good. The interior was good. It was safe. Regenerative braking. I liked all the technologies were working well. It's just that there was no money coming from it as such. If a consumer owned one, the intervals would be checking tire pressures, just check the battery charge, and then you go off. So there's nothing, no oil filters, no engine oil changing, tappets, valves, like you get from your regular car. Okay.
Well,
There was very less moving parts to service. That's what I'm saying. Very few.
Yeah, the other reason they removed it from the market is because Honda put out their EV Plus, and so now they had competition.
Yep, that's
And they
right.
had to slash their lease rates by 25% down to like $400 a month.
Right. Okay,
So,
yeah, Honda came in. That's right.
But the lease, believe it or not, the lease charges also include installation of the level 2 home charger.
Right.
So you lease the car, they came and installed the charger for you.
Right.
No
right.
charge to you.
Yeah, that was a bargain. And then
So that
also they
is
had the emergency
normally
charger.
just installing a level 2 charger in a home is most electricians charge around $1,000 for that.
Yeah. And then they had the emergency charger unit as well. They had with that car. That was pretty clever idea.
The portable charger.
Yeah, the portable charger. That's the one. Yeah. So I thought they worked out pretty well. That was a very nice looking car, very fast, only 90 miles range there. Sure, that could have been with the modern batteries that could go up to less than 120. Right. So you had a potentially good car back in the 90s, but there we are. They crushed it.
The second gen the second gen version in 1999. That had metal hydride batteries, and that had a greater range.
Yeah.
That had about up to 140 miles.
Well, there you are. You see. So it was a successful car. I'm right in saying that it was a successful build there, and that's why the title of the documentary is so. Who killed the electric car? And then the sequel to that, the follow-up, Who Killed the Electric Car 2? You need to watch both of those documentaries because they bring you. The second one brings you semi up to date because even that one was in a 2005, I think, documentary somewhere there, 2006. So we've moved on since then, of course, right? But they're still worth a viewing just from the historical content. And remember, all this happened on a flat Earth. This never happened on a ball that's spinning through the universe. Okay, all right. Don't forget that.
مميز قال
جوعان.
تبغى كيف تشالي شو عندك انا تقول الناس
Yeah.
أجل
So I think electric cars can have their place, provided they have their own lanes, right? And right, and then down to anyone who wants to use their car can buy one, and you're in your own lane there, and that's it. Away from the petrol heads. You've got to keep them separate, I think.
So hello.
Hello, right, welcome. What can we do for you today? What can we do for you? What can we do you for? Okay, nothing then. Well, hello. I see that my idea of having an exoskeleton kind of frame jacket thing that you wear that helps you to move your limbs for those who cannot walk at all has now been picked up here in Japan. They're working on it, and it's got like GPS. Everything that I said as an idea is now being produced. Well, being tested. So can you imagine? You can't walk here. Okay, you put on this exoskeleton that wraps around your body, around your legs, arms, and that. Okay, right, and then you program it through your smart device where you want to go, and then you're off walking, and you can control the speed, of course. And now you're moving, you're mobile, walking around your neighborhood, going to the supermarket. You're able to do your own shopping, for example, go for a walk in the park. Yeah. Can you imagine that? That's a great use of the technology, I think. Most of my Japanese students were saying, nah, it wasn't a good idea. But now I'm not sure what company it is, but they're working on it. Yeah, I like the idea of that.
Yeah, we're going to need a new jacket technology when the mimics invade.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I like. Yeah, I think that's a user-friendly application of the electronic technology. Provided they test it fully in rainy conditions, because that's where you need to really do the most testing, in wet conditions when it's raining. Is this exoskeleton waterproof, rainproof? And I mean heavy downpour. You might have to wear a jacket on top of that. Okay, fine, but still,
Just throw
let's
it in a
test it.
swimming pool and find out if it
Well,
works.
yeah, exactly. That would be my sentiments exactly. Yeah, can you swim with it? Because that would be the test in the rain. Of course, you'd have an umbrella. Japanese like to use the umbrella. I like my raincoats, my Gore-Tex raincoats and trousers. So that would, help if I were to use it in the rain.
But you know why they don't want us to have flying cars, right?
Why?
Because then they have no control of us. We can go wherever we want.
We're free. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Again, what would be the range of your flying car, though? That's the thing. What range would you have?
Oh, with the efficient engines we have these days, you could easily get 1,000 miles.
So these flying cars are going to be petrol engined?
No, not necessarily, but
All
there are efficient engines out there. So
1,000 miles. Hmm.
yeah, because there are engines for vehicles that can designed to produce over 150 miles per gallon.
Right. And then when you run out 1,000 miles, what do you then do? Recharge?
And you got to land and refuel.
Okay. So you're talking about petrol engines then? Refuel?
Yeah, because that's the easiest for now. You can't really use batteries because batteries get heavy for aircraft, and that's the problem. You want the aircraft to be as light as possible.
Right. And with the fuel diminishing as it's being used, then weight is being dropped. Yeah. So yeah, it makes for a better system, of course. I agree.
Because there was a gentleman who wanted to do personal jetpacks, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the jetpacks right now, you're lucky if you can get 90 seconds of use out of them. But his design would allow someone to at least use 30 minutes, and that could be extended with additional fuel tanks.
Yeah. Still a dangerous way to go. Anyway, dangerous mode of transport. That jetpack as well could all go wrong for you. And you definitely would need a helmet, of course. You probably need some kind of body armor, in case you crash. Yeah, that wouldn't be very safe. That as an amusement, weird sensation kind of entertainment. Yeah, mode of transport. I think that'd be different. Again, that wouldn't be very safe.
Yeah.
What they're called, not the ones that you use out on the lakes and that, where the water's been rising up. That was quite nice. I enjoyed that, but again, still not safe. You know. You have them as a jetpack, or you have them like a surfboard, bodyboard. And it was hydro powered.
Hello. No zaku digi shar. Na da ka samni widai padi zeki bas. Hello. Padi bani utrai ka wi bas. Da ini group.
Right. Hello and welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How are you and what can we do for you? Okay, never mind.
You have to remember, Jen, once in a while people get shoved into this room from other rooms.
Yeah. I tend to suffer that as well.
Oh, I don't know if you're still gonna me or not. I'm here to hang out. I'm just, I don't know. What's up? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good, going steady. And that. Do you have any questions, any queries, maybe anything? One query you may have. Whilst you're hanging out, do you have any questions we could be answering for you?
I mean, I agree with most things you guys say. So, like,
Okay, well, then that's very good then. So you agree that we're saying, for example, we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth. If it's there, it should be measurable. And the fact that we're finding extended horizontality, no drop over distance, hence flat Earth, and water usually lying flat wherever you see it. That's proving we're living on a flat Earth. Yeah, you agree to that, do you?
Yep. I mean, I don't know the shape, but I don't see how it can be a sphere with those principles. You can't prove there's curvature and the water would just fall off the earth. So, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I appreciate the statement you said you don't know the shape. Yeah, neither do we. We don't know the shape, but what we can say is that it's not an oblate spheroid. It is not that shape. Yeah. And water does generally roll off a ball. Yeah, and accumulates level under that ball. So, right. And then the globals will kick in with their gravity, but then we say, what's gravity? And how has it been proven? And can you now please show us all spheres with inherent gravity holding on to balls? Holding on to water, should I say? Balls holding on to water. No, spherical balls don't do that. While spinning or rotating at 1,037 miles per hour, supposedly at the equator, where you get the most centrifugal force. Right, so come along. Please show me how water would be staying on a ball at that rate of rotation. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you agree with that then. So how did you come into the topic, by the way? How did you find this? What led you here?
I've been, toying around with the idea for like 4 or 5 years, and I've been coming in here for like 2 months. I feel like.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go back to 5 years ago. So what happened 5 years ago? What happened to you?
I was on an airplane, and I was expecting, like curvature and stuff, and I just didn't observe it. So kind of like bummed out. So
Right. I see. Yeah. So 5 years ago, yeah, flat Earth was up and running by then. So you'd caught onto it that way. Yeah. In my case, I'd been investigating the moon landing hoax since 2001. So for 14 years, I've done this investigation, and I'd run out of material, so I thought. But in 2014, flat Earth videos were being recommended in my selection bar, and I didn't click on it because I thought it was stupid. You know what I mean? So it wasn't until December of 2015, December 26th, Boxing Day, that I decided to click on one of these stupid flat Earth videos. What could I possibly learn from these idiots? Only to find out that I was the idiot, you see, within minutes. Yeah, I was the idiot. Was cool. Because everything that was put down by the video that I watched represented the life that I've been living on the Earth. Okay, so I just and then I had my own personal flashbacks and thought how stupid I missed all these clues. What a dumbass! I thought. Okay, so that's what happened to me 11 years ago, 2015, December 26th. So all been knowing to myself is that I've been recording flat Earth without even realizing it. Okay, all my visuals and memories are nothing but horizontality. I've never experienced the curvature, never seen it. Right, and you mentioned an aeroplane. Yes, I started flying 1969. That was my first trip with my family to Nigeria. That was a horizontal flight all the way. It didn't take a curved trajectory. 2 years later, I'm returning by ship, 2 weeks from Nigeria back to England. That was 2 weeks on the ocean. Again, the ocean was level, the horizontal was level, 360 degrees. So as a growing up, my experiences on the Earth at that time was nothing to do with globe at all. It was all horizontal, but I didn't realize it. I'd even heard of the flat Earth as well in Nigeria. That was the first time I heard of the flat Earth. And it was galvanized in my head that the Earth couldn't be flat because ships would fall off the edge, you see. Okay. And at that time, NASA had gone to the moon. Okay. They'd gone to the moon, supposedly, and landed and everything. So I had all that information, which was really junk and deception, in my head, and it galvanized my little brain into thinking we were on a ball Earth, of course. Okay. So yeah. I had a rude awakening there because I've been in the army as well, and that exposes you to a lot of nature in its rawness when you're jumping out of parachutes, abseiling, mountaineering, canoeing, everything you could think of we were doing, and it reveals, nature is revealed, but you're not picking that up. I didn't register any of that, you see, didn't clock. And then as an adult traveling around the world by myself or with my girlfriends at the time, again, I'm seeing Earth in its beauty and not picking up the horizontality of it. It's there in my memory, okay, but at the time it didn't register. I didn't click, didn't hit on it. So only afterwards, looking back, and that's when the embarrassment kicks in, of course, because I'm having to look back now of something that I should have picked up at that moment, but I didn't. Yeah. So for me, it's very, very poignant, the awakening I had in 2015, without a doubt. And a few truths had to be accepted, and that was I was deceived for 48 years because I was 54 at the time. So I've subtracted the years of my childhood days, kindergarten, and that was obviously you're not carrying anything there. But for 48 years, solid elementary school onwards, I was deceived. And yeah. So it was a proper wake up call for me. And because of that, it has enabled me now to articulate this flat Earth, not just purely from the shape and the deception, but actually deep into the psychology of the deception, how that works, and how every individual needs to look into his or herself for that truth. Because it's down to the individual to come to that conclusion. It doesn't matter how many videos you watch and how many times you're told. You personally have to go out and see that flat Earth for yourself to make the claim it's flat. That's a fact. Even though the videos are there, you've still got to connect for yourself. You want to know you're on that flat Earth. And I've been doing that all my life without knowing. That's the thing, that we've all been recording flat Earth without realizing. It's not until you go out there, reevaluate what you see, check your past, check the pasts of your mum and dad, and then your grandparents, their photographs, and you will see the thing that is missing is curvature in those photographs when they're out in the ocean or at the beach or wherever. Okay? There's no curvature in any of the images. Thank you very much. Stop there. So yeah, I'm talking to you from Japan. Whereabouts are you on the Earth? Yeah. So the longer you research the flat Earth and discuss, debate, and introduce it, then the more apt you become to explain out the intricacies of it. It's not much. It's more the intricacies of the heliocentric model and all of its flaws that you need to get a grip with and deliver that to the would-be glober who thinks he or she who thinks they're living on a spinning ball. You're able to articulate the flaws in the model, the impossibilities. Then if they want to entertain space travel, again, I'm able to discuss the impossibilities of that. It will never happen. It can never happen. We will never have the technology to do that. So, that's how far we can go with this and really expose the deception and the misuse of the taxpayers' money with all those space agencies stealing your money there. So what I'm saying is, so coming onto platforms like these, you pick up, you listen, and then you pick up all the language, the terminologies, the methodologies and that. And then, yeah, you can then articulate it to your friends and families, associates, and people you might happen to meet in your travels. Yeah, that's what I've been doing now. 11 years now, loving it. It took me 3 years to get my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law to come round. 3 years. My wife, on the other hand, 8 years. But it wasn't through pressuring. I didn't pressure them. I'm always talking about it. Yeah. So why not at the dinner table? Yes. Family gatherings. Right. And that's how they came round. My brother took 2 years, and then my youngest brother hasn't come round 11 years. Vehemently not a globe. Sorry, not flat Earth. But there we are.
Why do you think that is? That some people can wake up and others don't?
It's an emotional attachment with my brother. In my brother's case, who is a devout Muslim, means he prays 5 times a day. If you can imagine the amount of time he has invested in doing that over the years to hear flat Earth, he thinks I'm behaving childish. I need to grow up and grow some balls and grow up. I said to him, hang on a minute. If we are given the specifications to the Earth, shouldn't we be able to measure it and confirm? Well, that's what we're doing. We're actually going out now and trying to confirm those numbers. So it is possible because we have that technology. We can do. So now that's where he falls and stumbles, because he now realizes that that is true. So now it's just him being ignorant, if willful ignorance in my brother's case, because I've explained to him right down to the fact that he can prove it for himself. And it's also written in the Quran, right? So now it's ego that's holding him back. Okay, so that's what happens. It's that emotional attachment, and the ego is the problem. Okay? Yeah. Because when I ask anybody who's a glober coming in, that if we are given the numbers to the globe and the size of it, should we not be able to measure and confirm that? Doesn't that mean logically, And at first they say, no. I said, that's ridiculous. What do you mean? So when you go to the shop to buy your new clothes, you might have seen them online. Yeah. And they give you the medium, and then you go and check it for yourself before you buy it in the shop, for example. You see, you can prove it that way, right? So it's the same with the globe. If they give us the numbers, it means without a doubt we should be able to confirm that. You can't put numbers down.
Numbers doesn't add up, dude.
Yeah, thank you. So you can't give us numbers and then not be able to prove them. Don't be silly. Yeah, right. And then when that logic finally is realized by the glober, then they say, I'm going to have to go and check. That's right. You're going to have to go and check because we're right. We're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the problem there. It's the psychology behind the fight within themselves. Ego and emotional attachment, willful ignorance, la, fingers in the air, don't want to look, that kind of thing. Okay? What's going on? Yeah. And then those who do want to check have succumbed to the responsibility
But
that they
I
have.
have a question for
They,
you though. How
yeah,
did
go ahead.
you end up in Japan?
No, I'm in Japan because my wife's Japanese.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, yeah, my wife's Japanese. So basically, with that being said, generally people succumb to the truth that they have a responsibility, that they know if they want to know whether or not the earth is a globe, they have to go and check it. If this man is telling me it's not, and he's telling me and he's giving me all these evidence and these proofs, and he's explained my life away to me, right? Because that's what you do. You tell them about their lives and how they've been living. Then they know they have a personal responsibility to check. Because my question to them is, whose life are you living? Are you living the life where you're in control of your, or are you living the life that is out there, which I call the system, and all the flaws and deceptions and temptations that are out there that are leading you away from the truth,
But the
devaluing
system
your
doesn't
health?
like it when people are waking up and criticizing and asking questions. The system doesn't like asking questions. You to ask questions.
Very good. Exactly. They don't like it in schools. They don't like it out on the streets, in the public. They don't like any of that. That word of mouth. They hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you have to have a good understanding of psychology and human behavior to get the individual to realize that something is wrong and they are part of that. And then they're going to walk up and think, yeah, that Jim got it right. Let me go and check this thing. Shut him
But
up.
that's the thing. Some people don't want to wake up. They want to live in the lie.
Right.
They feel
That's the
comfortable.
indoctrination.
It's comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the indoctrination. Hence, they are the problem. Why the world is a mess. Because they're allowing the system to control them, thus giving the governments the power to poison and deceive us, for example.
Yep.
To mental deprivation. Yeah. Because you're just following one system, you're not checking anything.
Exactly. How did you wake up?
Well, I mean, I've always been a person that tries to keep it real. So my first awakening in my life was the awakening to slavery back in the, I would have to say, late 60s, early 70s, because I read 2 books that my dad gave me to read. Okay. I've been to Africa by this time and that I'd come back. So let's say the beginning of the 70s, my dad gave me 2 books to read about slavery. And when I read the 2 books, I understood why I was getting a lot of attacks, racial attacks from the whites in England, from the kids and everyone there. Okay. Which gave me that the book empowered me because I realized I had a right to live. So that was my first awakening. And then I asked my dad, Daddy, why did they slave us? Why did they do that to us? You know, and obviously he explained it away as they were making money and they found new land, so they needed people to work the new land. That's why they took us there. Okay, right. So that's my first awakening. Ever since that day, I decided to live my life real. Remember, I'm a kid, 9 years old, 10 years old, and I'm making some fundamental decisions that I live by today. Okay, right. And that's when my awakening began. Okay, so I kept it real. So obviously I still believed in space and that. I didn't believe in aliens, so I shut out aliens because I knew that was fake and completely, you know. You could blame the cartoons for that because, you know, when you're watching aliens in cartoons and suddenly they're real, you just laugh as a kid. So, you know, there's no such thing. Right. Moon landing hoax, I believed right up until 2001. That's when I first investigated. I got a computer, my wife's computer, and decided to investigate it. And I made the discovery that we never went to the moon. Although a friend of mine in 1995, I would have been, 34 years of age, tried to inform me that they didn't go to the moon. And I asked him for his evidence. He says, my mum told me. And I said to him, you and your effing mum can effing go to hell you bunch of effing lunatics, blah, blah, blah. I really swore at him at the time, you see, as well. And I said, I said to him that they don't lie on TV, even though they do, and I didn't realize. They don't lie on TV is what I said. And I saw that on television. I saw it live. So no, they went to the moon. So it wasn't until 2001, having this computer now, access to information, and wow, did I have an awakening there. And that's what began. I did all the other conspiracies on the computer, and the last conspiracy was flat. Okay.
Do they lie on the internet too, or just like the TV?
Well, of course, misinformation is definitely on the internet. Absolutely. That's what I'm now discovering. I discovered it back then, and I'm discovering it now still, because AI is coming in and removing some really good information and swapping it for misinformation.
Well,
So
what
we
if
are in
AI has been around for a long time, but they just haven't disclosed it? They disclosed it recently.
Artificial intelligence. Well, that's true. That's a possibility. I can't knock that. But the point is, it's being rolled out now and being used. And as we speak, information is being swapped and manipulated and changed as we speak. So that's why I'm very lucky that in 2001, I used my wife's computer. It was a Note one, a Fujitsu notebook, A4 size. So I was lucky I was using that. And I accessed a lot of information from 2001 right up until let's have a look, 2015, when I became a flat earther. So I used a lot. I downloaded a lot of information into my head, memories of good material. Okay.
How did you verify that stuff was real?
Oh, basically, the information that I received totally matched my experience. That was my method of discernment. Okay, because your lifestyle would dictate to you your memories, of course. And when the video is matching your lifestyle, the life that you live on Earth, fine. You know, I've witnessed vacuums, seen outgassing going on. So we know that NASA could never go to the moon due to the outgassing phenomena. And there's a more important one than that, the second law of thermodynamics. So we can't leave Earth anyway. So second law of thermodynamics shuts down any chance of going to space. It's not a place we can go to. Things do not work in a vacuum. We can't go there. You can't have a pressurized system in a vacuum without a container. So clearly, NASA has lied. So it's a case of now reverse engineering. So the material that I watch, that's what they do, the scrutineers, I call them, and they reverse engineer everything for us. So it all makes sense. You can't fool nature. Okay? Oh, yeah. And I'm lucky that I watched that material back then, and then I've noticed since then that new material is coming in and it's fake instantly. Yeah. Because it's trying to ask us to believe what is impossible. Okay. So then you look at the psychology of the deception, this new material, look at the way it's laid out, the language it's using, you record that so that when you see another piece of material on another topic matter, you can recognize a trait. Okay, so you've got to be alert. Okay, you've got to be alert. And then hold on to what you know, what you've proved to yourself, what's been proven, and you hold on to that and you don't let it go. You do not relinquish. Doesn't matter whoever they are, professors, whoever they are, you just don't relinquish and then stick to what's been proven and the basics, and they'll always crumble into dust in front of you. Yeah. Yeah. We are never going to go to space. We will never have that technology. So there's going to be lies all the time. Be prepared. I already know they're lying as soon as they start talking about space. Already. Can you see? So someone like me, a very good person to have around in educating those who are unaware, those who have been deceived. but there's a combination of things, factors that have to be brought in to get one individual to realize that there's something's gone wrong and they need to check. Because you've got to check to know. You don't listen to me and say, no, you check it and then you know. Yeah, man. So I'm fortunate because I've looked at a lot of material over the years. A lot of material covering numerous topics, okay, that affect our lives. So the early materials there, the new materials coming in, pushing out the old stuff, and they're interjecting this new material which is fake. Right, I'm lucky because I've got those dialed into my head now, and I can refer people to this old material if it's still available. Yeah. Yeah, nature will not be fooled. You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Okay?
Do people in Japan share the flat Earth, or is that a less known thing there?
Oh, it's embraced here in Japan. All flat earthers that are in Japan fully know it's flat. Some of them have produced books. In the University of Science Physics Tokyo, they have their English proficiency textbook notes that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. They did a passage, should I say, on flat earthers. Why are they becoming flat earthers and that? Yeah. And at the end of the English comprehension stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. So in Japan, it's there. Yeah. People are waking up slowly to that now. Mm.
Dang, that's surprising because Japan's so like high tech. You know, they got a really advanced space agency, and you think like the more high tech the society is, like the more reliant they are on the technology, like the less likely they'd be able to think about like a flat Earth as opposed to a globe.
Yeah. Well, that's it is well and truly there, and the majority of the Japanese think that the Japanese JAXA is telling them the truth, and the Earth is a globe. The majority of Japanese are like that, but flat Earth is definitely here, and people are waking up to it slowly. Yeah, you know, I had a 3-month debate with the students from the University of Science and Physics and their professor via Skype. And then in the end, they were calling me a great sensei because they heard their own professor stated categorically that he could not prove the Earth is a globe. And they said, well, that's an impossibility. You should be able to prove it because we've got the numbers. Why can't you prove it? And then the students themselves were doing all using their computers and that, doing the maths, doing the trigonometry, geometry. And they said, wow, it's flat. Because you can't measure it on the surface of the Earth. Go to the surface of the Earth first. Check it. Don't just use your computer. That's not enough. You've got to see it for real. Then you know. That's when they were calling me a great sensei after that. 3 months of talking to these individuals at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Yeah. Debates in their cafeteria. Yeah, man. It was good. So
That's really what it should be. I mean, a conversation like that really should take 3 months because that's a lot of work, a lot of things you got to go over. That's awesome that you did that. Like you didn't just get away; you kept the conversation going for that long.
I just came from the edge of the earth.
How was it? How was it for you?
Hey man, I saw some things, man.
Yeah. So clearly, we flat earthers don't say there is an edge of the earth, because purely if we have 14.7 psi, right, that would mean there would have to be some kind of container in place in order for the air molecules and the gas pressures to collide with one another, collide with the container to build that pressure up. So any chance of you getting to any edge would be totally impossible. God hasn't created the earth so that you could just fall off the edge, let's say, okay, on this flat earth. So any idea of falling off the edge is just totally dispelled. That is a physical impossibility. You would never fall off of this earth, ever. You will not be able to fly off this earth either. You're not going to be flying away from the earth and leave the earth behind. That's never going to happen. You are on this earth and you are in that container contained. Okay? And that's the beauty of it, that something, God has created this earth for us to live in safely. Now, there's dangers, of course, earthquakes, recent fires, some of them are man-made now, tsunamis, so things can happen, but it's all here on earth. It's not, you're going to fall off the edge. That's an impossibility. That will never happen. You see, when I speak with that kind of resolution, should make you think. That's the whole point. I'm hitting your psychological buttons. Start thinking. Because, the idea of an edge is a ridiculous thing. Although, yeah, it's flat. I get it. But you're in a container. So you're not going to be able to get to the edge to fall off. Okay? Even if there is one. Yeah. So, you don't fall off the edge. But you can easily fall off a ball, I think. What's going to keep you on the ball, Yeah. What's going to keep you on the ball? Because as far as I'm concerned, as soon as you start to move on the ball, you're going to get to a point where you're just going to fall off of it. So yeah, all right, no chance of space travel, no chance of falling off the edge of the Earth, even if there is one, because you are currently in a contained environment, 14.7 psi, and you're enjoying that. You're alive and well. So there you are. I don't know if that's well for you. It's not well for me, but there you are. We're under tyranny through the technological technocracy that's being applied to every human being on the earth. So yes, we do have some issues, and flat earth highlights all those issues, by the way. If they can lie to you about the place you live, the earth, and they started that from your elementary school days, and then they've reinforced it all through your life to the present day now, then they can lie about everything. And you have to check everything. Yeah. And it's a worthwhile pursuit, because it's this, when you are checking these deceptions, you're also in a roundabout way canceling yourself. Okay. So you're canceling your own brain and your body and your emotions. It levels you out. It wakes you up. It brings you to some realization. Right. And that realization should be, governments don't have my back. These people are criminals. They are endangering humanity. They are lunatics, etc., etc. When you have that realization, you would want to not be voting for your demise through the tyrannical, technological technocracy that we have. You don't want that at all. You should be fighting against that, because you were born to be free. not to be enslaved in a system of devaluation. Right. And that would be giving thanks to the Creator, to be exact, because you do owe the Creator everything that you have, your very existence. And that's why I hate governments at the moment. They're devaluing our lives. Think of all those people who have died in unnecessary wars through this deception. Okay? We've reached rock bottom. We've gone through. We're finished at the moment. If we don't wake up, flat Earth is that beginning. And those of us who have had military experience can speak to the negativity of wars and that, and you know, and the false ideology. You know, my country, but your country, yes, the land, the soil, grow your food, eat it, okay. But the government, no. The one that's sending you into danger to go and kill someone else in another country, no. That entity has to be stopped in its tracks immediately. Oh, finally, lack of curvature, lack of rotational spin. You yourselves haven't experienced these features of that globe you're supposed to live on. You've seen everything water level, horizontal everywhere, no rotation. We, the flat earthers, have actually tried to verify and confirm the 3,959 mile radius of the Earth. Okay, that radius, we're not able to prove that. It's not there. We're finding extended horizontality every time we check. So we're not on a ball Earth. We're not spinning through the universe. Okay? And that universe that none of us have confirmed to exist. You see? So I say to you, please check. Thank you very much. So to whoever that was that came, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And if you have any questions related to the flat Earth, why are we saying it's flat? Okay, or the heliocentric model, and you have proof of curvature, please open your mic and explain away. And if Matrix is listening, I've noticed you're not here, Matrix. What's going on? Okay, end of. Hopefully he's getting well. He had a little bit of a cold a couple of days ago, let's say last week. Hopefully he's recovering from that, because I haven't seen him in here for a couple of days now.
Who was that, Jen?
Yeah, sorry, but that was Matrix. Yeah, last week he wasn't feeling that well. You know, he was a little bit under the weather, and I've noticed this week he hasn't been in, and at the tail end of last week as well.
He was here yesterday.
Oh, okay. Then I've missed him. All right, that's cool then.
Yeah, he was here yesterday afternoon here, East Coast. So he's definitely here.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I thought he hadn't been around for a while.
Well, now if he had a cold, he's recovered from it because he's as loud as ever.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, right. All right. I've just missed him then. Different timings.
Hello, audible. Hello, guys. I'm audible. Isha, am I audible?
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How can we help you today? Do you have any questions? Hello. Do you have any questions related to the topic matter? Flat Earth, your heliocentric globe model. No? Okay. Well, anyway, we extended a hello. Come in, chill out, and relax. I'm about to give myself a haircut, so I'm going to go on mute and just listen. But if I need to step in, I will. But I'm going to give myself a haircut now.
Hello, audible. Am I audible, guys?
Yeah, look, we welcomed you to the server only 2 minutes ago. Now, do you have any? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, like, tell me, why do you believe that Earth is flat?
Okay, okay. Well, I will tell you why I know the Earth is flat. It is not a belief. It is because we are not able to measure the picture of the Earth. Do you understand?
Okay.
Right. So you understand that, yeah? That we've tried to measure the curvature of the Earth. You know, the 8 inches per mile squared to make up the radius of 3,959 mile radius. We're not able to measure that radius. Okay? Does that make sense?
Okay.
So my
Okay.
question
Now,
to you, hang on. My question to you is, have you measured the radius of the Earth?
no.
No. Okay. So then that means you don't know the Earth is a globe. Correct, yes? Correct, yes?
No,
Yeah.
no. Like, you are saying that if I haven't measured, so I don't know. It's
Correct.
not true, bro.
That is correct. Because if you haven't
No,
measured the
no.
curvature of the Earth, hold on. If you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, then you don't know that curvature is there or not. You don't know that. It's correct, isn't it?
Okay. Let's say yes.
Well, yeah, that's the truth. Allah is watching. That's the truth. If you haven't measured the curvature, you can't say it's there. Okay? In the case of that. Right.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, what is your best proof that you know the Earth is a globe? Because you haven't measured it. So how would you know?
Uh, because if ship is going from one direction, it reaches the same direction. It proves that Earth is globe. It
Not
reaches
really,
the same
no.
point.
No, that's not true at all, because that's often said that when the ship is moving on the ocean from the beach and you're looking at the ship going away, and then you can't see it, you think it's gone over the curvature, yes?
What do you say? Like
I
network was
said,
bad.
okay, I said the ship itself is moving away from you, and then at one point you don't see the ship anymore on the ocean. Is that right? The boat, you can't see it because it's gone over the curvature. Yeah?
Yeah, it will go over the horizon.
Yeah, over the horizon. Yeah, the curvature. Well, that's not true because we can pick up a pair of binoculars, binoculars, and we can see the ship. So it didn't go over the horizon. It just went beyond
Have
your
you
eyeballs. Hang on.
have
It
you
went.
seen the ship? Have you seen the ship?
Yes, I've seen the ship disappear and then reappear with my binoculars. Okay, so you need to do that as well. Okay, and then not only when the ship is disappeared from the binoculars, you can take your telescope and extend the telescope and still see the ship with a long range telescope.
Mm.
Okay, so the ship doesn't go over the horizon at all. No, it just goes beyond your eyeball's ability to see it on that horizon. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that's two things you've got to do. You've got to check at the beach with your binoculars, and then you've got to check the measurements of the curvature. That's two things you've got to do. Okay. Anything else? Any other proof? Because you don't have any at the moment. You have no proof at the moment. Do you have anything else? How else do you know that the Earth is a globe? Which you don't know at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else?
Wait. Just wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Okay. So far, you've mentioned two things. He's agreed that he hasn't measured the curvature of the Earth, so he can't know the Earth's a globe. He hasn't measured it. And then he's talked about ships going over the horizon. Well, we explained to him that's not true. The ship is only going beyond your eyeball's ability to see it, and it needs aid. So you use the binoculars, and the ship is still there, hasn't gone over the curvature. And then when it disappears from the binoculars' focal ability, you pick up a telescope. So, and all the while, the ship is still on the ocean, moving away from you. This could be as long as an hour, for example. Okay, so you work out the miles per hour of the ship, or knots per hour, and then you know how many knots it has done. Nautical miles, should I say? Nautical miles in that time. Okay, so, and then you have to ask yourself, when's it going to go over the horizon? When? It doesn't, because the Earth is flat and
Okay,
water.
so if Earth is flat, then how lunar eclipse happens?
Well, the lunar. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question is, how do lunar eclipses happen on a flat Earth? The point is
Yeah.
this:
How? Yeah.
yeah, I'm going to explain. The lunar eclipse doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Okay, because you're now looking up into the sky. You're on the Earth and you're looking at the sky. Right? That's not how you prove the shape of the Earth. You prove the shape of the Earth by measuring the Earth. That is the most accurate. That is the gold standard of accuracy. You measure the distance over the Earth, drop over distance. Eclipses do not prove the shape of anything. Okay?
Fellow human.
Okay, does that make sense? The eclipse is the proof of the Earth. Right. So he's obviously looking for more questions to ask ChatGPT, AI. That's where he's getting his questions from, no doubt.
Connected.
Sorry, can
Sorry
you
for
say
that.
again?
Like my net was disconnected. Sorry for that.
Okay, no problem. I said that the eclipse is not the proof of the shape of the Earth. No proof there. Zero. And you're looking in the wrong direction. The gold standard is to measure the surface of the Earth where you are. Okay, drop over distance. That's the gold standard. That is the most accurate.
Okay.
Okay, laser beam
Okay.
tests.
Here is my one friend. He also want to ask question. Ask
Okay,
it, bro.
please. What's his name?
Issue, bro. Ask it. Bro. Wait, he's unmuting. Issue, bro. Unmute it.
Okay. Where are you from? Where are you and your friend from? India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka?
No, I am from like India.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Where are you from, by the way?
Yeah, I didn't hear. Where are you from? I didn't hear you.
Okay. I am from India, bro. Where are you from?
Oh, okay. I'm from England. I'm an African from England, but I'm talking to you from Japan at the moment. Okay. So I'm actually an African born in the UK, talking to you from Japan. Okay. So, okay. You understand?
Okay. Now he is unmuted, so he will ask question. You should go forward.
Hello
Bro,
and welcome.
if
Hello and welcome.
hello,
Hello, welcome to you.
thank you, man. I have a one question. If
Yeah.
Earth is flat in your perspective, so why are they fooling to us like Earth is not flat?
Okay. The question is, why are the governments of the world lying about the shape of the earth? For the control of humanity, for the control of the human race. Okay, mind control. The human race is under a mind control deception currently, right now. Okay, and if you want to know whether or not the earth is a globe, all you need to do is measure the curvature of the earth. And when you discover that the earth is flat, then go and ask the government why they're lying. Okay. You will ask your Indian government, why did you teach me that the earth is a globe when it is flat? What is your point here? What are you doing? Okay. Does that make sense? Right. So remember, it is upon you to prove that what you were taught at school was correct. I've checked. My colleagues here have checked. We all know the earth is flat. We know this because we've checked it. You don't know you're on a globe because you haven't measured that yet. So you don't know you're on a globe. You believe it. You don't know it. There's a difference. Okay? You do not know the earth is a globe. You don't know that. Nobody knows that. Everybody
I know.
believes.
I came from space. I saw the Earth.
Right.
It is a flat plane.
Right. But anyway, we don't know the shape of the earth, flat earthers, but we know it's not an oblate spheroid. Do you have any other questions, please? Do you have any other questions, please? Questions? The guy from India. Please, do you have any more questions from India? Questions, please. Do the Indians have any more questions, please? Okay, so you know what you've got to do, right? The Indians now know what they've got to do. They've got to now prove to themselves that on a globe, because they don't know that. You heard them say they've never measured the curvature. Okay, right. So if you've never measured the curvature of the earth, how do you know you're on the earth? Oh, the ship's going up the horizon. Well, no, that's not true, because if you pick up your binoculars, you can see the ship. Once you can't see it with your eyes, you can see it through the binoculars. And when you cannot see it through the binoculars, you can see it through the telescope. So the ship going over the horizon, that's been debunked. That's not true. Okay, what other proof? Oh, eclipse. Well, again, you're looking in the wrong direction, because if you want to know whether the earth is curving, you don't look at the eclipse. How are you measuring? What accuracy are you bringing to this situation when you're looking at an eclipse? See, the idea is to measure the surface of the earth. That is the most accurate, the gold standard. That is unsurpassable. You will never get a better accurate measurement from the surface of the earth. If you're looking up in the sky, that's a waste of time. So there we are. So there's three. Okay? There we are.
Word, man,
So
word.
yeah. So there we are. Okay? The Indians know. They now know that they don't know the earth is a globe. They've been doing a lot of believing. Good.
Word, man.
Now go and check it.
They,
Go
they,
ahead.
they know the earth is, like, people realize this a long time ago.
That what? What did they realize?
That it's not a globe.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly that. The other funny thing is, and it is funny and interesting, is that every human being, unbeknown to him or herself, all they've done is recorded flat Earth. The brain is doing it on their behalf, and it will just take one triggered memory, and then realization of flat Earth, and then the memories come flooding back. all these places they visited were all flat without realizing it. That's the beauty of it all. The brain is there working all the time. So you've been living your life, okay, thinking you're on a globe. You now find flat Earth and you think, wow, what about the place when I went? Oh, that was flat. What about that was flat? What about when I went to Spain? Bloody hell, the plane that was flat. Wow, I've missed a lot of clues. That's what's going to happen because the brain records your life and you've recorded nothing but flat Earth, unbeknown to yourself. Such is the psychology of what's going on out there, that deception. If you don't look back in your life, then you're not living properly. You are a candidate and a victim of the system. The system wants you to look one way only, forward, and never look back. Unfortunately for them, I've been looking back all my life. So I can keep an eye on and make up the patterns, see the patterns of deception and how it is perpetrated on humanity. So I've been busy looking back beyond the point of when I was born. So I'm a historian, if you will. So one more call out for the Indians. If you've got any other questions, please ask us. If not, go out and check. Get your binoculars and get your laser beams or your video recorders and start recording Earth on the surface and see how far you can see. Right. Thank you very much. I should go back to having my hair cut now. I'm giving
I have
myself
one
a hair.
question more. I have one
Okay.
question more.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, if Earth is flat, how day and night is happening?
Oh,
Okay.
can I answer that?
Very good. Yeah, he was saying how is the day and night time zones, basically. Well, it's quite easy, isn't it? Because
No? Okay.
yeah, it's quite easy because every day the sun is moving above our head, okay, going to different countries. So currently now it's dark here in Japan. It is like 2:15 in the morning, okay? But in the next 3, 4, so the sun is moving above our head. That means the earth is so big that the sun itself cannot light up the whole earth at once. It's impossible because the sun's luminosity, the range of the power of the light from the sun is limited to locally only. Okay? Right? Does that make sense to you?
I didn't understand, bro.
Okay, let me explain it another way. You know a basketball gymnasium? You know basketball gymnasium? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I know basketball.
Okay, turn all the lights off.
Wow.
So now it's black and dark in the gymnasium. I switch on my flashlight, aiming to the ground. It doesn't light up the whole gymnasium. The whole gymnasium is not lit up. Only my local area at my feet. When I walk across the gymnasium, I begin to light up the gymnasium slowly. But where I was is becoming dark. Do you now understand? That the light, the light is with the sun and the sun moves over the earth. It cannot light up the whole earth. It cannot do that. Impossible. Okay?
Okay. So basketball is sun.
Can I
Okay.
try?
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead.
You know the light above your head on your ceiling? You know, the further
Right
you
above
get
the head
away from it.
of the room.
No, okay. I tried. You're asking how day and night works. It's because of the sun's movement across the earth. The earth is probably a lot bigger than the sun, like a light above your head. As that light moves, it causes cycles. If it's above your head, that's 12 o'clock. If it moves away from being above your head, that's the afternoon. If it comes towards you, that's the morning. When you can't see it, that's nighttime. The reason why we have day and night is because of the movement of the sun across the flat earth. The reason why we can't see the sun from everywhere is because there's an awful lot of gas on the earth, and light attenuates, disperses through gas. That's why the sun looks red on the horizon.
Yeah, cheers, did I? That's it. Exactly what I was saying. Yeah. Okay, you understand that the Earth is so big, the sun can't shine the whole of the Earth at the same time, and it's a local light, and it moves across the Earth above our
Okay,
heads. Okay, do you
okay.
understand?
So,
Do you understand now?
yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
basically, only Earth is flat, or other planets too.
Well, you see, the other planets, we don't know what shape they are because I can't go there to check. They look spherical, they look circular, but I'm not 100%. So I cannot say I know the shape. I don't know the shape. Okay? They look
Jin,
spherical. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
When you ask that question, you say about the other planets. Do you think that we say that the Earth is a disk in space, and the other planets are either disks or spheres, but we are in that cosmology? That's not what we're saying. The Earth is the floor underneath the sun, moon, and stars. We are not within that. We are under that, if that makes sense. So we're not a disk flying in space, and the other planet shape has got nothing to do with the surface of the universe that we stand on.
Yeah. So Earth is not a planet, basically. Okay. So those objects, we are not the same. We have life. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? 100%. You understand?
Wait a second. I came from the space, and there is
Yeah,
life.
like not 100%. Like I am understand like 80%.
Okay, 80%. Okay, well that's fair enough. Because what we're saying to you is that Earth is not a planet. Okay, and when we look at those objects in the sky, we really do not know what they are. Nobody knows. Okay.
Yeah, the Earth is
Okay.
flat. The Earth is flat.
Because the
Yeah,
only
that's
way you
true.
know
Hold
they
on, Jin,
are.
2 seconds, mate. Bit of moderation. Whoever's doing the robot voice, Luke, can you drop it, please? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
glad you stepped in.
But there is life.
Right,
Yeah.
dude,
So
being as you can't do it, I'm going to have to do it for you. I'm going to mute you and you're going to stay that way for 10 minutes. What the fuck? Carry on, Jin.
yeah, sorry, I was saying So we have life on Earth, but those other planets, we don't know what they are. Nobody has been there to check, to confirm, and bring back the truth. Okay? Do you understand that? I give you an example. India tells the world that Chandelier 1, Chandelier 2, and Chandelier 3 in March 2023 landed on the moon, yeah? And 2 are orbiting the moon. That's a lie. They've never done that. That's a complete 100% lie. We don't have that technology. India doesn't have that technology. India never landed on the moon. That would be a second law thermodynamics violation. Okay? So we don't have anything on the moon, nothing there. Do you understand? Gordon Bennett. Do you understand? He might be a little bit in shock there. But they've been very receptive to what we've been telling them anyway, because he did acknowledge that not having measured the curvature of the Earth meant that he couldn't make the claim the Earth is a globe. He admitted that he doesn't know. Good. And then he went to the ships over the horizon. I explained to him that ships just gone beyond the eyeball's focal length, ability to focus on it, pick up a pair of binoculars, there's the ship. And if you can't see it with the binoculars, there's your telescope. He's agreed to that. He then went on to the eclipse, and I said to him that the eclipse doesn't prove the shape of the Earth because you're looking up. How is that accurate? What are you looking for there? You understand? You're looking at an eclipse. It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. What proves the shape of the Earth is to measure the Earth. So he agreed to that. So that's what I mean by they've been receptive. They've gone away thinking, and then they've come back with some questions. So that's probably what he's doing now. That's why I kept asking, do you understand? 100% understand. Because when they make that statement, then at least you can relax a little bit that they're getting it. It's sinking in. But yeah, I welcome the interaction, Jedi. I want to cut my hair, so I'm gonna leave it to you to take over, if that's okay. Can you do that?
I mean, I'm around. I'm a little bit busy, but there's lots of
Okay,
people
you're
here, man.
busy as well. All right,
Don't
well,
sort your hair out. You're fine.
all right. Yeah, well, I'll hang around then. Hang on. Yeah, I'm going to give myself a haircut. I'm going to go out for a run in a minute. When I say a minute, next 3 hours or so, I'll be out there jogging. Well, I just want to look neat. Give myself a haircut. The go fast haircut that I give myself.
Jim,
Yeah.
you never guess what I saw the other day. Well, actually today, and I haven't seen it for ages. Rain.
Wow. Are
I
you
know.
sure?
Yeah, there was rain last night, and lots of it. I haven't seen rain since May. I've forgotten what it looked like.
Bloody hell! Well, that's amazing. Now that is amazing. That is amazing that you had that much drought. You could almost call it.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, mate. You know what this country's like when it gets hot, but we haven't had anything like this for ages, dude. It's been crazy.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're having what I would call a good summer then. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember when I was a kid growing up, yeah, we would have 6 weeks, there'd be no rain. More than that, months, no rain in the summer. No rain, literally. That's what I remember. And then we get to I'm into my secondary education, and then I'm noticing rain in summer. There was one time where it rained 4 weeks in a row, and in the last 2 weeks it was sunny. That was 1977. Right? That really pissed me off as well, because there's a lot of things I wanted to do we couldn't do, and we were in the army cadets at that time, so we went, on the annual camp, and it was a muddy one, right? And you know what? You're trying to keep all your kit clean, and that it was a nightmare. So that was one of those kind of weird summers. Can you imagine that? 4 weeks solid rain, and then the last 2 weeks it was sunny. So yeah, well, okay. Did it rain for long today? Did it rain for long?
Yeah, about 4 or 5 hours, something like that.
Oh, bloody hell! You had a deluge. Okay.
Yeah, we're expecting lots of rain over the next week or so. Now it's flash flooding. You got floods everywhere, dude.
Yeah, it's just like someone's. We forgot to do it. We forgot to wet the UK. Let's do it now, then. Bosh. There you go.
Yeah. Ground is the fields are like concrete. They're so dry, so the water's just like running straight off of it. The ground doesn't absorb the water quickly when it's this dry, so it's flash flooding at the moment, mate.
Wow. And that's you're in London, aren't you?
Kent.
Oh, right. You're in Kent. All right. Yes, you're all right. I know where you are now.
Yeah, I tell everybody else I'm just outside London, but you know where we are, so Kent, you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had any spits and spots, mate, but nothing since May and early in May.
Wow,
we had,
that is amazing.
I think it was 96, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. In May, that's when it properly started. And all through May, June, July, and even up until mid-August now, it's been that hot. We've had days where it's been cooler, but we've always been up in the 90s to 100 Fahrenheit. I think the highest temperature we got was 104 Fahrenheit for a couple of days somewhere. That's like what is it? Death Valley temperatures, dude. on a bad day.
Yeah. Wow. So Sidcup, they're feeling rather parched. Then you've got let's have a look. Bexley, right?
Yeah.
Bromley.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get it now. Oh yeah, Seven Oaks, Tunbridge Wells, Tunbridge, all that area. Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
lovely area. Yeah.
Keep going a little bit towards Maidstone, Ashford, and Dover, and that's where I am.
Yeah.
Heart of the garden, right in the middle.
Okay, right. Yeah, Maidstone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maidstone, long time. I haven't been
That's
there for years.
Born.
Right, Maidstone in Kent. Yeah, lovely place. Yeah, Ashford, another nice place. Yeah.
Right. Isn't anymore.
Oh, why?
If you know or ever been to Ashford before, if you know Ashford High Street, every other shop's a nail salon, hairdressers, or a vape shop. There's nothing in the town centre anymore, man.
Wow.
It's fallen,
Terrible.
absolutely fallen, dude.
Oh shit, that is bad news.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah, not good at all. Not good.
We had in Ashford, there was a massive multi-million pound property development creating over, I think it was 1,500 homes. It's been standing there for 2 years like a half a wreck ghost town. They went into liquidation, and it's just been fucking sat there, dude.
What a waste! And I'm
Just waste.
watching. Yeah, I'm watching little British BBC documentaries on the housing crisis, right, in the UK, and you've got that going on. Wow,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
How can they afford it?
Yeah,
Stupid.
exactly.
Stupid. What's going on?
I don't know, man. Something. This is not by accident. It's something properly is going on.
Yeah, by design. Yeah, by design. You're saying, okay.
Yeah.
Hastings, is that Kent? Hastings, or is that Sussex?
That's East Sussex. Yeah.
Yeah, East Sussex. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah.
Again, that place has fallen as well.
Right.
Yeah. Most
do my
places down here have fallen. We've fallen, dude.
Right. Yeah, I used to go to Hastings for the karate tournaments that they have there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was doing. That's why I used to go to Hastings. You see.
Oh.
Yeah.
He was the Karate Kid back in the day. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I started at the age of 25, 26.
Oh, wow.
And I kept going doing karate and that. And I used to go to Hastings for months. Yeah. Also, let's have a look. Hastings was there with Ashford. Just trying to bring back the memories. We used to go through like Red Hill. I liked Red Hill.
Yeah.
And then Reigate, all that area. That's nice. Reigate. Yeah. Is it Purfleet? Am I thinking correctly there?
Yeah. All of these places are in about 60 miles of me, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, yeah, all nice. I liked it round there, because obviously growing up in London and you go out, you see these new areas, think, yeah, look at this nice sun shining. Yeah, man. I even went to Roger Hargreaves' house in a place called Cowden. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You know Roger Hargreaves, just before he had his heart attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got him to sign the Mr. Men books for my niece, right? For my nieces as a present.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Roger Hargreaves. Yeah. I met him, spoke to him, picked up all the artwork because we were delivering the artwork, you see, from central London. So I used to go to his house in his house, should I say, his farm, because that's what it was. A farm in Cowden. Beautiful places, not too far from Crowborough, if you know Crowborough. See, Crowborough had a military training camp there. They have that military training camp there, you see. And we used to go there for camps as well, Crowborough. Loved it in Crowborough. It's all that countryside, you see. British countryside. Absolutely marvellous. I remember I drank water from a stream for the first time. We were hiking, you see. It was the first time that I actually drank water from the stream itself, ever.
Wow.
That would be back in 70. Yeah, it tasted good.
Don't do that anymore, mate.
Yeah, you can't now, you see. Yeah.
But talking about this part of the country and whatnot and the recent weather, we've had loads of wildfires and stuff. We had the government's emergency warning system on everybody's mobile phones a few days ago kick off about 7 o'clock, warning about wildfires and shit.
Right, yeah, you see, now you just said a few moments ago that it's by design. It's definitely by design because Britain is not in a climatic area where you could have these fires. It's just not. It's just wrong. Something's up. Something's up there. Definitely by design. They're going to put it down to obviously climate change and that shit, but that's an agenda by design. Okay. Yeah. I've been out there. We've had record temperatures in Japan, 43 degrees Celsius. Okay, that's a record here in Japan. Yeah, I went out running in that. I lost 6 kg. In that would be in sweat, by the way.
Cool.
I had on
mate.
I had 4 layers on though. I had 3 layers of my shirts, and then I put a jacket on to simulate a sauna as I went out. So I went out cycling first, right? That would be 8 miles of cycling, and then 5 miles of jogging, resulted in a 6 kg loss in weight.
All right,
Okay.
Iron Man, calm down. What the hell?
Mini Iron Man, yeah, or micro Iron Man.
That's awesome stuff, Jin. Well done.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a scroll through this chat and see if there's any new people around. Being as I'm at the top, if there are any new people around, just remember we are live streaming on YouTube. If you want to find the link, just hit the bot at the top, and the link is provided. Atuas Pirani, welcome to the channel. I do recognise the name, but I don't think we've spoken before. It's good to see you back. D-Town's joined us with Flat Earth Batman and Ganja Rambo. Myself, Jedi, and Jin are in the house. Kathos, Mia Plata, who else? We got Yoda, Rayleigh's deafened. We got Snowflake and Truth by Proxy. It's just us. That's crazy.
Yeah. But the Indians came in earlier on. They had some really good questions. They livened up the show with their or the live stream with their questions, of course. Yeah. And the one thing that I made sure they took away was that they don't know they're living on a globe. Yeah, they don't know that. It's a belief. That's very important, I think, for the globers to understand, because nobody knows the Earth is a globe. To know it's a globe means you've actually gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth and you've confirmed it. When you haven't done that, you can't make the claim you know you're on a globe. You just cannot.
I think you're right. And along with you don't know, because like you said, you really don't know and you haven't tested it and proven it. It's not your experience, right? And let's be fair, right. You can question this, even if at the end of your questioning, the evidence is conclusive that the Earth is a sphere. Question it, right?
Yeah.
Not that it will be, but you still should be able to question it.
No, they're not. They're going to question it, of course. That's why the statement that you don't know you're on a globe is very important when they say they haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, because they ask us, why do you believe the Earth is flat? Yeah. So I said, well, no, it's not that we believe the Earth is flat. It's that we've tried to measure the curvature of the Earth and we found the flat Earth. That's how we know. So we say we know the Earth is flat because we are unable to measure the curvature of the Earth. You know, that radius that's meant to be there is not there. I'm finding extended horizontality. There is no drop over distance happening. So that's a flat Earth right there. Have you measured the curvature? I asked them. No. Okay. So you haven't measured the curvature, so you don't know you're on a globe then. You see, that's the actual position. You yourself don't know because you haven't measured the curvature. We can't measure the curvature, so we know it's flat. You see. Okay. And then you ask him, do you understand that? You understand you don't know? Yes, I understand. I don't know. Okay, good. So they know they don't know. It's important for them to get that under their belt, that they're carrying a belief. Yeah. It's the other way around. We know it's flat. So the question should be, how do you know the Earth is flat? Or why do you say you know the Earth is flat? That's the correct question. Not why do you believe? Because it's you that's doing the believing. We are currently doing the knowing now. But right, they have every right to ask. And their experiences is correct. Because like I've been saying to them, unbeknown to themselves, their brains have been recording flat Earth and nothing but flat Earth. There's no curvature experience in any of their recordings.
You did say that earlier, didn't you? And that sent me off into a little bit of a deep thought myself, because I had a conversation with somebody yesterday, kind of about this, kind of consciously and subconsciously, because we do have conversations with people that believe that they live on a sphere, and when they go up in an aeroplane, when they look at the horizon, that's the curvature of the Earth. So subconsciously, the information gets in there, right? Even though consciously they're accepting it, subconsciously the information is in there. Whether they're, freely listening to it or trying to take it on, the information about the Earth being a ball is everywhere and it gets into your head. So we have these anchor biases and these kind of ideas where people think they're seeing it because they're living on a sphere, and we have to dispel that myth. But
That's right.
Yeah.
You see, because the brain is accurately recording the Earth as horizontal. It is doing that. And it's only when they're hit with this knowledge of flat Earth, right? And then they start to look back on their lives, because you're going to do that. Because where's the experience? So you've got to go back, haven't you? They realize that the one thing that's missing from their experience is the curvature. It is not there. I say to them, not only is it not there in your life, look at the photographs of your parents and then your grandparents, and what you're going to find missing is the actual curvature of the Earth. It's not in any of their shots. Go and have a look.
I remember this when I was a child, and when I came into flat Earth, and for the first time I was seeing like these long distance observations and conversations about what the horizon was. And I remember thinking about my times being on an aeroplane and being out at sea and asking my parents when looking at the horizon and so on if it was or wasn't the curvature of the Earth. And the amount of times I've been to Dover and so on and saw France when I got on the ferry and watched it come towards me and these types of things. So you do go back through your memory and trying to think out of instances where you would perceive this sphere or not.
Right. You see, when you said that France comes towards you now, I have all those in my head recorded, right? Those memories, they're there. But I wasn't thinking flat Earth. You see what I mean? But it's there. That's what I mean by unbeknown to myself. My brain has recorded my movements on this Earth, and it's been horizontal, you see?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you think about leaving Dover to Calais, right? Yeah. And then from Sheerness, is it? Sheerness, and you go to like Holland and that. Yeah.
Right. So summer holiday with my children at the moment. We've been on lots of trains and buses exploring Kent.
Right.
3 locations in Kent I can see France from: Dover, Folkestone, and now Hythe. Hythe is just north of Dover. France is about 28 miles away. Yeah, there it is without binoculars.
Yeah. There you are. Look at that. Brilliant. Hythe, you see. Now another nice place.
Hythe's gorgeous, mate.
Yeah.
It's around the area of there's a village just up the road called Sandwich. Everybody knows.
Yeah, I know
about
Sandwich.
That.
The train, it's on the way, isn't it? It's on the route. The train stops at Sandwich on the way to Folkestone. Yeah, absolutely.
I've started getting bored in my old age and Kent because it's a beautiful area, and I've never been to Hythe, but I went there the other day, and there's France, dude.
Yeah, look at that. See, I've cycled around there anyway, Hythe and that, by the way. Yeah, I went to Holland, and I went to Paris with my brother and my Greek friends. So we ended up on push bikes. Man, a long circle.
I saw a topographical.
Did you ride some motorcycles when you went to Paris?
No, I was on my bicycle at that time.
Ah, okay.
I saw a topographical map of Europe the other day, and Holland, that area is exceptionally flat. The area that was reclaimed by water, by the way, is exceptionally flat. Ukraine also is exceptionally flat. Europe, apart from like the Pyrenees and the Alps and like the Hebrides and the Highlands and whatnot, and a bit in Norway, very, very flat. Very flat.
Yeah, definitely Holland is flat, and I realized that when I saw it, right? Again, not thinking flat Earth, but thinking, wow, it's very level here. It's all flat. There's a lot of water. They've got lots of canals and that. But wow, yeah, this is quite nice. I wouldn't mind living here because I like canoeing, you see, right? So it'd be a nice canoeing place for me. I could have a good time canoeing if I was living in Holland and that. Yeah, definitely. And then when I became a flat earther, Holland came up instantly, look at that's why Holland is so flat, you see. Like I said, the brain records everything. And if you are tapping into your brain, and your memories and your experiences, your flat earth will come up every time. It will. You see, because your brain has recorded it. You see, that's the thing.
It records everything.
It certainly does. It certainly does. You know, the power of memory is amazing. That's all I can say for sure.
I agree with you, sir.
Yeah, and that's part of your what's that? Your existence in the way that it strengthens you, because that's how you know you've lived. When you look back on your life, okay, you know you've had a life when you look back on it. Yeah, I mean, I can remember right back to the age of 3. Okay, that's as far back as.
Yeah, have you? This is a very serious question, by the way. Have you had memories like when you're just doing something, right? And you feel like you remember exactly how you felt when you were a certain age, a certain day.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah,
past and the present are like intertwined somehow.
you can
Have you
have
had those feelings?
you can have triggers for memories, things like smells, for example, that can send you back in time to a similar event. For example, the smell of cut grass does that to me an awful lot. Sends me back to when I was a child, and I can picture myself in the garden when my father was cutting the grass. So we have memory triggers that happen all the time.
Yeah. I remember one such experience was I was on my motorbike. It would have been 1988. I'm in the Heathrow area. I'm going to Terminal 4 to the cargo.
Wait. Are you a motorcycle rider?
Yeah, I love motorcycles. I ride motorbikes. Yeah, I ride
Me too, bro.
Yeah, I ride a Honda CBR
Yeah.
1000. That's why my name is Jin CBR1.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's some nice shit.
Yeah, 2008 model. But at this time in London, I was in the Heathrow Airport area. Okay, I'm going to Terminal 4, the air cargo area. I'm going to pick up a parcel for someone. Okay, now I'm riding on the outer perimeter road of the airport, and the stench of poo is coming towards me. You know, because they empty the toilet, the toilet tanks, and that smell instantly reminds me of Nigerian airports. Instantly, right? So I'm in Heathrow Airport. I'm smelling this poo, this sewage, right? And it reminded me of Nigeria, the Nigerian airport, like that, right? And
Just like that.
Yeah,
Crazy.
as a kid, remember. So that's 1969, right? 1988. So in 1988, I'm smelling the sewage from the aeroplanes tanks that they're cleaning out and that. Okay, and I'm instantly reminded of Nigeria, 1969. Isn't that amazing?
Truly is.
Right, there you go. So obviously it's been recorded for forever. That stench. It's recorded. And that was the first time that I smelt such a thing. That's why. I hadn't smelt that kind of sewage in my life ever in England. Remember, I was born in 61. So I was 8 years old, approximately 8, 9 years old when we went to Nigeria. Okay. Right. And that the smell of the what a stink, I was thinking, oh, this is terrible. This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria. Right? Oh, bloody hell, that's awful. Horrible smell.
Like, what type of stink are we talking? Like,
we were talking the smell of sewage. That's all the feces and urine that is collected in the tanks in the aeroplane tanks. Because the aeroplanes, when you use the toilet, you push the button, it flushes and goes into a tank. Then that tank is removed. Okay, and they put a new tank in there, right? So when they do that, obviously they're going to clean these tanks out, and the facilities are nearby, and the smell is very, very powerful. It carries. Okay, that's the smell I'm talking about, and I could smell that on my motorbike as I was approaching Terminal 4, the air cargo area.
But shouldn't it be more clean in Heathrow? I mean, it's Heathrow.
Not really. No. It's clean, but you can't avoid the smell. Remember, the passengers have used the toilets. The toilets have to be clean, and that aroma is going to spread everywhere. That's natural. You can't fight that. That's a natural thing. You understand?
Is it still like that till this day, or
it's always going to be like that, because that's the power of the pungent smell of sewage and feces and urine all mixed together. It's going to smell like that. It's the same with cows. When you're driving on the motorway, you know you're approaching cows, and because you can smell the poo. Come on, man.
Yeah, that I get. I actually, it's very common where I live when I ride motorcycles and
Yeah.
I go through the countryside roads, and that stink just hits you.
Yeah, it hits you, and that's part of it. It's part of life, isn't it? Part of nature, and that's it.
It is.
Yeah, yeah. So I was just surprised to be smelling this smell at the Heathrow Airport. This is in 1988, and the memory was instantly to 1969 and being in Nigerian airports. Yeah, and I thought, wow.
Yeah.
And then all those memories come back, you know, being in Nigeria and everything else. So then, you know, so it made for a pleasant ride in the end. Okay.
Yeah, have you gone back to Nigeria?
Yeah,
Recently?
I've been to Nigeria not recently, no. Years ago, yeah.
When
Not
was the
recently.
last time you went to Nigeria?
Last time I went to Nigeria would have been in 1972, something like that. Yeah, that was it.
Wow, that's a long time ago, though.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. Yeah, I haven't been there since.
I see.
Bloody hell, Jin, I'm 50 this month, and you went there before. Wow, that was a long time ago, mate.
You went there before you were born, then.
Yeah, and I remember it like yesterday. It's just like yesterday. Go ahead.
If it was before I was born, then it was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's right. Before you were born, man. And I remember it like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I stayed with my cousins. So that's it, you see.
How are your cousins still alive? Like, how are they?
Oh,
now?
yeah, my cousins are well, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're all very well. Enjoying themselves. My uncle runs a car business there in Nigeria, still running it with my cousins.
What does he have? Does he have some nice cars, or what does he
Well,
have
they
going on?
they like the German brands. So they're doing like
Yeah,
Mercedes,
BMW,
Benz,
Mercedes.
yeah, BMWs.
Yeah, I'm planning to go to Africa, and I do professional film and photography. It would be very, very cool if I could do some cool videos for his car dealership.
Yeah, there's quite a lot there, yeah. So there's Volkswagen. So the main brand for them is Volkswagens, Audi, BMWs, Mercedes Benz. Before that, they used to do like Peugeot and Opel.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't do the Opel's gone now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I ride motorcycles, and I also film and photograph cars.
Right. What motorbike
cars.
do you ride now?
It's a BMW S1000 RR.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I know the bike. Yeah, nice. Sports tourer. It's a sports tourer. That one.
Yeah, and you know the most amazing thing the bike has is heated heat grips.
Yeah, heated heat grips. Yeah.
Like no other sports bike. I think I don't know if other ones have it, but I don't think so.
They do have one on their 1800cc. That's the Goldwing, the 1800cc.
That's the GS. No, I'm not talking about BMW. I'm talking about other sport bikes, super sport bikes.
On super sports bikes, no, you don't get them because it's not sporty. That's why.
Exactly. But you know how important that is in the winter. Like it prolongs your riding season by at least a month. Just having those heated grips.
Well, I ride through the winter anyway. And what I tend to do is I don't wear motorcycle winter gloves because they're way too thick. What I wear are ski gloves because I like snowboarding. So with the snowboarding gloves, they work beautifully because they block the wind, and yet you've got a lot of dexterity, a lot of movement. Yeah, thin. They're thinner, and your hands stay warm for the longest of time. Yeah. So I wear gauntlets, snowboarding gauntlets. That's what I wear on my bike.
But basically, you know, like I had a naked bike before, and now with the sport bikes, with the riding position, it's actually grown on me. Like I'm more comfortable with the sporty seating position than
that's correct. Yeah, I like cycling. You see, I like cycling. So motorcycling is just right down my alley, and that sports, they call it the prone position. That prone position is perfect. right? And you can chuck it in and out and that, duck in behind it when you're really going fast, come up when you're relaxing. Yeah, I love it, man. No, don't get me wrong.
It's
I love
really
bicycle
lovely.
sport.
You know?
Yeah, yeah.
And I feel sad for anyone who hasn't experienced that or just say something like
Yeah,
it's
it is a big miss, you know, because
yeah
0 to 60 in 2.3 seconds, right? You know,
beautiful,
and
beautiful.
you're doing 60 miles an hour. You leave everything. There's no such thing as traffic jam on a motorbike because you can just
Nothing.
weave. Yeah, you weave.
I love
through.
passing cars left and right in a
Yeah,
zigzag. You know? It's so
yeah,
beautiful, and you have and you know you have the power. I have the power even in
yes,
6th gear. It still has the
yeah,
power. So you
yeah.
just
The
fucking
torque.
floor it, and you're gone. Yeah.
Yeah. I like to be in the gear. If I'm going through the traffic, then I'm going to be in like 2nd or 3rd gear because I'm only going through there slowly, right?
Yeah.
And then if trouble comes, I can avoid it because, the traffic stopped. So obviously I can keep moving, but I don't go fast. I just treacle through, slowly to the front, and then I'm the first away. Boom, gone. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm gone. They notice me when I'm already gone in front of them. That's when they notice me.
Yeah. So just filter through to the
Because
front.
most of these people, they're on their phone. They don't even know you're behind them. Literally.
Yeah,
They're
they don't. That doesn't
completely
happen much in
gone.
Japan. In Japan, that really doesn't. That's very rare that you see someone on the phone and they're driving. You don't see that because that's an instant fine. But Japanese
Yeah,
people don't
yeah,
do that. They do the hands off. They have the technology, plug it all in, so it's hands off there, hands free, and they can use their mobile phone and talk. Push
yeah,
one
yeah.
button and the phone's dialing the number you want. That's what they do. You see, so they
Japanese
are
people are very, very. They're very respectful.
respectful, yeah,
Extremely.
and technology savvy. They love all the tech and the gadgets. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
so they don't do that. Yeah, even I have my own little hands-free button that I have. My headphones are in my ear. Press the button when the phone rings. I just touch one button. I'm talking away, and I'm driving, and that's it.
Do you have a car though in your helmet, or are you still riding? If you're still
I'm
riding,
still
do
riding.
you have a
Yeah,
car?
I don't have any speakers in my helmet, but what I do
Yeah.
is I do put in headphones in my ears.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. When I'm riding the bike, yeah, I can do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I don't have the volume whereby I can still hear the cars going by, beep beeps and all. Yeah, because I need to have that. That's the most important sound that I want to hear. The behavior of the traffic. That's crucial
Yeah.
to survive.
Exactly. That is
Yeah,
crucial.
yeah,
Indeed.
and
Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, insurance. Yeah.
okay. Now we'll stop there now because we're on the flat earth survey. Yeah,
I got. No worries.
motorcycling exploits. All very
It's
well and
always
done.
nice talking to you about motorcycles, brother.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, all these motorcycling's happening on a flat earth, ladies and gentlemen. We're not spinning through the
Exactly.
universe on my CBR 1000. That's not happening at all. That's never happened. Can
Do
you
you have a
imagine that?
picture on your CBR 1000 on the flat Earth?
Yeah,
You're
loads.
playing
Yeah,
Pancake Earth? Yeah.
yeah. I got pictures of me when I was in France, when I was
Yeah.
in Holland.
Can you send it or put it on the side chat so
Yeah, I
that
used to do
the
it before. Yeah, it's going to be a little while because I've got to go to my library, so I'm not going to do that now, but I'll do it later.
all right.
Yeah, I do have images and that of myself on the bike. Don't worry. Like, I posted loads in here, loads. I don't know. I think there might even be a Discord library with pictures of me there because people seem to have my pictures. I never sent to them, but they said they got it off Discord. So I think if you look up Jin CGR1 photographs, you might see a collection of me because there's people who have got pictures of me. I never sent it to them, but they've got it. Of me on my bike and that, me traveling around the world.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. I posted quite a large number of photographs of me.
That's very cool.
Mm.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah. No, I've travelled, man. Don't worry. I've been to Africa. I've got pictures of me in Africa on the Africa Twin, right there. Yeah.
I'm thinking of going to Africa, to Gambia. How is Gambia in your opinion?
Oh, Gambia is like any other African country. It's got a corrupt government in place and that, always saying they're doing things, but they're not. Right? The food's good. The people are nice. I love the weather. So for me, it's nice. It's no different to being in Nigeria. to be quite honest. It's got modern buildings, got modern infrastructure going on in there, in the Gambia. But, you know, again, it's suffering through bad leadership, as most of Africa. Okay?
That's so sad, though.
Yeah, that is. It's sad, but it's everywhere, isn't it? Obviously. It's not just Africa. Every country has its bad government at the moment. Maybe not Brunei. I think Brunei might be a little bit more liberal and freer, but in general, Europe, what government is good? No government's got their people's backs.
Yeah,
America's
even in
no,
Europe,
Africa
right?
no.
Yeah.
It's terrible. And in the Australias.
And they are lying to the government, to their citizens about the flat Earth.
Exactly. Right. They're teaching that you're on a ball Earth. They're teaching you can go to space. But the music is good. The Gambian music is good. The food is excellent. Right. I love the heat anyway. Love the people, so I could live there easily.
So what is the perception of African citizens? Do they know that it's flat, or
a whole bunch of African people are realizing that the Earth isn't a ball? Yes, definitely. And I've met quite a few of them. I was talking to some from where is it now? Egypt. Yeah, near Egypt. Algeria. Algerians. Yeah. I spoke to some Algerians. They came on this server.
and
Oh yeah, and they knew the Earth was flat, of course. You know, and they're busy telling everybody.
didn't you go? I heard you say once that you went to schools and preached or something like that.
No, we
What's
don't do
that
any
doing?
preaching at all. That's one thing that flat earthers do not do, is that we do not preach to anybody. Okay.
Or not
Now, as
preaching, sorry, no,
I
that you
teach
were.
English here. You see, I teach English
Okay.
here, right? So through the city hall, I am invited to teach English at elementary school, junior high school, and high school level. Okay. Then I have my own school, and university students come to me together with all the said group, and then house husbands, housewives, businessmen, businesswomen, and people who want to travel. So I have a bunch of people who want to learn English for various reasons of their lives. Okay. Some of them is business English, some of them is travel and the protocols to do at the airport. What do I do? Where do I go? Etc. Etc. Right?
Yeah.
Ordering foods, transportation, that kind of thing. Traveling for English for traveling. Then there's those who want to pass their entrance exam. So there's another level there that we have to get to.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are times when I at elementary, junior high, and high school level, I've introduced them to think about the flat Earth. Yeah, absolutely. Because I
And
asked them. Sorry.
No one can prove otherwise, right?
That's right. Because when I asked them to draw the seaside, this is how I get into it. Is I asked them to draw the seaside. Okay, you know, the beach, the horizon, the beach, ships, people swimming, relaxing on the beach, and the best pictures will win pens that I got from Hawaii, for example. Okay, and then I drew a curved horizon on the board. Okay, my horizon was curved, and everybody laughed, including the teacher. They laughed at my horizon. They said, "What's that?" Jin Sensei, the horizon is wrong. The horizon is level. And then I pointed to the globe on the teacher's desk. I said, "But aren't we living on a globe?" And the class just went dead quiet. Instantly, boom. Stopped laughing, looked at the globe, and then they thought, "Oh yeah, you see what I mean?" They started to think right there. We're meant to be on a globe, right? So then, and then whilst they were thinking for that like 1 minute, because 60 seconds of silence in a noisy classroom is deafening. It's like, you know, that's a long gap. So I said, okay, you guys are right, I'm wrong. So I rubbed out my picture. Okay? Because my picture is wrong. The horizon is not curved, is it? And that's how I introduced him into the flat Earth.
What did they tell you? What did they say when you said
They
that?
said, yeah, thank you, Jin Sensei. The horizon is not curved. I said, I know. Right. It's level, isn't it? It's flat, isn't it? A level, yeah, right. There you go. Water is level. And that's as far as I went with it. That's all I needed to do to get them to think that the Earth is flat and not a ball, because they've never seen a curved horizon. Excuse me. Yeah, they've never seen a curved horizon. No one has.
Yeah.
And it proved to me that, like I said, unbeknown to themselves, they've recorded the truth. And when you get them to draw the seaside, everybody, including the teacher, draws a perfectly level horizon. Perfectly level. They use a ruler. Do you understand? Right. There you go. And I did the curved horizon, and I was told off by the students. I was wrong. Okay. All right.
Hilarious.
Yes, hilarious it was, because the students were saying, Jin Sensei, sorry about Chigao, yo. Chigao. They're saying, Jin, that's wrong. Jin Sensei, that's wrong. Shihei said, well, Tairakara, you know. They said because the horizon is level. Okay. And they were laughing at my picture. Isn't that amazing?
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's the point, that we all know the Earth is flat through our experiences. And the brain records it all, keeps it there. Yeah. Yeah. The brain does it and keeps it there for us, for sure. And what I'll do is, I'm going to this for you. One would be from 3 weeks ago, okay, in the side chat. I'll do that just quickly now. Hang on. Let me just go to my library. Just so you go. I'm going to post a picture of myself 3 weeks ago, pictures. I'm sporting some new running shoes in this image. Okay, I'd only just bought some new running shoes. First time since 2012 was the last time that I bought running shoes. Okay, but I had several pairs and they've all worn out now. I've worn them to destruction. So
respect.
I then bought some new pairs of running shoes. Now, this is the? Are we in the English hub?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because sometimes I get that wrong and I post pictures in the wrong place. Okay, there's the English.
What's the reaction when you do that? Does anyone react?
Oh yeah. They say the Earth is not flat. There you go. Okay, can you see that? Yeah, that's me. Okay.
I love the glasses. I have to tell you, the glasses are really, really nice.
Yeah, those are the. Yeah, I've had those for years.
Yeah, I'm looking for one of those glasses. It's very retro. It's futuristic retro. I think they call it futuristic retro.
Yeah, well, I bought them years and years and years ago, man. I've had them maybe 15 years plus.
Do you have a front picture of those with those glasses by any chance?
Not offhand, no. No, I don't have a picture of me front view. No, that on that day, that was 3 weeks ago. Remember, I'm sporting my new running shoes, yeah, because I like to jog and that. And then I've got another picture, I think, if I can get there. Hang on. So that's one. Let me do this. Let's go down. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, we've lost. I hate that when you. Oh yeah, we had a glitch. That's what happened there, nah? Yes, my mobile phone's got a mind of its own. It likes to do things for itself. Okay, hold up. I've got another picture to show you. Okay, this is a rear view. Let's have a look. And then I'll show you a picture of me on my bike. Hang on. What is this? Okay, there's the English hub. Okay, sorry about the delay. Okay, there's a picture there. That's a picture of me. The T-shirt there is a T-shirt that you get when you climb to the top of Mount Fuji. It says "Man of the Mountain," Yama no Hito in Japanese. Yama no Hito. Okay, can you see that picture? Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the image, but I posted it in the side chat anyway.
Yeah, that's very nice, and I see you have a
Yeah,
good physique. Hats off. I'm proud of you, brother.
yeah, 64 years of age.
Yeah, I just keep going. Just a picture of you with those sunglasses on your CBR 1000.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now for you. Hang on, I'm gonna do that right now. You're gonna be like, "What the hell?" Yeah, let me see if I can get that picture up now. Hang on, I've got to scroll back because that picture's a long way back in my collection. But yeah, I do have a few pictures. The pictures will be of me at the Honda Collection Hall Motegi, the twin ring race circuit. I went there with my son, so my son's taking the pictures, and we went there to watch the race where Marcus wins the race to win the MotoGP World Championship for the umpteenth time. Yeah,
That's crazy.
Mark Marcus.
That's some
Yeah,
nice
Mark
stuff.
Marcus. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like the guy. He never quits. He always comes back stronger, even with all the
Yeah,
injuries.
yeah. It's a shame that he left Honda, though. That's the thing. He's now riding for Ducati. You see.
Yeah, but he wouldn't do a comeback and win, I think, without Ducati. The Honda was just not good enough, in my opinion.
No,
They
it was
just
good enough. It was good. It was his injuries that wasn't allowing him to extract the best out of the bike because he injured his collarbone, right? And various
yeah,
other injuries he had, right? So the bike was configured for him when he was a fit man, okay? But of course, the injuries wasn't allowing him to extract the best. He had to recover, you see?
yeah,
And
yeah,
that injury came, you know what? That injury came because he pushed it to the limit and crashed when he should have taken second place would have been good enough, right? Right, because you don't have to win every race to win the championship. Okay, second place would have been good enough, or even third place. But he went all the way, crashed, and then that injury set him all the way back. Didn't win the championship, and there you go. It was just downhill after that. And then he joined
yeah. That's
Ducati. Then he joined Ducati, of course.
yeah, but
Which
the comeback of that first year with Ducati and second year was incredible,
yeah,
incredible.
yeah.
Second year, he won almost all the races. The
Well, yeah,
first year, he was winning and taste of victory, and
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it
Sometimes
was just
that's what you
unfortunate.
need in this game.
Unfortunate for Honda. Unfortunate for Honda
Yeah,
because the bike was good. It's just that Marcus's fitness level at the time he wasn't able to extract the best out of that bike due to his injuries. Okay,
yeah.
yeah, because he did say he would never leave Honda. He said that, right? He
He
said he
said
would
that.
never leave Honda. Yeah, Marcus. He said he would never leave Honda.
Uh,
Those were his words in his younger days when he was winning all the races and winning the championships on the Honda. He said he would never leave Honda. Honda is his dream company, and he's made it, and he's going to be here
but
forever.
I think we still have a good relationship with Honda. He still has a good relationship with Honda.
Yeah,
If
of
I'm not
course he will,
mistaken.
because Honda will always want him back. That door is wide open, of course.
Yeah. No doors are closed. I feel like.
Yeah, not to Marcus. No.
Uh,
And he,
Just so he could get a free Ducati bike for the rest of his life.
there you go.
wait, is he getting a free Ducati bike for the rest of his
Of course
life?
he would. Of course he would. Yeah, of course he would. Of course he would. He doesn't have to buy a Ducati. Why would he have to
Those
buy one?
Ducatis are so. I test drove the V4S 2026 or 5 version. I think it was
Okay.
2025 maybe. When they did the redesign, all new V4S,
Yeah.
amazing bike.
Yeah. I
The
prefer
torque
the
is insane.
what is it now? The motor MV Augusta. That was nice.
Oh, that's
754.
also nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great
But
bike.
they
That
have a
one.
lot of problems.
Yeah, as the Italian bikes usually do. You know, at the beginning they're okay. Then as the mileage starts to pile on, things start to become loose and rattling, and they're not as reliable as a Honda. That's the thing. Even the Ducatis are like that as well. Even the
Yeah, but
Ducati,
the
because it's
Ducatis
Italian.
are more reliable now because they are owned by the Germans.
Oh, there you go. Then you see. So what you've got is German reliability in an Italian bike. There you are.
Yeah.
You see, the Italians couldn't do it, so the Germans are the ones doing it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I was right in what I said, that the Italian bikes, you know, although they do well at the beginning when they're new, but as the mileage goes on, they start to fall into disrepair. You know, they just begin to rattle.
But it's just a joy to look at. I mean, look at those Italian beauties. You just classic design, endless, limitless. It's like
they're bringing
forever.
Ferrari type. They're bringing Ferrari type design excellence to the motorbikes, and they do look good. I agree, but sometimes the engineering is suspect. Yeah, that's
It
the
is.
problem.
Yeah, that is really. I feel like Ferrari has lost it. They are not what they used to be.
Well, recently they brought out an electric bike only this week. They brought an electric car this week, and the critics have said it's not Ferrari. Doesn't sound like a Ferrari. It's not Ferrari. That's what they're saying. Okay.
Yeah. They lost it. They just lost it. It's gone.
Yeah.
I think we will never have Ferrari again. Like they used to.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you had Schumacher was the guy that was really doing it for him, but Schumacher suffered that injury from the ski result where he smacked his head on a rock, and now he's totally out of it now.
Sadly, and that's the sad thing as well. You know, like he did all those races, all those fast cars.
Yeah.
Nothing happened to him, and then a ski injury just fucked him up.
Yeah, he went to assist someone else as well. He went to help someone else and sustained that injury as well. He was helping someone else. Someone else had fallen down, and as he went over to go and get, he fell and smacked his head. So just unfortunate.
Yeah, and he had the camera. Apparently, he had a GoPro on the helmet as well.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But if you look in the side chat, there's me in my cycling gear. That was let me.
Like I said, I love the glasses. You need to tell me where you bought those glasses.
Oh, I bought these glasses in a sports shop. Sports shop here in Japan, 15 years ago.
Do you still have the glasses? Do you have the glasses in your house, in your home? Can you like? There needs to be like a branding on it or like a marking.
Well, hang on a minute. It's like a no brand thing. It's nothing spectacular. Let me have a look. I'm opening the bag now, so I'm looking at them right now. But there's no name on the actual arm. There's nothing on there, because it was mostly on the packaging. Okay, so it's not a famous brand, but it blocks the UVs and that. It's definitely a UV block. Brilliant one, this one. Right, I got two of these. I bought two of these. Right, one in the car and the one that I cycle. There you go. Yeah.
Excuse me, bro. People jump in and out of this room. Can we get on to topic?
Yes, we certainly can. We certainly can.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Sorry about that, guys. Flat Earth. Keep it on topic. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We went off onto motorbikes and that, but now back onto the flat Earth. So if anyone's got any questions on that, please don't hesitate to ask the questions, interrupt, shout out your questions. Go ahead. Any Globers in the house? Come on. I know you're there. You're hiding. Why do we say the Earth is flat, etc., etc.? Please come in. Do not hesitate. We are here to answer all your questions. Anything related to the curvature of the Earth, or even the flatness, or even the lack of rotation that we don't experience here. We don't experience that rotation either, do we? Right. So come on, people. I know you've got your questions. Anything to help you along. We're here to help you.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you for unmuting me.
Go ahead, Luke.
So, I have a question. Yeah. So, if is the dome ventilated, or do they have to clean it?
That's a great question, isn't it? Yeah, you're talking about the container. I would say that this container that we make, that's there because we do have 14.7 psi. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, it would be self-cleaning. Would have to be. Bearing in mind, bearing in mind, because the material, the Earth and its air is colliding and moving it around, and that's it, really. You know, remember, we're only talking about pressure here. So is it a see-through type glass dome? I don't know that. All I know is that the container is there. What the container consists of and its makeup, I still do not know because I haven't been there to examine it. Is it a glass? I don't know. Okay. So does it get dirty? Again, I don't know. Remember, the fact is we have that pressure constantly, 14.7 psi, constantly there. So no one knows that. I don't know anyone who has been there to examine it, you see. So I wouldn't know that myself, would I? That'd be the best answer I could give you regarding that. Is that acceptable? Yeah. Is that an acceptable answer? And they've gone quiet again.
I was muted. Sorry. So okay. So if somebody drops like a big bomb, like Russians did, would the sound resonate off the dome? Would the dome like crack? Or
Again, that's another weird kind of question there, because when bombs drop on Earth, people do hear them. But of course, you know, I'm not going to hear Russia's bomb in Africa or in Japan or in England. I'm just not going to hear that bomb. So it's going to be local.
Use it horizontally. That's begging the question.
Well, because sound waves do propagate horizontally. What do you mean?
No, they don't. They go in
Yes,
all
they do.
directions. All directions.
In all directions. That
They
would
spread
mean
out.
horizontally. That would
They
include
spread out.
horizontally. That would
It will include. Very good.
horizontally.
Include. That's
Thank
the word.
you.
Include.
Thank you.
I'm glad you said
Thank
that.
you.
Include.
Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't speak wrongly. When I said sound propagates horizontally, I did not lie. Thank you.
Yeah. But you are putting out in the ear that it only travels.
No.
That's what you're doing.
No, I didn't say only.
But you need to be honest. Does it travel other ways?
Sound travels in all directions. But when we talk about hearing, when I'm talking about hearing the bomb, that's going to come across my horizontal linear line, isn't it? A bomb where I am on the surface of the Earth. I'm not up in the air. I'm not up in the air. Yeah, well, I'm keeping it to my experience. I'm keeping it to my experience is what I'm keeping it to. So the sounds that I hear come horizontally across my line of my life, as it were, in my environment.
Okay.
Unless it's an aeroplane above head, then that'd be coming from the top of my head. Okay, but a bomb exploding, boom, that's going to come across horizontally. Talk about a bomb.
No. I just want to keep flat earthers honest. Because there's a lot
I don't know how
dishonest.
you're keeping us honest, mate. You're not keeping us honest at all, mate. You think you're on a globe. right? Yet you've never
No, I
measured the
don't think
curvature of the Earth.
that's wrong.
You've never
I
measured
don't
the
think
curvature
we're
of
on
the
a
Earth.
globe.
Hang
I
on.
know we're on a globe.
How
I
do
know
you
we're
know
on a
that? Please,
globe.
how do you know that?
Because
Explain
the
to everyone. Go ahead.
because of night time. Night is impossible on a flat plane.
Oh, this is terrible, ladies and gentlemen.
Impossible.
We're talking about
Impossible.
measurements.
Okay, hold on. Give me the science. Give me the tested variables and experiment that shows me how a sun that pushes out 100,000 lumens and is always circling atop a plane can cause night at some point.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Give me that science right now.
That's not a claim from the flat earthers. We're saying to you the Earth is flat due to the surface of the Earth not curving at 8 inches per mile squared to make up the radius of 3,959 miles. Anything else is a non sequitur and a red herring. You don't look up.
No.
You don't look up to measure the surface of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
That is the non sequitur because you have never measured the entire flat plane.
Yeah.
So
Ladies
stop
and gen-
lying. Now,
ladies and
tell me now.
gentlemen,
You have never measured the entire flat plane to say in this room that the entire flat plane is flat. You have never done it. You're a liar. Now, tell me.
Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Robert has become distraught. He's getting overexcited. Remember, he made the claim that he knew the Earth was a globe, and he talks about night time, which is a whole load of verbal diarrhea that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. How does he know the Earth is a globe of said specification? He hasn't answered that at all. There you go. So we're still waiting. Alas.
Yeah, sunlight can even penetrate down to 1,000 meters of water.
There we are.
Because fluids can block sunlight.
Yes,
there
of
is
course it
just
can.
a fluid. Simple physics. Go back to school, learn something. Stop being proud of your ignorance.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yes, of course, fluids can block light. That's why when we are driving our cars, for example, we have to put our fog lights on in fog. Okay, the bright lights are a little bit too bright. You put your fog lights on, and you can see each other's cars. But that's due to the water, the moisture in the air. Okay, now, come on now.
And if you had a lighthouse and it was foggy, even if you put out 10 million lumens of light, the lighthouse would barely reach 1,000 meters.
There you are. You see?
There you go. Simple physics.
Physics, yeah.
Even on a clear day, the furthest that a lighthouse can be seen is typically around 27 nautical miles.
Okay. Although they have been seen at 60 miles. They're flat earth proof there for you again, in a way. But so Robert's got himself in a twist there, screaming and shouting science. But what we're talking about when we're talking about the shape of the earth isn't scientific. So category error, too much noise, and no proof. What we say in England, in England, back in the day, all mouth and no trousers. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
And he says we haven't measured the whole Earth to show it's fat. Well, they've never measured the distance to the sun.
Exactly.
Therefore, they have no clue how far the sun is away from us. And you can't measure to a light.
Yeah, exactly.
If I held out at a random distance from you at nighttime a flashlight, you'd never be able to determine the distance to the flashlight. All you see is the light of it.
Are you talking about flat earth?
Yes, we are talking about flat earth. Hello, welcome. What is your name?
My name is Karim.
Can you say that again, please?
Karim.
Khalil. Okay, Khalil. Welcome to the server. Okay. Do you have any questions about flat earth?
About what?
Right.
I
First
have
of all,
many
your mic,
questions.
your microphone is not clear. Okay, your audio mic is not clear. Can you speak into your mic so I can hear your
Okay, I'm
voice?
now. Okay, I'm now.
Yeah, your
I
mic
can
is not
clearly
good.
listen.
Yeah, can you try
And
again,
right
please?
now, okay, and now you'll all be good.
Okay, that's a little bit better, but you need to speak better into your mic and louder, a louder voice.
Okay, what are you talking about right now?
We're talking about flat Earth right now, and how the Earth is flat and how the Earth is not an oblate spheroid, and looking to the sun to prove the globe is a joke. Carry on.
Ah,
Okay, do you have any questions? Khalil, do you have any questions, Khalil? No questions? All that interruption for no questions. Okay, never mind. But anyway, yeah. So Robert got it wrong. If he thinks working out the shape of something is scientific, well, he's wrong. Okay, nothing to do with science at all.
Well, didn't
And
you hire a scientist to figure out how tall you are?
yeah. So what he should do is tell us how he knows the Earth is a globe. He said nighttime, which is absolutely a statement. Okay, so you see, he doesn't have a case. Right?
The
He should be
ridiculous
thinking
straw
about.
man that if the Earth was flat, it would be sunny all the time. You'd be able to see the
Mm,
sun. That's not
no,
how it
yeah,
works in physics.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, the physicality of the Earth and its size doesn't allow the sun to shine across of the whole of the Earth. The Earth itself is stopping that happening because of the size of it, the expanse. And then, of course, the sun's own luminosity doesn't allow it to shine across the Earth. It is limited to locally. So, like I said, in a few hours, in a couple of hours' time, it is going to be good morning and the sun will be shining here in Japan. It's on its way to us as we speak. And then it's dark. It'll be darkening in the UK for that matter. So it's good evening currently in the UK right now. What is it? We say 7 o'clock in the evening. So they've still got the sun there. But in a couple of hours, it'll be 9 o'clock and the sun will be so-called setting, and then it'll be rising here in Japan. Just in a couple of hours, literally. Okay, that's how the sun moves across the earth. Every country gets a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So every country has its turn. Yeah, can you imagine now? The whole earth completely lit up. Yeah. North Pole, yes. 24 hours daylight there. 3 months, there you go. Right. So, Khalil, any more questions? If not, never mind. Right, I'll leave you in the capable hands of the Riley criterion, and I'm going to go upstairs and do my haircut now.
Yeah, remember to cut more than one hair.
Yes, I'm going to be doing the very, very short back and a little bit of a flat top. That's it.
Do we have any reality deniers today?
We got physics deniers.
Physics deniers. Okay. Well,
They think light can travel forever through the atmosphere.
ooh, that's interesting.
That the sun should be seen everywhere on the flat Earth at all times.
They must have an idea of their own what the sun is and where it is and proximity to the surface of the Earth and all that stuff. Are they still here?
They're muted. It's Robert Utah.
Oh, Robert Utah thinks light can travel. Robert, buddy, is he? He's not muted in the side chat, is he?
No.
Okay.
So.
Robert, can you tell me what the flat Earth looks like in your imagination, and then what the sun is and where it is in proximity to the Earth? You could just go ahead and type that. That'd be cool.
You want to know the funniest thing he said?
What's that?
He says that flat earthers have not measured the entire surface of the Earth, so therefore we can't say it's flat.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think maybe he has a point. But so for our purposes and our arguments, everywhere that anybody has measured, it's all flat. So the Earth that is known to us, and everywhere that we travel on it, and everything that we've explored, and everything that we've mapped, is flat. So if there's another section that he knows about that we don't know about, I would love to see it.
Well, there may be parts of the South Pacific where we haven't been, because there's basically nothing there.
Maybe so. Is that the only part of the Earth that wouldn't be flat? What's it look like then, I guess, is the question. It's weird, Robert. You're being weird, dude.
Yeah. He's saying lakes and oceans curve because the Earth is a globe with gravity. Except I don't remember anybody winning the Nobel Prize for their proof of gravity. So if the smart people can't explain what gravity is, what makes you think you understand what it is?
Yeah, that's a good point. Very solid point. That whole word, that whole gravity thing, still haven't had anybody definitively tell me exactly what it is. They say it's a bending and warping of space-time, but that's merely conceptual. So, I mean, if we're bending concepts, I guess we're jumping into the matrix here. You know, there is no spoon. So I don't know. Robert, you realize that if you just repeat the rhetoric, it's just baseless assertion. You should probably kind of realize that. You can't just say things and then expect people to even care. If you don't demonstrate or prove what you're saying, why do I even have to pay attention to you at all? Or the rhetoric for that matter, whoever's spouting it. Is Luke on mute?
Yep, as well.
Is there a container around the Earth? Well, it certainly seems that way. We have gas pressure.
But the next question is, how come the pressure varies? How come there's a gradient?
Yeah, well, you can have gradient temperatures within a contained system. So, and gradient pressures by consequence, right? So, yeah, this is easy stuff. This is basic physics, boys and girls. Don't overthink it. You know,
if I had a tall column of any kind of liquid, there'd be pressure gradients in it. The top would have less pressure than the bottom.
Right. Now, the weird thing about, these mediums like liquids or even gases, I think, is that there can be more pressure, but it's not a downward pressure. Now you can prove this easily by, like in the ocean, there's gases that come up from the bottom of the ocean floor. And when those gases are released, they come up in the form of bubbles. Those bubbles are typically, although they do fluctuate in shape, but they're typically spherical, meaning that the pressure around that gas is uniform, 360 degrees all the way around. So, yeah, equal pressure. There's more of it the deeper you go, but it's still not a downward vector. So you still have this problem. And also, the gas is going up, which kind of ruins the whole gravity thing right away, anyways. So something as simple as bubbles destroys the idea of gravity. Yay! Welcome to physics.
And if you have enough bubbles in the water loses its density, and things like ships will sink in them.
Right. Crazy how that happens. All stuff that we witness every day, and we kind of take it for granted, but I don't know.
That's what happens in the Bermuda Triangle. There's a landslide that happens underground, under the bottom of this water there, releases a ton of methane and other gases. The water becomes less dense. The ships sink in the less dense water, and then they're covered by all the bottom stuff that came up with the gases and gets covered with a nice layer of silt. And bingo bango, a ship just disappeared. No trace.
Wow. Yep. And gravity was not involved at all, whatever that is.
Yeah, pockets of gas can also knock down airplanes.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Yeah, isn't the gravity the fact that I don't know if I listen correctly, but isn't the fact that the ship sinks and bubbles float because bubbles are less dense, so they float upwards, and something that's more dense floats downwards? That's the property because of the gravity.
No, the gravity would be a cause. So we're witnessing things go up and down depending on the medium that they're in. And that's what we kind of observe, but the cause would be the thing you're looking for. So what would you say the cause is? Is the cause the gravity?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the gravity, and how would you prove that gravity is doing the thing that you're talking about?
What else should be doing the thing? What should we look for that is not gravity?
Well, hold on a second. I don't know why you're asking me a question. I asked you, what is gravity? So you asking me another question is kind of like a burden of proof reversal fallacy, or it's more of an argument from incredulity. Like, how could it be anything else? But you don't even know what the gravity is. Well, anything else? Give me what the gravity is first, and we'll discuss other options.
Yes, we don't know what the gravity fully is, but we don't understand it fully, but we still notice there is a force that is measurable, that is having effect on the world. It doesn't mean, if we don't know something fully, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, if you're claiming a force, then you would be an Einstein denier, because the idea of gravity being a force was debunked, I think, in like 1915. So you're about 111 years out of date. There is no force of gravity.
I just used the word in this sentence. I didn't use it in scientific term.
Well, isn't that what we're talking about? Aren't we talking about physics and science? You said force.
How would you? What is the other word that I could explain it with?
Well,
that you,
listen, brother.
That is in your view better. That is not debunked.
Well, hold on a second. I have not made any claims about gravity or what it is or what it does. I don't even know what it is, right? So I'm hoping that you can tell me what it is, and then we can go from there. I'm not making any claims. and I know this is kind of like a, you know, a lull in the conversation where I'm asking you to define what gravity is, and you're using the word force. And I understand that also your
Okay,
first language might not be English, right?
okay, if the force is maybe not good word, then it's a tendency of mass and energy to influence motion so that other objects accelerate towards one another.
Okay. So mass has an effect on things. Great. So now all we need to do is define mass and then see what kind of effect mass has on things. What does mass do?
Mass, you could say that mass clumps together, or is I mean, it's maybe it's better defined as a measurement of an object's inertia, how strongly it resists to being accelerated.
Okay, so mass and inertia are very close. Okay, so resistance to acceleration. So now we have it. Mass is inertia. Is that what you're saying?
I presume, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. You may not know all this. This is stuff that most people have. Maybe they went over it, you know, back when they were in high school or something like that, and then they kind of just answered the questions on the test and then kind of forgot about it and really don't understand the full implications. So inertia is a description. It's called resistance to acceleration. Now, usually there's some kind of value that goes along with that. So what would be the value? Are we gonna quantify it in like grams, you know, things that we typically describe weight with? Like, is it going to be weight? Is it going to be kilograms? Is it going to be pounds?
I think it's used, G-force is the most often used. Is it?
G-force, yeah, is usually, so, you know, one G is usually equal to the object's weight, right?
No, 1G is the equal to the Earth's gravity.
Oh,
1G,
so it's equal to
1G is what we experience on Earth. So, for example, Moon, which is smaller, then it's we experience. I'm guessing 0.4 or 0.6 Gs. Then on Earth, and equivalently in other direction above 1G also.
Okay. So you said a lot there. What is, once again, we're kind of using the term to define, or the thing to define the term. That's not really the way we do things. So 1G is one gravitational unit. What is that?
It's let me look up the exact definition.
Okay.
What is the sound that you are making in the background? Spraying or something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll back off of that for a minute for the sake of the conversation. I'm
No,
just
I'm just
cleaning some glue.
curious.
Oh, I'm just taking off some old glue on my car, just old glue.
So it says 1G is a standard acceleration associated with the Earth's gravity at surface. So 1G equals 9.80665 meters per second square. So if something is in free fall near Earth, its speed increases about 9.8 meters per second every second, ignoring air resistance.
Okay. That sort of makes sense, I guess. So measure of acceleration. So that's little g. That's the description. That's the effect. That's not the cause. I'm looking for the cause. You were telling me something about a force making stuff go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. So I don't want the effect. I want the cause. What is gravity?
In the sense of the cause, how would you better define that question? Because even if I ask an AI with that question, he still he would give me the same answer. What is gravity? How would you better ask that question?
Well, the better thing that you would ask AI is what causes the acceleration? What causes little g? that 9.8 meters per second squared. By the way, that is an average of an object in a vacuum. So that is one way to, measure something's rate of descent. Now, what is?
Sorry to interrupt, but could I establish a baseline in what you believe? Because I just jumped in and we started from there. Do you just say that you don't know enough with your data because you clearly seem like someone who's at least knowledgeable about basic physics and more? So I'm curious, what is your complete belief in like short sentence? Like, what do you believe in about Earth and its shape or whatnot?
Oh yeah. No, the Earth, not really a belief. Everybody on the Earth every day, including yourself, treats and measures the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. The idea of gravity, whatever it might be, is just basically a patch job or an ad hoc excuse for why things go down and ignoring why things go up. So if you want to know, what my position is, the Earth is measurably flat and stationary, and outer space, the vacuum of outer space, is a complete farce. Otherwise, we would all be dead. So that's kind of where I'm at.
So you don't believe in other planets and the stuff that is observed with telescopes and how not?
Well, so when you say the word planet, all you're describing is an object or a light in the sky that we have named planets. The original meaning behind the word planet was wandering star. That's what it means. Today, it's become something a little bit different. Now it means big, giant, sphere-shaped object in the vacuum of outer space that is maybe marginally like or somewhat comparable to the Earth and its structure. But there's no evidence for any of that. All we can do is observe the lights in the sky and then tell stories about them. So yeah, I don't believe any of that rhetoric.
Okay, but the gravity isn't just an explanation for why things go down. It makes a quantitative prediction. The same framework explains falling objects, projectile trajectories, tides, satellites, orbits. And if you believe in those, combined with the fluid pressure, why balloons and bubbles go up, a helium balloon rises because the surrounding air experiences gravity too, and the resulting pressure gravitates. Gradients, I'm sorry, I'm reading this, gives the balloon buoyant force. So,
right, yeah.
And,
right. All the things that you're describing just need to be proven. Instead of you just repeating what AI has told you, which is more baseless assertion of the rhetoric, I need proof of anything that you're describing.
But the proof is that the technology that we are using today is built upon those assumptions. I have a Starlink on my balcony. I saw the satellites, the moving lights, as you say it, in the sky that moves in the line. I'm literally talking to you over something that works on the gravity, on the principles of the gravity.
Okay, well then let's just go ahead and put that to the test. Let's see if you saw Starlink. Let's see if any of these claims can be proven by you or anybody else that makes the claim. Because what we discuss here is proof for things, not just repetition of the claim.
Yes,
right,
sorry,
right.
Continue.
No, so all the things that you repeated to me, I could go with you on some of that stuff if I actually had any evidence for it. But the idea of gravity, it's just an idea. It's just a conjuring as to why things happen, right? So then they talk about buoyancy, the bubbles and all that stuff. If something goes up, right, you're saying that, let's say like a helium balloon. The idea is that gravity is pulling the air down around the balloon and it's forcing it up. It's kind of stacking underneath the balloon and pushing it up. Well, could I make the same assertion if something goes down, where now all of a sudden the air is going above the object and pushing it down? Could I make that same claim? Should we go ahead and make that part of our rhetoric?
If something goes down, that the air is pushing it from if it's lighter than the pressure, if it has less pressure than the surrounding area. You are asking me if it's pressing it down.
Yeah, because the idea of buoyancy is that gravity is some kind of pulling force and it pulls the air down, and then that air goes down around the balloon and pushes it up. That's the idea of buoyancy. So it still begs the question of gravity, but we don't have any gravity yet. Remember? We haven't proven gravity. We don't even know what it is.
Yes, but we, as you say, it's an idea based on observation. If I have most of our ideas are based on observation, because if I'm gonna take this to the some logical conclusion, your way of thinking, then I could say that even this interaction with you is probably maybe not real. Maybe because I'm talking to my laptop right now and the sound is coming from my laptop. You might not even be a real person, or even if we wanna go more further than that. Maybe I'm dreaming all this, and maybe I'm in a coma. Maybe I'm not even real. I don't know, and I cannot prove any of those things. Doesn't mean I should acknowledge them and live my life daily because I cannot prove anything 100% surely.
Right, but if we're going to create a rhetoric around something that hasn't even been tested, nor can it even be touched, then don't you think that's kind of irresponsible? I mean, let's you and I go ahead and jump back into reality for a moment. I don't think you're dreaming. I don't think that you have any real problem with that idea, right? You and I are both on Discord. You agree, or do you think that you're a brain in a jar, perhaps?
I don't know.
You don't know? Oh, okay. Well, then I can't continue a conversation with somebody if they don't know that they're actually in reality. If you don't know that you're on
No,
Discord right now and that you have
no,
feet,
that is just objective truth. I can never know certainly if I'm really here or not. There is
okay,
no way to know that. So
that's
in
fantastic.
this,
So you don't have to keep talking, right? Because this might all be an illusion. It might be. So why even engaging if there's no way to know?
because there's no other option. I cannot. If I terminate the conversation with you, I still go with the other part of the dream. It's a dream is continuous. It doesn't depend on my choice. Do I continue or not?
Okay. Well, listen, I like to have conversations with people that know that they, have existence within 3D reality. And if you're not sure if that's you, this conversation probably won't go very far because you could always just go, well,
Sorry.
we can't know anything, right?
Don't get offended. Don't get offended. I'm just speaking from scientific perspective because science doesn't deal in absolutes. It doesn't deal in truth or not truth. That's why I can even talk to you and entertain the idea that you might be right, because I can never be 100% sure, no matter the evidence and experiments that I do in what I trust to be true. So I always must be critical, skeptical, and entertain idea that you might be also telling more truth than I have. It's always about more truthful or less truthful. It's never about fully 100% truth. That's how science works.
Yeah. Well, that's not true at all. Otherwise, why would anybody do science? If it doesn't prove anything, why do we even have the scientific method?
It builds upon observation and creates more truthful theories, because what is truth, you cannot define it, and it's always debatable. So you must define what you are trying to prove and how you are going towards it. You are never 100% sure that the sky is blue, because you can never prove something like that, but you can prove things that that are related to that and to our observation, to our system, that local system, not entire universe.
I think I could probably prove that the sky is blue with some kind of instrumentation. I think that they could probably, through like a spectral analysis, see that the sky falls between a certain frequency, a calibrated instrument that detects these frequencies of light. And once it falls into that blue spectrum, you and I can both go, yep, we have some validation that the sky is indeed blue according to our instrumentation, and also the old eye test, right? So there are things that can be known, and there are things that can be proven. Somewhere along the line recently, I think people have been convinced for some dumb reason that things can't be proven, and that leaves people in this really confused state where they think they might be a brain in a jar. So if you're one of those, more power to you, I guess. But I can't have conversations with people if they say there's no way we can actually prove anything.
I don't know. It's you get too emotional about this conversation.
You don't need to prove the obvious either, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sky is blue. We all agree the sky is blue. You don't need to prove that.
Yeah.
But
See, this is
different people don't see same blue color. The color is just a concept, even more so, much more so than gravity. But we still agree what is blue, because we don't need absolutes. We don't need something to be proven by physics to be color blue so we can agree to call it blue.
It's obvious.
Well, yeah, it's obvious. Now, someone being colorblind doesn't change the fact that blue, this blue spectrum, is a frequency of light, right? So if we have an instrument that shows us that the sky is indeed blue, you being colorblind is not going to be the issue.
Okay, why then in most of the languages throughout ancient history, the word for the color blue did not exist? They didn't have color blue.
Holy cow. Who cares? Today we have the word, apparently.
Exactly how you think. You found something that disregards or disagrees with your logic, and you say, who cares? You completely ignored all the objective truths about our existence in order to just fit your narrative, and you got emotional when you didn't know how to exit it. So thank you for this.
Why don't you react?
No, I'm just ending it. I'm ending it. I need to go.
Bye.
Okay, is the sky blue?
And have a nice night or day
See
or
ya.
whatever.
Is the sky blue? That should be the question, right?
Wow.
Wow. After all that, I thought you guys were having a great conversation, buddy.
We were. I thought we were too. But he must have somewhere along the line figured out that, well, I guess I'm going to have to abandon any of my own knowledge about the topic and then just start spouting rhetoric that I've heard, like you can't know anything for certain. And then at the end of it, you got emotional, I'm leaving. Like, no one got emotional, bro.
Yeah, you can't know that I got emotional, right?
That's exactly right.
You don't know anything.
Good grief.
These people are strange, man.
Yeah.
And when they go into this, they just, you know that, throwing the baby out with the bath.
Yep.
Can't win this argument, so how do we know that anything is true? And then they go into this weird simulation argument, and they all do the same thing.
Yep.
What are you doing? Are you spraying weeds or something?
No, I'm taking glue off. I'll go on mute. I didn't think it was that
you're
loud.
right. No, it's not. It's not. It just sounds like a little spray thing when you clean your glasses or something like that.
That's exactly what it is. It's a little spray bottle with alcohol in it. I'm just taking off some glue.
Yeah, no, it's not annoying. I like that. I like the sound. I was just wondering what you were doing.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're concentrating, right?
Yeah. Well, I got to use elbow grease. This is tough glue.
Have you tried Prepsol? Prepsol?
No. I think I know what you're talking about, which is a great adhesive remover, or even Goo Gone is what we call it, like it's a citrus oil. But I don't have any of that at hand right now.
This is one they use in body shops.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we call it Semsolve, or everybody makes I think 3M makes one, Sem makes one, and they're great. Yeah, they're very good adhesive removers.
Yeah. I always keep a couple of liters in the garage. It gets everything off. It doesn't smell the best, but it smells a bit like paint thinners or something like that.
It smells like saving time is what it smells like, because this is ridiculous.
What are you making? Or what are you fixing?
Well, so I've got this pickup, and right there on the pillars of the doors, they would have this black tape. Well, that black tape began to deteriorate, and
Ah,
so
okay.
I thought I'd take this the short route, and I'll get on eBay and see if I can find these decals or this tape. Well, they didn't have that, but they had these little covers. You could glue it right to the old tape or stick it on there. It was self-adhering. And those lasted about a month. And then as you're going down the highway, they come loose and they start slapping and flapping against the car. And it sounds like all hell's about to break loose. So I ripped those off, and now I'm just going to put paint because I'm tired of this.
So is it on the inside pillar or the outside pillar?
Outside of the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tape, like a leather look tape, or?
Yeah. It was just kind of a satin. They call it, it's like a decal, but it's just to garnish that pillar, so it kind of blends in with the blackness of the glass or whatever. And it failed.
Okay.
This is yeah.
Yeah. So now you're trying to get the original tape off, so you can do it again.
Get the glue off. I got the tape. I just used a heat gun to get that off, and there was a couple places where even if when you heat it up, the glue would stay on the paint instead of come with the decal or the tape. So I'm just getting the glue off so the paint will adhere.
Your Scotch Brite, mate, if you're not worried about the paint. You're going to cover it up again?
Yeah, no, I'm going to hit it with some gray Scotch Brite, and then we'll just shoot it with some bomb can.
It's like my kind of day. Love doing stuff like that.
Yeah, ordinarily I probably would enjoy a project like this, but this is kind of, I've worked in the automotive industry my entire life, mostly, body shops and stuff too. So it's just another day at the office, but it's my stuff. You don't ever want to work on your stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got a leaking tap at home that I never fixed. Yeah.
That's why doctors are in such poor health. Like, I don't want to do this now. Been doing this all day.
Exactly. Oh, do I really have to get my tools out of the car? No way. But then you get to a job and you start taking every tool out that you need, and even the ones you don't need, just in case.
Yep. You get to put them all back, though. That's the fun part.
Yeah, in order.
Yeah.
You guys didn't hear it, did you?
What?
Before that guy left, one of the very last things he said, you missed it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He said you're denying objective truths.
Well, he can't tell you that, though.
How ironic is that?
We did miss that. That's ridiculous.
Too busy laughing at him.
Yeah. Yeah, I was distracted by the spur out.
They don't believe their own shit.
No. The old "we can't know anything" escape hatch. Okay.
You're denying truth. That's funny.
Something tells me he stands out of the way, though, if a car's coming down the road at him. Something tells me he's not dreaming that.
But science will tell you that that's not a solid object.
Right. All right, I got to go on mute.
All right, man. Good to speak to you.
You too, brother.
Got in the house. In the house.
You were denying objective reality right after he said science doesn't deal with like reality; it deals with theories. I was like, okay.
That's crazy. What's wrong with these people? You can start saying that you can't prove that the sky is blue. You don't need to.
I get, scientists need to ask themselves the question: am I even doing an experiment?
Yeah. Why am you get these? They just sit down doing nothing. You go, well, I'm not doing anything. I can't prove anything, so I'm just not going to bother. Oh, how'd your experiment work out? Oh, I just stopped because you can't really prove anything.
The student's going to get an F in chemistry.
Yeah. Maybe excuse my ignorance, but who is Doug Fe?
Isn't he the guy that makes a lot of the music?
I'm not sure. I don't think I've spoken to him before. Oh, is that the one that made that Matrix was talking about? That made a song about Matrix and a few other songs. One about Yoda, I think, as well.
Yeah, I remember him because of that kids Christian puppet show that was like a musical puppet show. We used to watch when we were little kids. It was Duke's Garage Theater, spelled the same way.
Maybe I'm a bit old. Maybe it's an American thing. America, fuck yeah. ISS proves globe is muted. Let's open that up. And hello, ISS proves globe. Are you there?
Oh, I am unmuted. I am
Oh,
shocked. I
hello.
was just gonna spend about 2 minutes and flash.
Oh, that's all right. What's up, Robert?
Yeah, what's up, man? What's up, man? Jin got a little nervous. He has to understand that he's putting forward that the Earth is flat, right? And we all experience the sun every day. I explicitly ask him, how is that sun going to go away on a flat plane, dude? It's always up there. It's circling above our head. I asked him this explicitly, and he freaked out and muted me because he can't answer.
Well, the sun's always up in the sky, right?
No, at nighttime it is not for you. It is underneath your feet for you.
How can you prove that?
Nighttime.
Well, how do you know it's under you?
Night. Because if the earth is flat, it is always above your head circling. Remember, that's what you guys are putting forward here. And
yeah, that's what we observe, right?
Exactly. So therefore, you also observe night.
Yeah.
So where's the
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me anything though.
Oh yeah, it tells you everything because that sun provides your light, right?
No, because you said it's under.
there,
You said it's under my feet.
right.
Yeah. But the experience is it's when everyone sees the sun, it's above them, right?
Yeah, always above your head. So it's never under your feet. If you're looking at the flat earth and the sun is moving away from you, appearing to be going below the horizon, that's an optical illusion because it's not actually doing that. Hang on, Robert, because you spoke, let me speak. Right? It's an optical illusion. That's what you're witnessing. And by the way, I did not mute you. I'm not a mod on this server. I don't have that power. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, prove it's an optical. That's what I'm asking you to. You see, Jin, I want the science that tells you that one, it's an optical illusion, and two, what's bringing it below that horizon, dude? I just need the science.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's not going below the horizon. It's an optical illusion, Robert. It is not going below the horizon.
You don't know it's an optical illusion. You don't know. You don't know.
No.
You don't give me the science.
That's you making a baseless claim. I do know, and I'm explaining it to you, but you just don't want to listen and digest.
I can't wait.
Well, you don't want to digest. Never mind.
No. I like this one, Robert. When have you ever seen the sun below the horizon?
You can't, dude. The sun is below the horizon. How are you going to see it?
That's my point. When have you ever seen the sun below the horizon?
No, you can't see something that's not there. What are you talking about?
Why did you said that we see the sun below the horizon? I'm asking you to go ahead and show me when that's ever been observed.
I never said you see it below the horizon. I said it is.
Oh yeah, you did.
No.
Oh, it is. Okay. So you're making a statement, an assertion. Do you have any evidence for this?
Yes. When you call your buddy in California from my home country, where it's black, right? Because I don't have light pollution. My brother in California says, "Yo, the sun is up."
Yeah, it's above his head, right?
So what you're telling me that your logic is basically circular reasoning.
No, my logic is that sun is providing light on the other side where my friend is becoming friend. My friend is on the other side.
Yeah. So that would be begging the question. So now another fallacy. Do you have anything that's not fallacies, Robert?
That's not a fallacy. Prove it's a fallacy. Go ahead.
Sure it is. It's begging the question. You saying other side? Are you talking about the other side of a globe?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then you're begging the question that the Earth is a globe.
Oh no, that's the only way. You don't understand.
Only way.
It's science. We're
It's the
talking.
only way.
Are you guys scientists or not? We're
Okay,
talking
can
science.
can you show me what you've eliminated to prove that that is the only way?
That is the only. What we have eliminated is if it's a flat plane, 100,000 lumens shows on that entire flat plane. Because we experience it every day. 100,000 lumens when the sun is up, we experience it all throughout our area. So, so
Yeah, you're talking
therefore,
about sunlight.
so therefore,
That's just
the
sunlight.
only way, the only thing that can cut off 100,000 lumens is the ground.
Wait a minute, 100,000 lumens. Certainly, the sun has more than that.
No, you experience 100,000 lumens, brother. Measure it. You can measure it. There are instruments to
Well, but
measure that. What are you talking about?
all those lumens are just light, and we know that
Yes.
it doesn't depend to the number of lumens on the object. Light is submitted to the physics. Light is submitted to the inverted square law of light. So light will just attenuate just like that. And there is an attenuation that happens because of the medium where the light is traveling. That's why sometimes you can't see the sun when it's foggy. The fog is not something, it's not a building that is in front of you hiding the sun. No. Fog is just air, that air, the moist and the humidity that is accumulated more than usual in that area we are standing, and still you can see the sun. Is that something physical? No. There is light attenuation, the thing that happens every day, all the day, all time, every time. So the light won't reach certain area.
What? No, dude, you just made our point. No, the fog is thick enough, brother. God bless you. The fog is thick enough to block out so much lumens. Guess what else is? No, hold on, wait. Let me finish. The only thing that can block out all lumens is a thicker barrier. The ground.
No, just stop. So when you're talking about the fog, and when you think about a normal day compared to a foggy day, fog doesn't disappear at all completely, and there is 100% just a vacuum without air, without humidity. No. The fog just not as thick as it was. Still, the same humidity is still there. What was hiding the sun before during that foggy moment, that is still there around us, but not at the same density. So it still will just stop the light from reaching certain area. So that fog that stopped the light from the sun that is just straight above your head, now it's dissipated. Now the sun is not disappearing from straight above your head. It will have to travel more distance farther than you and that area. So the light won't be able to reach that area.
Again, you're mixing up concepts. I need to keep you honest. Dude, if the fog was what was blocking you from seeing the light in the morning, it would still be light. Because you experience fog that blocks out the sun, but it's still bright. It's still light. The only thing that can cancel the light 100% is a thicker barrier. The thicker barrier is the ground, dog.
No. You can have pitch black area under the water, which is the same component that is composing the fog, which is just humidity, particles of water not attached to the other. So it's just small droplets of water dispersed in the air. They are thick, yes, composing the fog, but not as thick as a liquid water. So when you are going underneath the water, at certain area, the sun is not there. The entire area, there's no light coming from the sun. There is no, you can't see the sun, and the entire area is pitch black. It's not a wall, and it's not the ground. So no, you're wrong.
There's no pitch black. I want you to tell us where you experience fog so thick that it is
No, I'm not talking about fog. And I'm talking now about something that is not the wall, a wall, and that thing is the same thing that is composing the fog. So fog is just droplets of water
Exactly, and it doesn't
dispersed
block out all
in
of the
the
light.
air. So if I take that water and I take
Right.
those droplets and make them accumulate them and create a liquid medium, yeah, that liquid medium, which is the ocean, if you go underneath the surface of the water, deep underneath the surface, yes, that's not a wall. That's just water, the same exact thing that is composing the fog. But
brother,
it's
that's what
denser
I'm
than the
saying to you.
fog.
The sun is underneath the earth, underneath the water, the ocean, and everything is underneath
The
that.
sun
What are
is
you talking
above
about?
the water.
That's what we're
No,
talking about,
the sun is not underneath the water. The
brother.
sun is just above the surface.
No,
You see
that's a
the
lie.
sun when you
Prove
are
that.
when you are on the surface of the ocean.
No.
You see the sun. If you are a diver, you can see the sun above your head. It's noon. It's noon at that time, and you plunge and you dive underneath the surface of water.
Right,
You
underneath water.
yourself or
Right.
inside your submarine,
Right.
at certain area
Certain
in
depth.
that water, it's not a wall. Still, the sun is
Yeah.
above the surface. You can't see the sun, and the area is not illuminated by the sun at all. It's pitch black
Yes.
around you.
Yeah, exactly. The earth is 75% water, brother. That what I'm trying to say. Hold on, brother. That means again, the sun is on the other side where there is
No.
water as well.
Oh my
So
God.
the sun cannot penetrate that much water to come up to you, brother. The sun is on the
Yes,
other
thank you.
side of the earth, brother.
No.
You're
The
making
sun
my
is
point.
not
You're making
on the
my
other
point.
side.
You're
The
making my
sun is
point.
not on the other side of the earth. It's still noon. It's still noon.
Okay, noon. Okay, noon.
12 p.m.
12 p.m.
And in your watch,
Right.
you are underneath the water. You are in Mariana Trench or somewhere like that. You look at your watch. You see that it is noon. It's 12 p.m. in that zone. So meaning that the sun is not on the other side of the earth. It's noon. It's still day. The boat that is on the surface that is above your head, they are able to see the light from the sun, and they are able to see the day, and they are able to see the circle of the sun. You, the one who dived underneath the surface, deep enough, the light won't be able to reach you because there is something that we call in physics, in science, attenuation of light, light dispersion. Those things will just stop the light from reaching certain area. That water that stopped the light is the same component of fog, and it's the same component of the air that we breathe. The humidity, the thing that we call humidity, is just water.
No, you have to, brother, you cannot prove any of that. There is nowhere on earth where is that much fog every morning. Every morning, that much water every morning. There is not any data that tells you that there's that much
You
water
can't prove
at
that
the
the sun is on
horizon
the other side,
every
right?
morning. Dude, there
You
is
can't
nothing
prove
like
that
that
the
every
sun is
morning.
under my feet, though, right?
Yes, I can because I
Yeah,
called my friend in California. Hold on. I called my friend in
Yeah,
California.
but you don't. Yeah, but that's circular reasoning.
No, that's not circular reason.
Yeah, the sun is under my
I
feet
have
because
night.
the sun is.
I am
Hang on, the sun is under my feet because the Earth is a globe, right?
yes, because the Earth is a globe. Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So California is on the
Yeah.
other
So
side
then
of.
you'd have to. Yeah, then you'd have to prove that California is underneath me.
Oh, yeah, of course you can prove that. It's very
Go
easily
ahead.
for you to prove that. You prove that because the sun is
No,
bright
that.
over there,
Yes,
and it is
that's
over
circular
here because
reasoning.
Circular.
it's not circular reasoning, brother.
Definition of it.
It's not circular reasoning. You know why? Let me tell you why it's not circular reasoning. There is no science that you can put forward in this room that
You're not
says,
putting
hold
forth
on,
any. You're not putting forth any, Robert. You're not putting
guys,
forth any for your claim.
Circular
You're
science.
using circular reasoning to support your claim.
No, no, no. I'm not using circular reasoning. What I'm trying to tell you
Yes, you
is that
are.
hold on. Scientifically, the only thing that blocks out the sun is a thicker
Show the science
substance.
behind it. Show the
So
science behind it.
a thicker substance is the ground that blocks out
Show the
because
science behind it.
You're wrong. I
Show the
just
science
told you
behind
that
it.
you're wrong. So the water is not the
Wait, let
ground.
him. Wait, let him show the. Let him show the science.
Yeah,
Show the
I'm showing you.
science, Robert.
Yeah, I'm going to show you the science. Right. So, as this gentleman put forward, that the fog, although the fog is that thick, it still is
Show it.
bright. Right. He just explained that to you that it is bright, and he said, and he mentioned the
Show it,
word at, and he hold on, let me finish.
Robert.
And he
No,
mentioned the
no,
word at.
show it.
Okay, you want to come where I am? I mean, I can come, dude. It is going down to be
Is that
dark
is that
time where
sun?
I am.
Is that
Right
sun?
now, right now, you're in California. You're in England, right? You're in England, right? It's nighttime,
God,
right? It's
I'm in
nighttime.
Australia and it's
Australia,
morning.
it's morning, right? It's morning over there. Perfect, right? The sun is in a different position from where it is for me, right? Nighttime is approaching nighttime here.
There's no
So
sun yet.
what I'm trying to say to you, scientifically, he just said attenuation.
No, you haven't said
So
anything scientifically.
he what?
You haven't. You just said I can prove with science that that California is underneath me, right?
No, I can prove with science that the ground is blocking the sun.
Well, that would be because the sun is going underneath the ground, right?
This the ground, no, not underneath the ground, underneath you. So the ground is between you and the sun.
Yeah. So you said the sun, when it's away, is underneath you, right?
Correct.
So you said you were going to prove it scientifically. So go ahead.
Right. So let's get to it now. As morning time, right? The sun changes position in the sky, right?
So you're just restating a claim.
No, that's an observational fact.
Yeah, the
Okay.
sun is always, the observational fact is the sun is
Right.
always above you, right?
No, it's not always above me. I am standing at the beach, and the
So
sun.
can you show me someone's experience where the sun is not above them?
Yes, when you're standing at the beach and you're looking straight out at the sunrise, that sun is directly lined up with you, 180 degrees. It is not above
Okay,
you. Right.
so that would mean the earth is curving, right?
Hold on, wait, just a second. No, just wait,
That's
just wait,
literally
just wait.
circular reasoning.
No, just wait. At morning time, if the sun is 180 degrees when you're at the beach from you. It is not above your head. When the top of that sun peeks out above that horizon, it is dead 180 degrees. It is not above your head. Therefore, that
Yeah.
is
So
your
you
scientific proof that where that sun is coming from was below.
know
That's literally
it's
what
an
circular
angle.
reasoning means. What you're doing now is literally just circular reasoning. So I will still man you. I will still man you what you are doing. So you are saying that when we don't see the sun in the sky, the sun is in the other side of the globe Earth. In the morning, I don't see the sun above my head. It's behind or hidden by the horizon. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's literally what circular reasoning means.
No,
You are using your claim to justify the claim. The first thing that you used, which is when we don't see the sun on the sky, the sun is on the other side of the globe. That's your claim. and you are using the claim to justify what you see in the morning and during the during the sunset.
You're grasping at straws. The definition of the horizon is where the sky and the ground appears to meet. The ground. The sun is not coming from the top, from the sky. It is coming from the ground, right?
Yeah, you used a critical word there, appears, right?
Ground. Yeah. So no. I'm just letting you know. So when you stand at the home, when you stand at
That's
the
an
beach,
apparent. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Literally, as you said it,
right?
it is where the sky appears to meet with the ground. So
Yes.
the sun appears to come from the ground. And it's
Yes.
not literally coming from underneath the ground. It's just an appearance. It's something apparent. It's not physical phenomena. It's apparent phenomenon. What you said literally is the thing. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet with the ground. It's not meeting with the ground literally. It's just an apparent phenomenon. It's not physical. The sky is not meeting with the ground literally. So when you see the sun coming from behind the horizon, it appears to be coming from underneath the ground. It's
Right.
not literal.
Oh, wait, how do you know that? No. Again, I have all the variables. So the variable is one, the ground, which you're on. That is the ground out at that horizon. That is the physical thing, the physical place where the sun is coming from. The reason why the sun, the reason why, the reason why, but you're standing on the ground. The reason why the sky appears to meet the ground, that, my friend, is because of the curvature of the earth. That's how,
If
and
that
that's
was
a whole
if
different
that was the
subject.
case, it'd be geometric. If that was the case, it'd be a geometric.
It is geometric.
Physical location.
It is physical. It is physical.
But it's
100%.
not though. It's
Yes,
not.
it is.
Meaning that
100%.
meaning that we
No,
can't see,
you must think that
meaning
the Earth gets bigger and smaller. Then you must think the Earth expands and shrinks.
No, it curves.
Yeah.
It curves.
Yep.
That's what curve is. Curve
You
is
think it gets bigger and smaller. You think it's like an inflatable balloon. It gets
no.
blown up and then gets. Well, how come we don't get consistent geometric horizon distance measurements?
because it's a curve based on your height.
Yeah. So how come it's not
we got
consistent?
the same
How come
height.
it's not consistently 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet then?
Yeah, that is a variable, but it is but my friend, that distance you see is directly linked to your observation height, which you can demonstrate with a basketball in your hand. If you're closer to the basketball, you see less of the surface. If you rise above the basketball, you see more of the surface. So that,
if the
my
horizon
friend,
is the result of physical geometric Earth curvature, then it would be consistently at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But it's not.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Absolutely, it is.
No, we can prove it. It's not.
Wait, sorry. No, hold on. I take that back. The Earth is not a perfect sphere. We know that it's a spheroid. So that 1.22 changes.
I don't care about your apologetics. I don't care about your excuses. I don't care about your excuses.
I understand, but it matches what we experience. And
so where's this science? So where's this science that proves that the sun is below your feet?
And refraction is a thing in our world. That's why that horizon sometimes moves.
Now you're casting out physical. Now you're casting out physical and saying the thing you see is not physical.
Are you saying refraction doesn't exist?
No, you're saying the thing you see is not physical. And now you've just thrown your physicality of the horizon under the bus.
Brother, refraction is a physical thing.
Now you're saying it's an optical effect. Now you're saying the horizon's an optical effect, not a physical location.
No. It's a physical location, but refraction is a thing in our world.
So the horizon you see, is it in the location where you see it?
ايوه هيك شو انه
The horizon.
وبده
Shut
يعيش
up,
زي
bro.
الاجانب.
Shut up, kid. Shut up, kid. Getting reported to Discord for being underage. So, Robert, is the horizon in the location where you see it?
The horizon is a geometric place But because
Is it in its physical
other
location
phenomenon,
where you see it, or is it refracted?
it's a geometric solid place. But because of other phenomena, further
Where do you see it? Do you see it in its physical location, or is it displaced?
refraction displaces it sometimes, and the Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Sometimes or all the time?
There's a coefficient of 1
Sometimes or all the time?
of
Sometimes or
refraction.
all the time? Sometimes or all the time?
There is always refraction on our Earth.
Right. So you never see this. You never see the horizon in its geometrical physical location. It's always displaced. So now you're calling the horizon an optical effect.
It's not. The
You're
horizon
double
needs
speaking, numpty dickhead.
no. The horizon needs the ground, and it needs the medium to refract. Therefore, that geometric horizon is a physical place that changes based on another phenomenon called reflection.
Right. So now you're saying what you see isn't there.
You are wrong. He's wrong because
No,
what
you
I
can't see
can tell
oxygen.
him
See
when you are
oxygen?
claiming the observation of the horizon line being refracted, so meaning that it's the same. It's the same geometric place, physical place, but it was refracted up or down. No, but we are talking about a different horizon, another one. Instead of the first horizon that was that had to be at 1.22 miles times the square root the height of the
Average.
observer.
Average.
So that yes, okay, but that's not a horizon being refracted up or down. No, we will see another horizon different than the first one. Instead of the one that can hide the object, now you see another one which is behind the object, meaning that the horizon is not physical,
No, that's
meaning that
okay.
the horizon is just an optical phenomenon that happen dependent to the atmospheric conditions. So
again,
you will see a horizon at the specific time dependent to those conditions. It's not dependent to the geometry of the object that you're standing on.
Yes, it does. Again, if you see another line behind another object that is occluded, that means that's another refraction that you're looking at.
Yes, but where is the physical horizon at that moment? Now we are seeing a different horizon, completely different horizon than the one that had to be at 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer. No, that one where it is. Where is the physical horizon? If you are a 6-foot observer height, like in the Black Swan example, you are a 6-foot observer height. So instead of the horizon that have to be at 3 miles, you don't see that one. That one, I don't know where it is. It took vacation or something, but you see another horizon. So where is the physical horizon? The first one that had to be at 3 point something miles.
Well, what do you
Where
mean?
it is?
It's there. What are you talking about?
Where is the physical horizon? What
It
you
is
see
indeed at the
physical
1.22.
horizon that had to
Dude,
be.
the radius, dude, you have air, you have things on Earth that obscures your vision. For example, you
Talking
can't
about
see
water.
oxygen. Hold on, wait, let me finish. You can't see
You mean like
oxygen.
air?
Wait. You can't
You
see
just hit on Necros earlier for saying the exact same fucking thing, and now you're appealing to it, to exactly what he was talking about. You're a fucking
No, you
idiot,
need to
bro.
follow the
You're
conversation.
an
Dude,
idiot.
you cannot see oxygen because there's an obstruction in your eyes, right? It is too small. Your eyes is not able to bend. It's the same thing with the horizon, the geometric horizon. There are obstructions. Atmospheric refraction. It's simple. It's real simple. The fact that it is there, the fact that you have a horizon that is there is your evidence that the earth curves. On a flat earth, there is none. There is no horizon, dude. It's flat.
No, but that one is an optical phenomena. That's not a physical horizon. They claim that if you shoot it, if you take a bazooka or a rifle and try to shoot it, you won't shoot it because it's not there. It's not physical. It's just an image in the air. So, is it optical or physical? Can you shoot that building that was refracted? Can you shoot it? No, you won't be able to do because it's not physical. It's just an image in the air. That's what you claim, Globers. The horizon that you see at 11 miles, if you are a 6-foot observer high, and you see a horizon at 11 miles, you claim that the horizon, the physical one, the real horizon on your damn globe, is way below that height because you see the horizon in front of you at eye level. At eye level. So the real horizon claim it's not there. The real horizon is just far below at 60 feet height or 70 feet height. So the thing that you are seeing is not a physical thing. It's just an image that have been refracted up to appear in front of you. It's not real.
Again, brother, you need to listen.
You need something Coca-Cola.
You have to listen. You're not listening. The
I'm
fact
listening.
that you have a horizon like that is your concrete evidence that you have
that
a globe.
physical or
You can.
is that
What I
physical?
want you to do.
No.
Here,
Stop.
hold on. Let me finish, brother.
No,
It's
then
okay.
it's around the question. Is that physical or optical? That horizon that you see in front of you at 11 miles, is that real horizon? Is that physical? Is that real?
Yes. The first one you see. No, wait.
It's
The
not
first.
that one is real. It's not refracted up. It's not an image that has been refracted up by the air conditions.
Yes, it is. Because the
So the Earth is
object is
flat.
brother. Because the
Earth is flat. The horizon is really at 11 miles. Nothing was refracted up. It's literally the physical surface of the Earth that is flat. Nothing was refracted up. It's not an image that has been refracted up. It's the physical surface. That's what you claim. Refraction.
The object is occluded in the Black Swan observations. The objects are occluded by one line. It is visible. Behind there is another line. That is the refraction. You get it? That is the refraction that's happening. But the objects are occluded by a B line.
We are talking. Just listen.
Why are the objects occluded by a B line first? Why? You're going to have to explain that. The reason why, because that is the geometric blockage. What's behind there is a refractive blockage. Come on now.
Yes, but the object that you are observing, the object that you are observing is not occluded, is not obstructed. The object, you are 6-foot observer. We have those observations, like the Black Swan with the windmills. So you are on a 6-foot observer height. The bottom of the object that you are observing, using as a distance marker, is at 11 miles. The horizon is behind that object. There is no line that is obstructing or occluding the objects. The horizon is at 11 miles. It should have been visible at 3 miles, but it's not. It's at 11 miles. There is no other visible horizon in those observations, only the one that is at 11 miles. So that thing, what we call horizon in those observations, seems all globe that it is an optical thing. It's not a real horizon. The horizon is behind the curvature and it's down and 60 feet, 66 or 70 feet behind what we see. And that's just an image that was refracted up because of the air conditions. That's what they claim. So you're telling me that, yeah, literally, it is the horizon of that bigger globe? Because if I use that horizon as a physical horizon, this will give me, I will give you the number. Wait, let me get the calculation. Here it is.
250,000 mile radius.
264,000. Yeah. So you have a globe that is, instead of 3,959 miles, a globe that is 67 times bigger, with that geometric horizon, that physical horizon that is 11 miles far instead of 3. Oh, you claim refraction. Refraction make things that are not at that elevation, make them appear higher. So low, they are lower in reality, but refraction make them appear higher. That's your claim, meaning that that object that I am observing is not physical. So the horizon in your paradigm is not physical. I understand now how why he was muted, and yeah, you know him already. I guess that he is doing that every time he talks to you.
Then
That level of someone being stubborn is just really surprising. It's above normal.
Yeah, he's allowed to have a sun that really isn't there where we see it. He's allowed to have a horizon that's not really there where we see it. He's allowed to have boats that are not really there where we see it, and clock towers and houses and all sorts of things that they exist physically somewhere, but they're just not in the location where you're seeing them, right? And as soon as, like, Necros tried to talk about how if there's enough air between you and a light source, it can be completely occluded. No, suddenly, yeah, that's not science. That's ridiculous, right? Like, come on, seriously, double standards like that, huh? And then when he wants to talk about the science of the sun being blocked by the ground, its light being blocked by the ground and occluded by the ground, suddenly that's not real. That's not there where you really see it. Yeah, hypocrite.
Yeah, every light source has its own range. Even the sun. And all light is just submits just to what happens to light, physics of light, light attenuation, invert square law of light, and all those things. Refraction, diffraction. So the light is not supposed to go indefinitely.
Yeah, he's allowed to have refraction, but you're not allowed to have diffraction or scattering.
Yeah, because every optical phenomena that happens on the surface for them is just called refraction. A mirage is a refraction. Sinking mirage is a refraction. Selenium eclipse is due to refraction. Monkeys turn to human because of refraction. I'm joking.
I've heard other people say that the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient. I've heard people in here say that the math works out to be around about 300 kilometers of air between you and the light source of the sun. Before you can't see any of its light. Its light is being reflected, absorbed, and scattered to the point you can't see any more of it. That's all it would take. And I got I can't do the math myself, so I got an AI. I said use Rayleigh's formulas and tell me how much air would be necessary between me and the sun before I can't see its light anymore. And it gave me around about 300 kilometers. So in par with what people are saying in here, that I've heard other people in here say. I'd have, without checking the math myself, I can't be sure if that's true or not, right? I'm just taking it, the word of AI and others that I've heard from. So I don't know. It's interesting though that it would only take 300 kilometers, right? The notion is that it only takes 300 kilometers of thick ground level atmospheric air, right, to totally obscure obstruct the sun's light. That seems to be the stance upon it, right?
Yeah, I guess that's normal because, like I told him earlier, so we just use that same exact medium. Like we know that there is that humidity in the air. Like I gave him the example of fog and liquid water when you dive underneath the ocean. So we know for a fact that that's exact medium, which is water in all its form, gas or liquid, it stops the light from reaching far distances. Like when you go underneath the water, you just need a couple of dozens of meters underneath the surface, and the light will start attenuating and it will start to turn to black till it's like, I think, 100 or 200 meters underneath the surface, and you won't be able to see the sun at all, and it will be just like night, pitch black night all around you. We know that if you just turn that water into vapor, a thick vapor, it will completely obscure the disk of the sun. So it's just we know that there is some days it turns to like not night, not like pitch black night, but like the evening when the sun already set, when it's a rainy day. Remember? So compare a rainy day and those thick clouds on the sky, really thick clouds, they will obscure the sun and they will create that dark environment around us. Not pitch black because it's not thick enough. If it is thick enough, yeah, that light will not be able to reach those regions and it will be just black. So the air that we breathe, that we are able to see the where we are able to see the sunset and the sunrise, that's not void of that medium, which is just water. We are not adding dust, we are not adding gas, we are just talking now about water in all this its forms. So that clear day is not void of that humidity environment. Those particles of water where that the sunlight will enter that water and will just divert, will turn, will deviate from a straight path. Yeah, there is millions and millions of them between the observer and the sun itself. So the light will scatter, its ray of light will hit a particle and it will be absorbed. Some will be absorbed, some will be reflected. We know that. Some of it will be reflected, some of it will pass that droplet of water, particle of water, in the other side, some also will reflect from the surface, and the rest will pass and go in another direction. All those things will stop the light from reaching infinity, even if it is the sun.
And Rob most definitely was used circular reasoning because his logic was basically this, that Earth is a globe because of sunset, right? And we have sunsets because the Earth is a globe. That was his argument, essentially. He was also affirming the consequent by saying if the Earth is a globe, then we would expect to see the sun, like, be cut off by the horizon, because the horizon, limited distance you can see across the surface before it starts curving down and away from you, and you can no longer see it. So, yeah, he's saying because we see the sunset, therefore the Earth is a globe, right? It's affirming the consequent. If P then Q, Q therefore P. It's classic affirming the consequent.
What makes him different than a flat earther making just that circular reasoning, and they're making the same claim? When the sun is not above me, it means that it is so far away above the surface, above the flat surface. And in the morning, I can see the sun that wasn't visible, so it started to be visible, means that it was coming from above that flat surface. Circular reasoning is not an argument. You do it for a globe, you do it for concave Earth. It's just illogical. That's why it's a false logic. That's why it's logical fallacy.
What's up, guys? Do we have more mean people coming in and rage quitting?
Just Rob Utah. Oh, and another guy earlier, that basically conceded that he can't prove the globe because you can't prove anything. Science doesn't prove anything. I love it when they say that. I love it when they say that, science isn't, 100% absolute on anything. So, all right, so you can't be sure the Earth is a globe then. Can't prove it's a globe. Well, that's cool. All right, I'll take that.
I'll tell people math proves things, but only in the real world sense. That's why we do inventory. I can't have -5 bottles of champagne. So when we take inventory of our environment, we have what we have. Should we do that? Should we call it a measurement, or should we just change it to inventory? We're doing inventory. Because that kind of sounds sexy. I'm taking inventory. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum.
I just sent a meme about what you just said. The claim from the guy that the science doesn't prove anything. I like that meme. I had it since the first day I started studying science.
Damn. No, Robert, Utah, because I just looked it up, and in thick sea fog and dense fog, the water droplets are highly efficient scatterers. The sun is completely extinguished over a horizontal path of just 100 to 300 meters.
Nuh-uh.
There have been people that have like been inside clouds, right? Thick storm clouds, and they say it's pitch black in the day inside a storm cloud.
We are in Tida, if you are with
That
Robert Yuta in a big field, vast field, and you have a candle in your hands and he doesn't have one. So when you start walking far from him, the moment where he will not be able to see that candle and the light from the candle won't be able to reach him, he will just go back and he will turn opposite direction and will go in the other side, expecting that he will see you on the other side, because would think that that field, that vast field, is just a ball. Won't be able to expect that the light from the candle might be attenuated due to the air conditions and inverse square law of light too.
Should be able to see it forever, right?
Yeah. If he stops seeing it, he will think that that field, that flat field, is a ball.
Exactly. But I like your meme there. That's funny. It's pretty much how the conversation's going here sometimes.
Yeah, thunderstorm clouds, they're pretty good at extinguishing sunlight. Normal midday sunlight can be 100,000 to 120,000 lux. But a severe supercell core can bring it down to 5 lux. Or an extreme thunderstorm peak down to less than 1 lux, which is darker than a full moon sky.
Yeah, by the way, that light that you see, the environment is a little bit gray. That's not the light penetrating those thick clouds. There is no bit of light that penetrates in those thick clouds, but the illumination is from the other regions. It's just reflected from the objects and illuminate the area around you. But if you look at this, the sky, and you try to look at the disk of the sun, there is no bit of light that is penetrating those clouds. Other than that, you will be able to see the disk of the sun. You will be able to point at the disk of the sun with your finger. You don't know where is the sun. You don't really know. You don't know where is the sun when it is a rainy day, because you can't see the light penetrating from the sun through the clouds and reaching your eyes. So you will be able to see just a little bit of that disk of the sun. No, you don't see that. See just black clouds and at gray day, but the gray is just the illumination of other regions. because the light, when you touch an object, doesn't stop there. No, it will bounce from. That's the illumination. That's what we see, and that's also light, and that illuminates something else when it touch on that thing. It will illuminate. The light will illuminate the thing, and the rest of that bit of light will just reflect back, and so on.
Correct. That's why we see the moon, brother. And that's the reason why, again, night is impossible on a flat plane, because if the sun is always above your head, right, in a circle, right, that means even if it's far, the light would reflect off something and bounce to your eyes, right? The night is impossible on a flat plane. It is impossible, right? Your sun is lined up with you 180 degrees in the morning and at night when it's approaching, when it's sunset. The sun is changing angles in the sky. That's the only way it would do that, right? It does not change in angular size when it hits that horizon. It is the same half a degree above your head as it touches the horizon. The sun is not moving in your reference frame. You can demonstrate this in your house. Dude, put a large object out there and put a smaller object turning on its axis and measure the distance between them. Go ahead. It does not change in any way discernible to the human eye. Flat Earth is patently nonsense.
Yeah, but it does change for cameras.
No, does
You
not.
know what?
It's been
You know what's
captured.
patently nonsense? What's nonsense, right? Is the idea that you can live on a sphere and it measure flat. Yeah, that's nonsense.
Yes, I agree with that. Because a sphere
Yeah,
cannot.
so
I agree with that.
no, yes, a sphere cannot measure to be flat. So when we measure the surface of what we live on to be flat, we can eliminate the idea that it's a sphere.
You've never
Thanks.
measured the entire.
So whatever incredulity you have about how the sun should or what the sun should or shouldn't do and how it should operate or shouldn't operate over a flat plane, right, is null and void once we measure the surface.
You have never measured the entire surface. Please stop that fallacy now.
Never measured the distance to the
Oh,
sun.
Yes, we have measured the distance. There
No,
is
they have not.
literally a
No, they have not.
yes.
The distance to the sun is based upon the false size of the Earth.
No, there is
Yes, it
literally
is 100%.
there's literally a probe called the Parker probe that is going around the sun right now at 400,000 miles an hour, and it beams back data. We can measure that distance right now. Go look it up.
prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Right.
Prove it.
I just did. Look it up.
No. Not look it up isn't proving something.
Yes,
Prove
of course.
that there's a probe near the sun.
Part of the scientific method is research. Once you've made an observation, you make you ask a question, make your
You prove it.
hypothesis, and you
You
do your
prove it.
research.
I'm not going to go and prove
Right.
it for you. You made the claim. You prove it. Prove that there's a probe near the sun. Go.
Okay, but let's read the documentation
Research
about
is
the Parker
not
probe.
in the scientific method.
Let's read.
Research is not in the scientific method.
Let's read the Parker probe. Yes, research is indeed 100,000% a part of the scientific method.
Where is it in there?
Robert, that's not proving anything. That's not
It's
proving that there's a probe near the sun. That doesn't prove anything. Now prove your claim about this Parker probe or whatever it's called, solar probe. Yeah. Prove its existence.
Yes, the Parker probe is launched August 2018 to touch the sun. It flies close to the sun at 3.8 million
prove it.
miles from the
Prove it.
from the surface.
That's the claim. Prove it.
The corona, traveling at a record speed of 430,000 miles per hour. Okay, so we know exactly where the sun
Cool
is.
story, bro. Cool story, bro.
Story.
Prove
Okay,
it.
yeah, there are two
The
stories.
claim is not the proof.
There are
prove
two
it.
stories. There are two stories. One, there are fiction stories, and two, there are non-fiction stories. This one
Okay,
is
so
a
prove yours is
non-fiction.
non-fiction. Prove yours is non-fiction about this probe.
Yes, I'm providing the research for you.
No,
I'm providing the
prove
research.
it right now. Tell us
Yeah,
how you can prove it.
I can easily prove it by looking at the research.
Yeah, cool story.
I can tell
What is involved besides just reading some? You're basically saying read some words, right? That's not proof. That's not proof.
Yes, it is.
What is the substance of the proof?
The substance of the proof is the probe was launched. There are
No, that's the claim. That's the story.
No, that's not a story. Hold on. There are two stories, fiction and non-fiction. You can talk to the engineers that designed the probe yourself.
Yeah, you're going to launch back into the story of this thing being launched, and now it's millions of miles away,
That's the
right near the
non-fiction story.
sun.
Yes, a
So
non-fiction
prove
story.
it's non-fiction. Prove it's non-fiction.
Yes,
Prove it.
the engineers, you can talk to them. They're the ones that designed the probe. And currently, right now, at the Goddard campus, you can look at the data coming from the probe.
No, telling me to look at the data from the probe is not proving anything. You prove it. This is your claim, your story. You tell me how it's non-fiction.
Hold on. You look at data of measurements, don't you?
Tell me about it.
You look at data from measurements, don't you?
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me about this data. Explain it to me.
Yes. So again, the Parker probe, it is flying through the corona at a speed of 430,000 miles per hour right now. Right. It is measuring the corona. It has detected that the corona is hotter than the photosphere. The photosphere is the surface of the sun.
Prove it.
I'm giving you the research.
Oh my God, Robert.
No, it's not a claim. It's the research. It's the research.
No. Oh my God! It doesn't change. It doesn't change anything by reading the claim. You are reading the claim in a text.
No, I'm reading the research.
Just listen. There is no difference between the text that you are reading and someone having the same text, but instead of writing probe, he's writing unicorn. And he's saying, this is a research. Prove that thing, unicorn or a probe or Santa Claus or a scientist, that you put it next to the sun, that claim, prove it to be real.
No problem. Hold on.
No. The sun, that's just the story. We have to prove that thing is real.
Perfect. Number one, you cannot speak to any engineers that have seen any unicorns. That's number one. You cannot speak to any engineers that photograph any unicorns. Zero. So your research has revealed that unicorns are false.
That's cherry picking. Which human you will blindly believe?
That's part of research. That's research.
No.
Research.
You believe. Yes, research. They claim that they did some research. You blindly believe that they did some research. You have no proof that they have done those research that they're talking about. But it's like a religion, like someone believing that Muhammad really went to see his God on the back of Pegasus. You are doing the same exact thing.
Yes, no, that's fine. No one can, there are no engineers that can back up Muhammad's story. Therefore, it is false. There are engineers that can back up the Parker probe's story.
Yes,
that's the
those
research.
people
That's the research.
Those people who were living in the day of Muhammad, there was no engineering institute or something that can give someone an engineering degree. So they were the engineers of their time, because there was no engineering degree that you are claiming for them to have. So yes. They were like you, blind believers, religious blind believers, believing that
no one is. No,
have
no
some
one could
sort of
back up Muhammad's story.
experience.
They accepted Muhammad's story. They just did. No one
People
backed
can
it up.
back up.
How?
Yeah, Muslims can back
The Parker probe is backed up. The engineers exist. The
Muslims can back
manufacturers
up that there
exist.
is PhD,
The
PhD
data,
Mus-
the
no,
data,
no.
the
There is
expected
oh,
data
yeah,
from the probe
no,
exists.
you're wrong.
So
Just
give
listen.
me the
There is
okay. Hold on.
PhD
Let me ask
people
you a
who
question.
no, just listen. There is PhD people in Islamic institutes who have
Right?
PhD on those religious studies.
A
So
religious study.
yes,
Yes,
there is
religious studies.
there is engineers among Muslims who take
Yes.
those stories as a fact. They consider those stories as a fact. They consider Muhammad as being someone who is expert on that domain. There is PhDs. You think that Muslims, they are all illiterate people. They never went to school. They don't have degrees. No, there is Muslims who have PhDs, who have degrees in medicine, in science, in physics. There is professors. There is doctors. So yes, they take that as a grant. They consider Muhammad to be an expert. They consider
Okay.
those people who lived in in that time. They consider them as an expert, but still, it's just a blind belief.
Brother, spirituality is different from the physical world.
Yes,
What you choose
exactly.
to do spiritually is your business. Now, if in the real natural scientific world, right, there are research, there are peer reviews, there are data that is back up what you are saying. So
That's what you think.
I can take what somebody says face value and just believe it. But when I dig into the research of the Parker probe, right, it can be verified. There are
Yes, you take
people who back it up. There are people
you
who
take
back
what
it
people.
up. There are people who
Did you
made it.
verify it?
You can
Did you
see when it
verify
was
it?
created.
Did
You
you
can see when
verify
it was
it?
launched. You cannot
Did
see when
you
Muhammad. You cannot see
verify
when
it?
Muhammad went to space.
Did you
You cannot
verify
see
it?
that.
You
There
didn't
is none of
you,
that.
Did
None
you
you
of
verify it?
didn't
that
Did
data.
you verify it? Did you
you did
verify it?
Yes.
You
Yes.
went through all the
you didn't
data and you
Yes.
repeated everything they did.
Yes.
So you sent
Yes.
your own solar probe out there and verified that the data
No.
is
That's a
real.
different thing. You're changing your
Yeah,
question.
that's exactly what you'd need to do, Robert. That's what you'd need to do,
so,
Robert.
so Robert, you didn't verify anything. You
It's a
took
different thing.
what
No.
they said
No.
as no,
Right.
no. Just listen. You took what they said
They
as a grant.
you
So
did
they
your
told
research.
you. Oh, just listen. They told
There's
you that
there's
this is.
100,000
So let's just
people
listen.
that worked on the
Just
probe,
listen.
dude. 100,000
This
people.
is they will tell you, you just blindly believe what they told you, so you didn't verify anything. So that data, the data itself that you are talking about, it's something that someone told you. This is the data from the probe. It's the same thing as someone else telling you this is the fart sample from the unicorn in this jar, and you go and verify the fart sample
No
in
one
that
can back that
jar,
up.
and you come to
No
us in
one.
Discord and you tell us,
No
oh,
one.
listen,
No one can back
verified.
up the
I
unicorn,
saw the
dude.
fart
No one.
myself and I verified that. Yeah, that's
No
the
one can
data.
manufacture a
The fart
unicorn, Bridget. No one. No one.
that's
It's over.
that's the same
It's
exact
over.
thing.
It's over.
That's the same
But people can
exact thing.
manufacture probes, dude. You can't manufacture
What?
unicorn. No one has done that, bro. So do your research. It's part of your scientific method, bro. I have to go.
Exactly. You do your research. That's part of the scientific method. Will you verify that the probe is something real? Will you do the scientific method, or you will take what people tells you as a grant, and you will take those? They tell you that this is the data from the probe. You consider it as a fact. In your mind, it is the data from the probe. You don't know, but they told you. You are a blind believer, and you consider that as a verification. Still, you are just blindly believing testimonies of people. You didn't do anything new. So yes, do the scientific method and verify the things. That's what we are asking people to do. If you do follow that, you won't be a glober, stupid glober, blind believer glober. This is the thing that we are yelling all the day, every day. People, stop being blind believers. Go verify. The time of unicorns and Santa Claus is done. Stop doing that nonsense. Stop just following people. Do your own research. When the guy is telling you, I did my own research, I've done my own research. What have you done? I asked for the data. So those people who will tell me that this is that data, I will believe them. So I will consider that data to be real data from a prop next to the sun. That's the verification. Their verification, their type of verification is just a belief.
100,000 people that worked on it, Necros.
Yeah, you have to believe that they worked on it first. Just a chain of belief. You haven't done anything else other than chaining belief behind another belief and forcing it by another belief and supporting it by another belief, and your proof for that will be just a belief. So your entire
Yeah,
reality is based
100,000
on
people,
bunch of
Necros.
beliefs. Yeah, like in a religion. Heliocentrism is just a religion around Helios. Scientists, astrophysicists, they are just like prophets. They know our religion. So when we have any question about religion, we ask them. I want to question the globe, I will ask them. Give me the data, give me the verse that tells me that God is that God. What the heck? People, stop doing that. Seek some help.
It's like saying that the Power Rangers, like the old TV show, like the Power Rangers, there are people that filmed the show, there are people that worked on the show, directed the show, wrote the show. There were actors, they had suits. They dressed up in them and then they like jumped around out there. There are a whole shitload of people. Like the Power Rangers was a TV show with real people with real things. So the actual like reality or story of the Power Rangers, like their powers and technology and everything, is real.
These people are literally bricks. Yeah, stupid. So, in general, this idea of the globe doesn't fall in the category of science, neither geometry. It was never verified using geometry or anything, but it falls only in the category of modernity, the new age. That's why they put it under the banner of modern science. Like if there is some difference between old science, normal science, and modern science. For me, there is just science. But for them, because they know people like new things and new ideas, even if they are false, like LGBTQ, abortion, those things, they are not normal ideas, but they are new. So those supporters of modernity will just support any stupid idea because it falls in the category of modernity. It's modern, it's cool. You are a cool person if found to hold many informations. But doesn't matter if many of those informations or all of them are just wrong and false. That's the stupid part. They don't care about truth. They just care about holding a baggage of information. Majority of those information are just false information. They will defend it. Like it's their the only thing they have. They never research. Many of them are just those who don't read, and if they read, it will be just something suggested, not something that they want to read, because they want to know about that thing that they will read about. And many of them, they are just those who are all the time holding their phones, scrolling in Facebook and TikTok and Instagram. They don't make any specific research, but they just watch what is suggested.
Hello?
Hello?
Anyone here?
Hello?
How you doing? What?
The earth is flat.
Hello.
Hello, guys. Hello. It's pretty quiet here.
Yo, bro. Yo, hello. Am I audible? Yo, big shine Atma.
कोई नहीं है भाई, no one's here bro, like कोई
Uh,
online.
Hello. Anyone there? Okay,
Hello
I guess.
Albanese, how are you? YouTube पे
I don't think that Earth is a flat.
one second, can anyone open a mic please? Snowflake,
Bro, can you please tell that Earth is a flat or not?
Yaga bro, Gunjar, Aras,
Yo, Principia.
bro.
Principia, bro. How are you?
Good. How are you? Do you know me?
I don't think that Earth is a flat. Do you?
What do you think Earth is flat?
No, I don't think so. I think Earth is round.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You know,
You don't know that Earth is round or not?
I mean, according to these people on this channel,
Forget these people. Forget about these
they
people.
trust in
What do
what they
you
say. I mean, I
forget
always
about it?
believe that the Earth is sphere. You know, the round,
Yeah,
whatever,
that is
egg
the
shape.
correct answer, man. I appreciate you, man. That is good.
But these guys, I talked to these guys before, so they provided a lot of kind of evidence.
Lot of
Yeah.
excuses, not evidences. Don't call them evidences. Lot of excuses to deny the truth that Earth is a sphere, right?
You know what's the thing I do not get?
What?
There's a bunch of like smart people in the world, right? So like more people who has knowledge in this area, right? And I was taught that the Earth was round or sphere or whatever the shape it is. Why would they lie to us? That's the one thing. Okay, if they made a mistake, then why don't they change that now? And you know, also flat Earth has also believed that the other planets, the shape of the other planets are like round. Why Earth is exception? I also do not get this.
It's not about lying. Just that when the moon is round. And why the hell will be the Earth? Why will be the Earth is flat if the moon is round? If the sun is round? If the sun is like a sphere?
Yeah,
If
yeah, the other
Mars is a
planet.
sphere? Hello.
I don't know, bro.
Like, can anyone open like to debate or something? Is
There's just
anyone
so many questions, you know. There's just so many fucking questions, you know, to ask. But like, you know, very simple experiments fail to prove the Earth is sphere, you know. And why those experiments actually fail, I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm not much scientific person to argue that,
No.
but
Okay. Then what are you?
Like, what
Are
was
you?
those experiment, bro?
I'm asking that. Are you a cow?
am I a cow?
I'm just kidding, man. Like, you're not a scientific person. You're saying that. Okay.
I'm not a scientist. I don't really know much about anything. I mean, about these things. I looked into the few things. I watched a lot of videos.
Do you believe that, like,
I listen smart people. I watched like the discussion debate between flat earthers and the other guys.
I'm
Like,
not even asking about those people. I'm just saying that. Do you believe in Isaac Newton?
what do I mean? Is it? What do you mean? Do I believe? It's a real fact.
Yeah, it's a
Guys,
real fact. Thank you very much, ma'am. He is
yeah,
real, right? So you believe in gravity, right?
yeah.
If you believe in gravity, then there is no possible reason for you to not believe that the earth is sphere. You cannot believe that the earth is flat if you believe in gravity.
Hmm.
But these guys who are like flat earth, they don't believe in gravity, they don't believe in Big Bang, they don't believe in any scientific theory, they don't believe that we are living in a solar system, and they are keep making difference and difference. They keep running away. You know what I mean? They just create. They just try to create an illusion.
Can you get a debate?
वैसे डिबेट हो नहीं रही भाई ऐसी बकचोदी है.
अरे
I
बहुत
actually,
बढ़िया बंदा था भाई, वो बहुत बढ़िया, मुझे मतलब इम्प्रेस कर दिया था अपने आइडल से।
no, I never doubted. I never doubted whether the Earth was flat or sphere. But after joining this channel, after listening to these guys, I actually started to doubt it. But you know, after that, I watched a bunch of videos. But you know, I'm still not convinced that the Earth is flat. I believe it's fair, it's round or whatever it is shape it is. And for example,
First of
Yaga.
all, the earth is not even a perfect sphere.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's a kind of ellipse, whatever the shape it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of a ellipse because it is just not. It is
Can
very
you prove it?
flat. Can you prove it? Who is
Yeah.
it? Who is it? Hey man, what's up, Cole?
Yeah. So
I
can
mean,
you
Proves it.
prove
Not a good
what
example.
proof do you
you
have the Earth is
you
is a
believe that the
sphere?
Earth is flat, right?
What proof do you
Hello.
have?
What proof do I have? I like that question. That's a curious question. I like that. Man, I can
Did you just read it
not
in a
say that
book and said,
I have.
okay, yeah, it's round?
I'm not. I will give you a proof, but first of all, let's say that Earth is a flat thing. Okay.
It is,
So,
yeah. Go outside and look. It is.
yeah, it is. Then, what do you think about the gravitational forces?
Gravity
How
is
do
a
they?
theory that's not proven. You can't even prove it. It's some made up
So
bullshit.
you don't believe in gravity. You don't believe in Newton, right? That's what
I
you're
mean,
saying.
can you tell me? Can you find where it's a proven theory? Can you find that for me?
I'm saying that I don't believe in Newton. I know that Newton is true because I have applied
So
what
why is it
is.
a theory, and why is it not a proven theorem? Why is it a theory?
It is a law. It is fundamental laws of motion. It is not a theory.
No, we're talking about the theory of gravity right now.
The theory of gravity comes from Isaac Newton.
We're not arguing about where it comes from. I know that the dumbass Isaac Newton made a fake fucking theory that's not proven, that's put it in textbooks and makes people fucking believe in it, like you. That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Prove gravity. Prove it.
Okay. So okay, as let's just take an assumption for a second that gravity is an assumption. It is a fact. You can't deny
No,
it. But
it's literally a theory.
let's
Look it up.
say
It's a theory.
okay.
It's called the theory of gravity.
See, gravity is a both scientifically proven fact and how do they the phenomena it is on Google. I can give you a screenshot right now. In
No,
science, a
I'm not
theory
asking you to read from some other cartoon and copy and paste whatever they tell you to believe in. I'm asking you to fucking explain it and prove it. You can't. It's a theory. Gravity is a theory.
okay, you don't trust Google. You don't believe in Google also?
Do you believe everything on Google?
No, I don't believe in everything, but I am just saying
Well,
that
okay, look
Google.
on Google. Flat Earth. There you go. You believe it now. Dun. Now you're a flat earther. Thank God. Okay.
Okay,
Next.
so
No, you believe
Google.
everything on Google, so flat Earth. Now you're a flat earther. Okay, so end of discussion. Next guy, let's go.
Google doesn't create misconceptions, man. Google makes everything.
Exactly. So flat Earth is real. The Earth is not a fucking
Father,
sphere.
you
I found
fucking
it
mis-
on Google.
You are
So
not okay. Give me one proof that flat Earth. How will you explain any forces which are
yeah.
fundamentally proven in science?
Okay. Look at the horizon. Is there a is it rounded or
I'm
is it
not
flat?
talking about the horizon. I'm talking about the
You asked me to
forces.
prove it. So I'm proving it. So you can't prove it to me though. But anyway,
Let's just say that.
go
Bye.
outside. Look at the horizon. Is it curved or
Okay.
is it flat?
It depends like where are you right now? If you are standing on a if you're standing on the peak of the Mount Everest, then it will be curved. It will not be like the
It
straight
will
line, you
not
know?
be. It will not be curved on
It
Everest.
will
No, it will
be.
not.
Have you ever seen someone who has like climbed Mount Everest? Have you seen the GoPro
I
vision?
have not been to the top of Mount Everest. I have not
When
been.
you will go, I have been there.
Well,
I have been. I
you've
have
been to
been
the
there.
top. Okay. Well, did you see
I
the cartoon of NASA landing on the moon? Yeah. Did you believe that too? Don't you?
That was not a cartoon. That was pretty real.
Oh, is it real? Yeah. Yeah. Is that why we haven't been back in 50 fucking years? Yeah. Well. The technology's lost. Oh, my bad, guys. We lost the technology to go to the moon. Whatever. My bad.
Okay, let's just say we have never landed on moon. Do you believe that we have sent rovers on Mars?
I don't know what
You
to
don't
believe
know.
with that.
because
I mean,
I
yeah,
observe it.
I'm watching a couple of videos on YouTube, some rovers just running around on Mars, but I mean, you know, you can believe that that's a Mars, but you cannot be 100% sure. You know, you cannot trust that.
Yeah.
Okay, I also
Exactly.
want to believe, but you know, you gotta adapt it at least.
Okay, in 1969, there was no chat GPT, there was no artificial intelligence, there was no good editing app so that they can make like a setup which was like Moon. They
Well,
have
they
created.
made cartoons in the fucking '69. They made cartoons. Yeah, they did. They made movies.
Okay.
Yeah, they did. So
In that time, like I'm saying that 1980s, Sunitha Williams recorded a video in like ISS. Do you believe that that was a cartoon also?
you're telling me the ISS is real? It's going at 400,000 miles an hour right now, and it's not breaking
I believe.
apart. The screws are
I don't
together.
believe that. If you have a telescope, you can see it.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah,
So you don't believe that
you
we're
can.
going? You don't think we're going through this thing they call space at 400,000 miles an hour? You don't believe that?
What? What do you like?
This
Like,
is
is
important.
there an object?
Are we
This,
going through space at 400,000 miles an hour or not? You're an expert. You're trying to tell me the Earth's a fucking sphere. So, are we going through space at
are you?
400,000 miles an hour?
Hey, Coleman, you're saying that like Earth is going 4,000 miles an hour per hour in
Yeah.
space. That's right.
I'm asking you that. Do you believe that or not?
1 second.
You have to look it up.
Like,
You don't even know.
or, or are
You
you
don't even
saying
know what
that?
you believe in. You're going to read shit, type in Chat GPT. You don't even know what you believe in, and you're going and re-ingurgitating stuff.
Man,
That's
listen up. I'm not trying to search anything on it. First, I would like to be clear that what
That is
the Earth is going like.
like a
What is the
Humvee,
rotational speed
a
of
real
Earth?
okay.
What
One
is
at
the
a time. Okay, one at a time. I'll get to you in a
15
second.
mile. Sure.
can you
Okay.
can one
It's a simple question. 400,000 miles an hour or not?
4,000 miles, 400,000 miles an hour.
Right?
Yeah.
Who's working where? You know? Who's what? What's who's feeling? You know? Who's team?
David, come on, bro. Come on.
What is your objective? Who told you this objective? Share it with. You share
Oh,
with me.
I don't
This is
believe the
hard.
Earth is going at 400,000 miles an hour. I don't believe that shit. I don't believe ISS is real. But I mean, hey,
I believe that
the Globers believe that we're going half a
I was
million
like,
miles an hour.
6:03 p.m. 9:04.
We're going
3.
half a million miles an hour through
3.
space, and the
so.
ISS and shit's totally fine.
So
We're
how
not
will you
blowing
define?
away or anything. It's fine. It's okay, guys.
How will you define like a year? Like some year goes, a new year comes, Earth revolves around Sun, one orbit completes. How will you define that?
The sun
Yeah, but
revolves. Everything
how
in the
does that prove
space.
the shape of the Earth? Sorry to interrupt you there. How does the year orbiting the Earth orbiting the sun prove the shape of the Earth? Okay.
1 second, man. I can't understand
Well,
your
that the
accent.
question you asked is malformed. Okay. No, you need to prove that the Earth is a ball that is moving. You can't
Coleman,
prove that.
Coleman, you talk, man, please. Coleman, you talk.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
this is my friend. I mean, he can answer. He can talk too. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very
Man,
much.
his accent is a bit different. I can't understand that. Will you make
No,
it
you can
clear?
understand me. I'm speaking perfectly good King's English. Okay, I know you understand me. In India or Sri Lanka, Pakistan, have had a long history with England. So you're hearing an English voice. Don't give me any crap here. The question is, how do you
Why
know
are you
that
so
Earth
angry, man?
itself? You're not
Calm
listening.
down.
You're not listening?
Calm
You're
down.
not listening.
Calm down. Calm
Okay,
down.
okay, okay. I'm calm. How do you know that the Earth itself is moving at that speed? You haven't even proven that the Earth is a globe yet. You haven't proven that to yourself. That's the first thing you need to prove. Actually, living on a ball that is spinning. Have you proven that? Fact. Supposed fact, sorry. No, you have not. Okay, you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth to confirm the radius. and then circumference. You haven't done this yet. You see, that's the first step. Step one, am I living on a globe? Let me go and check the numbers. What's the circumference? 24,901 miles. What's the radius? 3,959 miles. So with these two numbers, let me do my quantitative measurements. 8 inches per mile squared, drop over distance. 10 miles, I should have a 66.67 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight. It is not there. Welcome to flat Earth. You see, we try to measure the curvature. So have you done that? Have you measured the curvature of the Earth first and foremost?
So you want me to prove that? You want me to tell you the curvature of Earth?
Yeah. Have you measured it? Have you measured and confirmed that the Earth is curving?
Like, what kind of mind do you have? I don't know. But can you
Okay.
just
Well, hang on.
really
Let
measure
me
it
explain
with?
to you one more time.
Can you just having a measuring tape will like be able to measure the whole Earth? Will you do that?
Yes, it is possible. Yes.
No.
Remember.
What the hell,
Yes.
man? What kind of mind do you have, man? How will you do
Well,
it? How
okay,
will you?
let me explain this. How comes that the scientists that you say you believe in give us the numbers? They say that they gave us the size. The size of the Earth is 24,901 miles. The radius of that, which is a radius of that would be 3,959 miles. That's the radius. So we should
Let's
be able to
just
measure
say
these
for a
numbers.
second.
You're not
Let's
listening.
just say for a second. Do you believe that? I'm on 1 second. Do you believe that the light speed is 299,798 meters per second?
That's not proving the shape of the Earth. You're avoiding the topic matter that we're talking about.
No,
The
no, no.
curvature
I
of
will
the
prove
Earth.
that.
Yeah.
I
That's
will prove that.
irrelevant at the moment. The speed of light is irrelevant. Has nothing to do with the measurement of the surface of the Earth. Please.
Do you believe that the light speed is true or not? Or do you don't believe that also?
I'm not going to answer that question because it's not relevant to the topic matter. We're talking about the
Why
size of
is it
the
not?
Earth. Yeah. Okay. So they gave us the size, 24,901 miles circumference. That's the number. Let's go and check that number. Okay. It's simple. Okay. You haven't done that yet. That's the truth. The truth is this young man from Asia has not measured the surface of the Earth to know that the Earth is curving. He hasn't done that. Okay. So he doesn't know he's living on a globe or not. He does not know that for a fact. He thinks,
So
but he hasn't confirmed it.
okay, let me ask you, how are
Okay.
you saying that the Earth is flat? Have you measured it?
Yes, that's
With a
why we're
measuring
here.
tape? With a
Yes, the
measuring
answer
tape?
is yes. The
Show
answer
me the
is
measuring.
yes. You won't let me answer you. The answer is yes, and so are all the other flat Earth colleagues here. No one can call themselves a flat earther unless they've gone out to measure the surface of the Earth to know. Okay? Okay. Right. That's why we're here telling you because we've checked. You can't tell us it's a globe because you don't know it's a globe. You've made no measurements. That's the first thing. Speed of light, flying through the universe. That's secondary at the moment. Number one, prove Earth is a globe. Please prove that. You haven't done that yet. That's your problem. You are believing in the scientists and the theoretical physicists and your education, but you haven't confirmed whether or not your education is. You haven't done that. We've tried to confirm that and found that the education received is incorrect. That's what we now know.
Okay. Okay.
Right. Okay.
I'm
That's
saying,
it. Simple.
let's just calm down for a second. You're so angry
I'm
at
very calm.
me.
I'm actually very, very, very calm at the moment. Don't worry. I get
Oh,
much louder than this. This is nothing. I'm on one. I'm on level 1 at the moment. So I'm very calm. Don't worry. It's just that words of honesty, integrity, and honor. These are the words you have to use on yourself. Where is your integrity? Where is your honor? Where is your honesty? That's what you need to have because you haven't measured the surface of the Earth. So you can't say we're wrong.
okay. So, 1 second. Let me give you a question. That if a cycle is moving at a definite speed and a definite time, can we measure the distance by using the formula distance upon time? Speed equals to distance upon. Do you believe that? Do you believe in maths?
I don't believe in anything.
That's the first thing.
You
Okay,
don't
so you
believe in
ask me, do I
anything.
believe? Hang on, listen.
Do you know that
You ask me,
2 plus 2 is
you
4?
won't let me
Do
look.
you know
Hang
that 2
on.
plus 2 is
This is
4 or
why
not?
I'm raising my voice above you, because
Is
I'm
2
trying
plus
to
2
answer,
4 or
and
5?
you're
Is 2
interrupting
plus
when
2
I'm
4 or
talking.
5? Tell
You
me.
are
Just tell
interrupting me
me.
when I'm trying to answer
1
your
second, man.
question.
You're not
You are
answering my
interrupting me.
question.
You are
You're just
interrupting me
asking me.
still. You are
Okay.
still interrupting me. Shut up. Thank you. When I'm talking, don't speak. Then I won't have to shout at you.
Tell
Now,
me,
I don't
ask
believe in
me.
anything. You're still talking. I'm going to answer your question, okay? Please shut up now. Fucking hell. When you ask me a question like, do you believe in this or do you believe in that? The answer is going to be no. I acquire knowledge only. If I don't know something, I'm going to say I don't know that. Okay? So I know I don't believe in maths. That's not a belief. Okay? I know I can use maths to things, okay? And you are still moving away from the measurements of the earth. Why are you moving away from there? Please admit and concede that Jin CBR1, I haven't measured the surface of the earth. So I don't know if the earth is a globe. That's your position. That's your honest, integrity,
I'm
honorable position.
what
Isn't
the
that not correct?
is 2 plus 2 4 or 5? I want.
You're ignoring my question. My question to you
I'm
is,
not
you
ignoring
have
your
not
question.
measured
I'm
the
asking
curvature of the earth. I'm not going to I'm sorry. I'm not going to move
how
from
will I
this
measure
point.
the curvature?
I'm not going to move from this
How
point
will I
until you
measure the
say
curvature
you're
of
still
Earth if I
talking when I'm
don't know
talking.
that 2
You are
plus 2 is
talking when
4?
I'm talking to me. See, you are talking when I'm talking to you. Don't do that. You're not answering my question. My question is, you have not measured the curvature of the earth. Isn't that correct? Isn't that correct?
Okay, I have not.
Thank
1
you.
second.
No.
1 second.
I'm now going to. Okay, so 1 second.
Will you?
So, ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen,
if you will
after
not
5
let me.
minutes of me, hang on, after 5 minutes of me having to raise my voice, press home the fact that he hasn't
So
measured the
you are.
curvature of
So
the earth.
you're raising
He
your
hasn't
voice.
measured.
You're
Right, hang
raising
on,
your
please.
voice, right? You are
Look,
raising your
please
voice,
don't
right?
interrupt. Okay, the only reason I'm doing this is because there's a lot of voices coming in, and the people who are listening are getting confused. So now I'm making a clarification speech here now, and it is a speech and a
You would
statement,
rather
and it's
get
this: the
gaslighted.
guy from Asia has not measured the curvature of the earth. He has now finally conceded that point. Okay. Okay, so when you haven't measured the curvature of the earth, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to go and check that. That's your number one step. You can't go on to other things when you haven't even checked the first step. Is the earth a globe? Go and prove that. Then come back and say we're wrong. Okay? That's it. It's the end of the conversation at the moment now. He hasn't measured the curvature of the earth. We're saying it's
That's like
flat. We've checked it.
that's like a one-way communication happening. I can't like debate with you if you're
It's
not
not one
listening
way at
to me.
all. It's two
If you're
way.
not
But we've
listening to me,
highlighted.
then
No.
it can never be a
We've
debate,
highlighted.
man.
We
You
have
have to be calm
highlighted.
and you have to be
You see, keep
patient to
talking
listen
because he's
one time.
panicking and spiraling. What it is
I'm
this:
not
we have
panicking.
highlighted
You're
that you
raising
haven't.
your voice.
Look,
You're panicking.
look. I'm going to keep talking. It doesn't matter how loud you talk. I'm going to talk louder than you. Now
Lord,
listen.
I'm
We have
raising
we
my.
have highlighted that you do not know you're on a globe. That's your position. You do not know you're living on a globe because you haven't confirmed that. Okay, that's your position. That's your honest position. You've said it yourself. You don't know you're on a globe. We know you're not on a globe. We know the earth is flat. How? Because we tried to measure and confirm
Let's just
the
say
surface of
that.
the earth and the curvature. Look, you're still talking when I'm talking. So you're here not to listen, you're here
Then
not to learn, you're here to try and tell us it's a globe, but you're wrong. Okay? Thank you. Mm.
okay. Let me know when I will talk. Let me know when I can talk.
You may talk now, please.
Okay. Thank you. See, man. Every conversation can have two people, right? You have to listen me. You have to answer my questions also, right? So I'm asking you. You don't believe in anything. You just acquire knowledge. You just acquire knowledge, right?
Correct.
You just yeah. Okay. So I will ask you that. Do you know? Okay, you don't believe in education also, but like, do you even know that? Do you even know education? Do you know 2 plus 2 is 4, or do you believe that 2
Okay,
plus 2 is 5?
when you ask me that question, you are in fact insulting me. At the age of
Not
64,
insulting you. It's
hang on,
just that it's
now you're talking
ridiculous.
when I'm talking again. Remember what you just said. There's two people talking, so when I'm talking, it means you have to listen because I'm responding to your.
ladies and gentlemen, the man is asking me whether or not I know what education is and whether I know 2 and 2 is 4. You see what kind of conversation that this person is insulting me, isn't he? Isn't he not?
I'm just getting to basics, man.
No, you're insulting
You're
me, man. The basic is this: you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, so you don't know you're on a living.
that is a far
Again,
away
you're
question.
interrupting me.
That is
Again,
like a long mile to go. Let's just be
yeah.
here
Excuse
and
me. Excuse
calculate
me.
2 plus 2.
Yeah. Look, you're interrupting me. Okay.
Man,
So please
I'm
don't.
sorry, man.
Please, yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Please, hang on. Please don't interrupt me when I'm talking to you because it means I
Talk,
have to
man.
raise my voice over you. Don't do that because I will do that. Okay. Right. Then, secondly, you must acknowledge your position. Your position is the weakest. You don't know you're on a globe. You haven't confirmed that. So anything you have to say is going to be from a position of ignorance and not knowing. Do you understand? It's gone quiet. Never mind. That's what happens, you know. These people, they shout out, do this, do that, and then they don't answer the questions when you put it to them. Yeah, so I don't mean to raise my voice, but when they're not listening to the questions you're putting to them and they're not acknowledging their weak position, what are you supposed to do? Right. So clearly they don't know, they don't even know not only do they not know their model, they don't even know their own position when it's put to them. Silly. So hopefully they're going to acknowledge that. When you know you don't know something, don't start arguing with people who know. Wow, you've got to do a lot of learning. Do you know what education is? Right. Okay. Done.
I'm sorry, man. Yeah. Talk, man.
Okay. No. I'm now finished what I have to say. The point is, you must acknowledge your
Yeah.
position is weak because you don't know you're on a globe. So that means you have to ask us how we found out about the Earth being flat. That's it.
Good afternoon,
Yeah.
618. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Orange, New Jersey. August 19th, 2020.
So,
Yeah, your
can they?
audio is not very good. Your audio is not very good, sir. Your audio is not very good.
Yeah. So, okay. Let's just ask that. How did you find about that the Earth was flat?
Okay, good. How did we find out that the Earth is flat? It's like this. Back in 2015, for me, 2014, flat Earth videos were being recommended in my recommendation bar. I ignored it that year. So 2015, December 26th was the day I decided to check one of these flat Earth videos, which I thought was stupid. And I realized that I made a mistake for 48 years. 48 years mistake because I thought that the Earth was a globe. That was a 48-year mistake. I am now 64 years old. Okay. So at the age of 54, that's when I realized I made that mistake. 48 years of education. Do I know about education? I know about education, and it taught me wrongly in certain areas. Okay, so what I've been doing all my life is traveling around the world, looking at the Earth, not thinking about the shape, but all the time it was level. So long distance observation, long distance traveling is how I know the Earth is flat. Okay, do you understand now?
How, man? Like, how did you knew that?
Well, because when you travel from London to Japan, for example, that's a 6,000-mile journey. Between that journey, there should be 3,720 miles of curvature to experience during the 9.5-hour flight. The plane remained horizontal during the flight all the way to Japan from. And I've made that trip many times. I've been in Japan now 27 years. Okay. There's no curvature at all. Japan. And if you look at the globe model you have, London to Japan is 6,000 miles. That is almost one quarter. That's 90. Excuse me a second, please. I'm nearly finished. That's 90 degrees of the globe ball. Your ball, 90 degrees. That would be impossible to not encounter curvature through that journey. Okay? That's one. That's just one of
That's what.
many. Yeah.
Okay, so let me answer that. I have listened you pretty well, so you will listen me, okay? I'm just saying that. Can you tell me the definition of a straight line? Can you?
I'm not going to tell you a definition of a straight line because that's an
You're not
insult.
going to tell me anything.
You know what? I'm not going to answer that question because it's beneath my level of intellect. Okay? Maybe you can ask children that, but you're not going to ask me as an adult. I'm not going to answer that question. You've asked it, but I'm not going to give you an answer. Okay? Okay?
Okay,
Right.
man, okay. Can I talk, man? Yeah.
Yes, you carry
Just
on.
going to teach you something that, but
You're
we
not going to
cannot
teach me
just
anything. You're not going to be teaching me anything. I'm the teacher
see.
here.
A
I'm
straight line
64.
is
Hang on a minute.
let's listen me. Hang on a second when I'm talking.
Well, you're not teaching me anything about a straight line, yeah?
I'm not teaching you anything. I'm just saying to people who are confused here.
Yeah, I'm not confused. Okay, I'm not
You're not
confused. I know
very
what a
clear
straight
about
line. Excuse me. I know what a straight line is. I know what a curved line is. So you're not going to be teaching me anything about lines.
I
Okay,
want
you're
you
just
to.
not.
Okay, I would like to be
Sorry?
clear about my. I would like to be clear about the point.
Yeah,
A
for
straight
yourself.
line
Yeah. Go ahead.
for yourself and for the people and for you as well if you want to take it
No,
or not.
I already know what a straight line is. You're not going to be
Then tell
teaching me
us.
anything
Then tell us.
about a straight
Then
line.
tell us.
Okay?
Then
Okay?
tell us,
Good.
please.
Right.
Enlighten
You're
us,
not going to be
man.
teaching me about a straight line, that's for sure. But carry on anyway. But you're not teaching me anything at the moment.
Yeah.
Carry on. Remember, you don't know you're on a globe. So now you're going to try and teach me something, and he doesn't know he's on a globe. Can you see the audacity, the arrogance, and the damn right bullshittery that's coming out of this young Asian's mouth? He doesn't realize, he doesn't know his own model. He hasn't acknowledged that. For any man seeking the hang on a minute, any man seeking the truth, and it's put to him or her that their position is weak, and they acknowledge that, what they try to do is to make their position stronger by going back and investigating their mistakes. But no, the arrogance of this Asian, he wants to teach us about a straight line. Go ahead, we're listening.
A straight line. Everyone, guys, be attentive. A straight line is a small part of a circle. It is a small part of a circle, a very big circle, which appears to be straight just because the circle radius is so large that you cannot measure the circle's curvature. That is the
Ladies and
definition.
gentlemen, that is a complete and utter rubbish, because a circle is a continuous curving line, not a straight line. There is no area in a curve that is straight. Now, if this young Asian were to work in engineering, he wouldn't get a job because he doesn't understand the difference between a straight line and a continuous curving line that would make a circle or a spherical ball. And engineering, this is a poignant point. If any ball bearing has a flat spot, that ball bearing, you're interrupting when I'm talking. You're interrupting when I'm talking. Pay attention now. In engineering, ladies and gentlemen, when we have a ball bearing that is flat, has a flat spot, that ball bearing is immediately rejected and thrown into the smelting bucket. There's a bucket there that we throw it in, okay? And then that bucket then will be taken away to be remelted, and ball bearings will be reformed again, okay? So we look for perfection. So there's no, if there's a straight line in a spherical object, it's no longer spherical. So no, he's misinformed you. A straight line is a straight line, and a circular line is a continuous curving line, not a straight line. Nowhere there is straight. Stop lying to the public. Go back to school. You need to re-educate. Yes. Technical drawing. You need to do that for starters. Maths.
Can I jump in here?
ABC 1, 2, 3, yeah?
Go back.
One thing we should be clear about. Don't be like disrespectful to anyone in school. You're not just
Okay. Do I education
being
is? Is that not being
I'm gonna say when I'm
disrespectful?
talking.
Do
I'm
you
gonna
know
say
what
when I'm
2 and 2
talking.
is? Do
I'm
you know
gonna
what
say
2
when
and
I'm
2 is? Excuse
yeah,
me.
you know when I'm talking, man. I'm
Do
gonna
you
say
know
when
what
I'm
2 and
talking.
2? You
I'm
asked
gonna
me. Do you know
when
what 2 and 2 is?
I'm
I said to you. You
talking.
insulted me. Do you
That's
know what a
fine, man.
straight line is? Another insult. And
Man,
I am now going to teach you. The person that
you're
doesn't know
not
his
going to
model,
teach me,
doesn't know his position, doesn't realize that he doesn't know his position, is going to teach. And then he asks
man.
me, don't be disrespectful. This is
Don't
the
be defensive.
arrogance of the Asian. This is what's
Don't be.
entertaining about this.
You're
Please
talking.
carry on.
I want to jump
Please
in
carry
here.
on. No disrespectful one. Carry on.
Then I'm.
Hey,
Don't
bitch,
interrupt
Yamada, can I
that
take it like
important.
20
One
seconds?
second,
This
Principia, man.
Asian
One
is
second.
very disrespectful, but carry on.
One
We're
second,
listening.
man.
We are
Can
Listen.
I
listening.
jump in?
I'm just saying that don't interrupt me when I'm talking and don't be defensive about your mentality.
I'm going to be defensive about my position, especially when
I
you
just
start
want to ask a
insulting
question.
like
You're,
hang on. Do you know what a straight line is?
claim
Do
wrong?
you know what
If you're
education is?
wrong,
Do
why
you
are
know
you
what 2
defensive?
and 2 is?
Why
Okay,
are you
I'm going to be
so
very defensive.
positive about your opinion?
I'm not
Yeah.
giving you my opinion. I'm not
You
giving you
are
anything. Everything that
and
I've
you're so
said,
defensive about it
ladies
that
and
you
gentlemen,
cannot let
everything
it
I've
go.
given you so far has been factual.
Ladies and
Nothing is
gentlemen, me,
opinionated,
man, talk
even regarding
like
the
man.
Asian position and the insults.
Man, don't go
These are
to the
all
ladies and
they're not my
man.
opinion. They are my
Man,
disgust and
talk to
disdain
me,
about
man. You're
the
not talking to
misbehavior.
ladies and
But
gentlemen,
I'm being
man.
very polite about it. Thank you.
Bus.
I'm being frank and very polite at the same time. So carry on anyway. Meanwhile,
Well, I
he's
want
not
to ask
talking about
a
the
question.
curvature of the earth. Yeah, he's not
Yes,
talking
sir.
about the curvature of the earth.
I'm not really sure. I mean, in general, this is my second time. I don't know if you were here when we had a conversation with Pecha, Yanamada before, but we talked a couple times, and then you joined. You guys had a conversation, whatever. And I'm asking a bunch of questions. The whole point here is, you just don't have to believe what you have told, like whatever you taught, like whatever you find on Google. You just prove yourself, you bring yourself the evidence. That's the whole point of it. Okay.
Correct. That is correct. Yeah.
I'm not basing any of my, I have not done any experiments or whatever. So like I'm starting from the point, okay, I'm questioning every single of the finding information I actually found on the
Good.
internet or when I was in the
Good.
school. So I have the question about when you said, I flew from London to Japan and never saw the air's curvature.
Right.
Yeah,
what is the problem with that? What is the problem with that?
so,
You
but,
tell me your problem.
The first question is I have, what exactly were you expecting to see? Because like
I'm expecting to follow. Okay, you asked me now, I'm going to answer. And I did my own observation test to prove this. If you are following between London Heathrow to Japan Narita, 6,000 miles, when you look at the globe ball first, the globe ball, and point that distance across the globe, you will notice it's 90 degrees. That's 90 degrees of curvature over 9.5-hour flight from London to Japan. Okay, so that's 90 degrees of curvature. That would be impossible not to encounter that amount of curvature on the Earth. Okay?
Yes, that's for sure. I agree with that at some point.
Well,
So
thank you. End of
yeah,
story.
so
You agree? End of story.
Yes, okay. So then what I'm saying is that, so for example, I'm imagining this, okay, imagining the massive ball, like the balloon ball, whatever. So I have my example. And on the ball, I put a little tiny ant. And if that tiny ant crawls on the ball, does that little ant would experience while crawling that ball the curvature of that surface? I don't think so.
Let me tell you something. I will tell you for sure. Yeah, right now, if the ant is using its senses on your ball Earth, on your basketball, for example, and you put it at the top, when it starts to walk around, even at its little size, he's going to notice the orientation and the forces that are exerted on him changing as he moves around that ball. He's going to get some sensations, and he might have to exert more force a little bit to keep on. You understand? Of course, it's going to notice. All right?
Yeah.
Right, because it's got its senses. So it's going to be making
extra movements and positioning itself so it doesn't fall off. So it's going to notice. Okay, and then for you as a human being, and you have a beach ball, and you put your hand on top of the beach ball, the top, and then you follow the contours, curvature of that ball, you will see your hand change in degrees all the way around. When you get to the bottom, your hand is now upside down. It's changed.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
So,
right.
yeah.
That would, hang on, let me finish. That would apply to an aeroplane in flight.
Hang on.
Okay.
Finish.
Well, I was talking
So,
first.
yeah. So, like, yeah, when the plane actually flies around, I agree. If the Earth is globe, if Earth is round, by a lot, like the air, the plane should have like some degree orientation of the plane to the south, like to down, like to go around the curvature of the Earth if the Earth is round, right?
Yeah.
Because if you go straight line, if the plane goes straight line all the time,
yeah,
it's get out of the Earth and it's gonna go to the
No,
space.
that's not true at all. You see, that's a stupid thing to say. Basically, it's this. It's this. The aeroplane flies with a nose up configuration of 3 degrees from horizontal. That's the plane's nose up, actually. Yeah. Why do they do that? Is to facilitate smooth airflow across the wings to keep the lift. And it means that the pilot is not struggling and fighting to keep the nose level. It's making it easier for the pilot, more comfortable for the passengers, and it keeps the plane. And then the plane flies level. You will hear the pilots say leveled flight. Okay,
Yeah. So
leveled
what
flight.
happens?
That's the
What would
pilots are
happen?
saying. Hello,
What
the pilots
what
are saying that. You
what would
understand that?
happen? Yeah, but I have a question. Like, what would happen if, like, if you just keep the plane straight, like, on 100-degree straight line all
Hello,
the time
hello,
for a
Principia.
Yeah,
couple
please
hours,
don't
right?
interrupt. Hello, don't interrupt. Somebody's talking. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, I'm just talking to him. Principia, hello. Man, I just wanted to ask something. Like, what kind?
Right. Somebody was asking a question about a plane. Could you please ask that question again?
Yeah. So, like, I have a question.
And can you
If
speak louder as well, please? You're a little bit faint, please.
if plane just flies on the straight line all the time, no 3-degree
Mhm.
up, no 3-degree down, like couple hours never stop, what's gonna happen?
Well, it's just going to be flying to its destination, and it must have its nose up because that's the way the aeroplanes have been designed. They're designed that way, so it's unavoidable for the pilot to fly his plane nose up 3 degrees. It has to fly to that. That's what maintains the lift and the airflow. That's an industry standard from the industry. Do you understand? Okay. Now, if it's flying on a flat Earth, it's going to be flying straight to its destination. If it's flying on a globe, mind you, then there could be a situation where the aeroplane is going to end up stalling and the engines will cut out, because if it's holding that configuration of the nose up 3 degrees and it's flat straight and flying, it's going to fly off the globe. Basically, and then the engine will stall and then start to drop out of the sky. Basically, it's not going to follow a curve. Hang on, it will not be following the curvature of the Earth because the pilot has to input that configuration so that it follows the curvature. Okay.
Yeah, that's
that doesn't happen. The pilot. Look, I will give you a documentary. 28 pilots confirm flat Earth. Okay, the industry is there telling us.
But why just
You do
only
that.
20? That's interesting.
Well, that's because they're the 28 that did that video. That's why.
So
You could ask the same question. Yeah, go ahead.
on this plane example, does like altitude and the height of the plane actually matter? Because like around like those commercial planes fly around, I don't know, 10, 15 kilometers high.
Yeah.
And
can you please speak? Can you hang on? You cut off. So please speak again. Speak loud about the plane. Go ahead.
Can you hear me well now?
I can hear you well now. Go ahead.
So like, those planes, as I know, they fly around like 10, 15 kilometers high, and the Earth is enormous, like massive. So like from that altitude, the horizon is far away, but the curvature wouldn't be as subtle to be noticed by the naked eye.
Actually, you would notice the curvature from 30,000 feet, which is approximately 6 miles, 5 to 6 miles. Okay. Yeah, you would see it because the Earth's curvature would be dropping away from the plane. But what we tend to find is the horizon follows our eyesight, almost eye level, almost. So don't start ringing in and start saying we said eyesight level. Almost at
Hold
level.
on,
That's
I got to interject, man.
yeah. Go ahead.
So from the ISS, you can't even see the curve of the Earth. You can only see about 3% of the surface. So no one from below lower Earth orbit can see the curve of the Earth from any position. If you're seeing
Right.
any curvature, it has to do with the circle of vision around you, nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. Now, you asked why planes don't fly straight, why they have to angle their nose up. It has to do with the aerodynamics of how the air passes over the wings, similar to how a bird flies. If you ever watch a bird fly, when they want to go from going up to going down, they'll rotate their wings. Well, a plane can't rotate its wings, so it has to take an angle of attack in order to fly parallel to the surface of the Earth.
Yep, I explained that to him already. All that stuff was explained, but I'm glad you said it as well because it just backs up what I was saying earlier. Thank you very much.
As far as
Sheepdog.
going straight, if you just go straight for a few hundred miles, then you just go straight for a few hundred miles.
Exactly. That's it. So I hope that becomes more understandable for you from my colleague Sheepdog.
I'll give you an even better thing. No one has ever gone in a straight line and ended up back where they started. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? It's true. So we know what a straight line is. Okay, so if you have any other questions, please ask.
Yes, I also
and
had another question, like, about the
okay,
stuff.
okay, go ahead.
The southern sky. Why can't the someone like in Australia see the Southern Cross, and while someone in the UK cannot see it?
Okay. Okay, well, that's because the size of the Earth, they're out of range, you see. They're not within the area where they can see that. Their geographical location puts them out of range. Okay? That's how simple that is. If you look in the side chat, I've put in that documentary, 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. So they will talk you through exactly what we're talking about flights, airflows, and everything else.
I'll give you this, right? So from like England to South Africa, right? That's thousands of miles, right? So
Yeah.
let's shorten it down. Let's say you had a warehouse that was 10 miles long. Do you think you could see the lights on the ceiling of that warehouse 10 miles away? Principia?
I don't know. I cannot answer.
Well, if you understand how perspective works, right, you would know that over a fairly short distance, things appear to move down in your field of view. They're not actually going down; they just appear to go down because of how perspective works. That's how we get our 3D vision, right? So when you move further and further away from the star, it's going to move down in your field of view. Did anybody talk to you about how the surface of water measures flat? By any chance?
We haven't got to that point yet because we're dealing with his question, so not yet.
Well, I mean, you can ask all the questions that you want, and that's fine. Maybe we have an explanation, maybe we don't. But do you think that if we don't have an explanation, that somehow makes the Earth a globe?
Not necessarily. Absolutely not. I mean, I think both sides has points. Both sides, like flat earthers and non-flat earthers, they have like contradictory points.
Well, what if I told you that your house, the foundation of your house was a ball?
The foundation of my house is ball?
Is a ball, yeah, it's a globe, the foundation.
Yeah, and that what's the point it makes?
Well, how would you know whether it's a globe or not if your foundation of your home is a ball?
You need to kind of measure it in some way.
Right.
Okay. Right. You see, now that's what I said to the other. hang on a minute. That's what I said to the other Asian character, that because you haven't measured, it makes your position weak because you don't know you're on a globe. That would apply to this young Asian as well now, because you haven't done any measurements regarding the curvature of the Earth. So your position is you do not know that you're on a globe. You don't know that. That's not knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with
Right.
that. I agree.
Thank
I
you.
agree with that. I
So,
don't
so
know.
therefore,
I don't
hold
know.
on. So therefore, you cannot say we are wrong as flat earthers. You can't even say that. You see what I mean?
I'm not.
We're not mistaken.
I'm not saying that you're wrong necessarily. You know, I never said that.
Yeah.
That
You
was
can
that
ask all the
wasn't.
questions, but you're asking these questions from a position of ignorance, of course. And we're telling you that we know the Earth is flat because it is measured flat. We're measuring that. That's what we're measuring.
Whatever it is, whether the Earth is flat or globe, I just don't want to blindly believe any of those. I just want to be, just have a
Yeah.
knowledge.
Well, the only way you're going to know is to go out and try and measure that curvature. That's why when we say we know it's flat, we know it's flat. We're not wrong. Okay,
I've
and that's
seen
what you're going to
people
go and find out. You're going to be a flat earther the day you try and measure the curvature of the Earth. That's the
I
day you're
watched
going to
the
become a
video.
flat earther. I
I
guarantee
watched
you.
I watched that video. Like some people actually shared the video with me in Salt Lake City in Utah with the laser and
Laser, yeah.
stuff. Yeah, and also I was also watched another video, like, but that's not. I don't think that's a good point for global theories. That when the boat disappears bottom first, because this
Yeah.
is this has something to do with the perspective of the vision or something.
Yes.
If you just I've seen some video a couple days ago on social media.
Okay.
The boat shaped object was on the table, and on one edge of the table there was a video
Yeah.
cam, and that shape on the flat surface was disappearing bottom first, and I
Yeah,
was like,
that's the standard of perspective. You got it.
bottom
So you
first.
understand that ships disappearing supposedly over the horizon is debunked. That's not true, isn't it?
Yeah, that's kind of that's a big questionable thing that doesn't really prove the point of the
Thank
globe.
you.
I mean, the Earth is
Okay.
necessarily a globe.
That's a very good realization right there. And we thank you for that, because that's what we're saying, the same thing. So, yeah, I've posted in the side chat the pilots, and I posted the vision of perspective as we see it with the horizon in the middle. Have a look and you can see that what you're saying is what we're saying in that regard. Okay?
Cool. That's a long video. I'm gonna watch it, of course, for sure. I'm gonna
Yes,
say.
because it goes into it in depth. Many pilots are talking about their experiences from different fields. Okay, that's why it's a good one. Different fields of flying, military application, pilot instructors, aircraft jet fighters, and then passenger airline pilots as well that fly you to your holiday destination. They're all speaking and telling you. Okay. So if you've got any more questions, please ask.
Yeah, for sure. But you guys are super good at this. You have a lot of knowledge. I'm just gathering, coming up with the random questions.
Yeah, well, thanks for the questions anyway, and I'm glad you say we got the knowledge and that. Yeah, but the thing about this, the funny thing is, you're carrying that knowledge in your brain. That's the thing, because unbeknown to you, your brain is actually recorded nothing but living on a flat Earth, because you don't have any curvature or spinning ball experience at all. That's not in your record in your brain. Your brain doesn't have that. It's not in its memory. Okay?
And I want to add this, Principia. Like I said, man, maybe we have an explanation for some things or some phenomenon that we see, and maybe we don't. But regardless, we have measured the surface of the Earth to be flat. Now, there's dirt, there's Earth, right? That has topography. You got mountains and valleys and canyons and hills. We're not disputing that. What we're concerned with is they showed us a picture of Earth from outer space, and all that blue stuff was curving around the ball, making it look like a perfect sphere. And you can say, "Oh, it's not a perfect sphere." Oh, bro, it's about as close to a perfect sphere as you're gonna get. And So when we go out and test for the curvature, we're specifically doing it over water because water's fluid. And if we're going to find curvature, it's especially going to be over water. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we measure it flat. We measure the surface of the water flat. And then, there's other things going on in the sky. And like, how does this work? And how does that work? And I mean, bro, that's the hard part. Starting over and trying to figure it out, like for real, and not just making it up and flying by the seat of our pants.
So, Principia, you can ask all the questions you like, and that, of course, because that's going to help you. But then finally, what's really going to help you is you actually making your own personal investigation. And that means you've got to measure the surface of the earth to see whether or not it's curving. That's the gold standard. That's the one that's going to help you the most. Okay?
Yeah.
To find that curvature, if it is there.
But what would be the best experiment to prove the curvature of the Earth? Is there any experiments actually that proves the curvature?
What you've got to try and do is find an area of open expanse, and you need to have some colleagues with you to help you, and try and make some long distance observations. And if you have time and a little bit of money, perhaps you can go for the laser beam tests. They're very good, and even cheaper than laser beams, mirrors. You can use mirrors, okay, and go distances and see if you can see the reflection. Your friend can see the reflection of the sun coming from the distance. You see, there are quite a few ways of finding out whether or not the Earth is curving. Okay.
Yeah. So the other thing I also saw, I watched a bunch of videos, this flat Earth theory about, and the some people mentioned, okay, if flat earthers believe that the Earth is flat, then why don't they believe that the other planets are also flat, and why do they believe that the other planets are alive?
Okay,
can I address this?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, Principia, we are not talking about there being a flat Earth in space as a part of the solar system in the universe that you are familiar with or you've been taught about. All of that other cosmology is connected to the Earth being a sphere. If the Earth is not a sphere, that entire concept that you're talking about is now null and void. So don't worry about this idea of other planets. The Earth itself is flat. The lights in the sky that you see most nights, we do not have any preconceived notions or beliefs that those are other planets in an ever expanding universe. It's a vacuum. So that's not part of what we're discussing.
Cool. Well, guys, I don't know much anything to say. I don't have any other questions. Thanks for the video. I'm gonna watch that. Gather a little bit of more information. Maybe a couple days after, I'm gonna come back to you. Actually, this upcoming weekend, I have a not too long, but like probably quarter. I'm gonna fly over the quarter of the Earth. So I'm gonna be more, I'm gonna put more attention.
You're going to be more attentive and more focused on the. Now, good, because most people, when they fly, they just take their flying for granted. Whereas I enjoy the flight. I've always done that from my childhood days. So because you're now in the air, this massive machine is now actually flying in the air and it's traveling these distances. What a marvel piece of technology there, right? That's the first thing. And then the Earth to be flattened that well, sealing the deal. It's an amazing experience every time. So yeah, you do that. Enjoy it. Let's hope it's a safe flight, and you bring back your findings and experiences. We'll be glad to hear it. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Cheers. See you next time. Talk to you. Nice talking.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Salam and enjoy. Yeah, that was nice because this guy came in level-headed anyway. Principia. His name gives you that notion. Principia. So he's coming with a level-headed brain there. And he asked the right questions. Okay. And now he realizes that he's going to have to go and check it, because that's the final answer, is that he must check for himself. Got to do that. Whereas the other character, the other Asian character, was rather obnoxious in his approach. asking me whether I knew what a straight line was, right? Do I know what education is? And do I know what 2 and 2 means? I mean, come on, right? And then this is an individual who doesn't realize he doesn't know he's on a globe. Yeah, you know, he agrees that he hasn't measured the curvature, but he doesn't understand the ramifications of that. It means when you haven't measured the curvature, you don't have any right to point fingers at flat earthers at being wrong. That's totally not acceptable behavior. Okay, and you're trying to teach us something that he doesn't even know himself. Right. So 2 separate Asians there, and you can see how it went. But at least that the obnoxious Asian actually realized that he doesn't know he's on a globe. I got him to realize that after 5 minutes of raised voice and pressing home with him interrupting. But in the end, he admitted it quietly. Yes, okay, yeah, I haven't measured. Right. So now if you haven't measured it, how can you begin to say we're wrong and this, that, and you're throwing questions at us that are trying to disprove our position? Please. So hopefully he will go off and come back and try again. That's all I can say. They carry a hardcore belief of what the scientists have told them, basically, and what their education has taught them. They carry that strong, very strong, like it's the truth. It's a given. And they haven't done any investigation. That's why I told him I made a 48-year mistake that way. Because of that kind of attitude, I made a 48-year mistake. I trusted my education. I thought it was correct. I didn't think the scientists were wrong. Okay, and when they found Earth-like planets in the so-called universe and Earth-bound asteroids, you think, oh, well done. They're really looking after us. They're keeping us safe, you know? But all along, it was just all theories. That's what I'm now learning in the last 11 years in particular. Right, you see? That's my honesty right there. 48 years mistake. There you go. And it was 48 years because I trusted the education. So I didn't feel that I had to check it and confirm it because I thought I was being taught the truth through my education. All misinformation regarding the shape of the earth. All that misinformation. Fake news. Yeah. Yeah. Water, best drink on earth, especially when it's chilled. Just recovering from 10 miles exercise this morning after my haircut that I gave myself. So, Jin CBR, sporting a new haircut, self-done myself, and now I'm recovering from my exercise, and now I'm back here again. There you are. So I came in pumped up, ready. Yeah. Why don't we believe that the other planets are flat? Well, we don't believe that because we don't believe that. we haven't been there to know what they are. So we can't say they're flat. We can't say they're spherical. They look circular. We see the circle there, but we don't know its constitution or their constitutions, should I say, how they're made, what they're made of. We don't know that. And we will never know that. We cannot go there. So I've always looked at the stars as merely decoration from God. That's it. Nothing else. From my childhood days, I've had that attitude to the stars and the planets, merely decoration, because we can't go to them. We supposedly went to the moon. Now I believe that was a real event up until 2001. Even though in 1995, a friend of mine was trying to tell me that they didn't go to the moon, 1995. So obviously he'd watched some documentaries or something, because he said his mother knew. That was it. He said his mother told him that they never went. So I was waiting for the information that his mother may have had, and as he didn't tell me, so I just told him off. I told him to F off, you stupid baba, beep, 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 get out of here. I'm in the middle of my job here. This is junk. You're giving me junk. And they wouldn't lie on TV, by the way, because I saw it on TV. I was 34 years of age that time, working in a wine bar, door security. Okay. And I remember telling him to get out of there. His name was Dave. When I found out that they didn't land on the moon, I phoned him back and said sorry. And do you know what? He had forgotten completely about that day, which led me to think he must have been on drugs and drunk, because how could he forget the way I slagged him off? Do you know what I mean? I don't know how you could forget that. And he'd forgotten about it, so I apologized to him anyway and said his mother was correct with that information. But I now know why it's not possible to go. I could school you on it, is what I said. Yeah. And then he thanked me on that. And yeah, Dave. Yeah, by this time I was in Japan. So, yeah, 1999 to 2001. Right. So what's that? That's 6 years roughly later. I'm explaining to him how I know they didn't go to the moon. Right. So up until that point, I believed it was possible to go there, you see. But now I know different. I know that rockets don't work in a vacuum. Second law of thermodynamics violation straight off the bat. So there is no way we can leave the Earth to go there. It's never going to happen. And then for further information, we've seen what happens in vacuum chambers of lesser value than space, right? And things don't do well in a vacuum. Equipments and mobile phones, aluminium, film, you know, the Kodak film, for example, or Fiji film. You know, these films don't do well in a vacuum. They outgas. All the material begins to melt and dissolve. So yeah, we know that they could never have gone to that environment through the experiments being conducted here on Earth, subjecting the film to vacuums. Right. So I've gleaned a lot of knowledge since 2001. Yeah. Hey, who knew, eh? I became a flat earther in 2015. So steady progression to the truth. There we are.
What are we talking about?
just got here.
Where we're talking about flat Earth and how it's flat and beautiful and non-rotating, and how stupid the ball is because you can't live on it and build on it to survive, and it's not spinning through the universe. There you go. What say you?
Well, I smacked my mom.
Sorry, you broke up. So what say you?
She's
Well, you're not getting anything. You're getting a lot of background noise, but no verbal. What's going on?
Oh, I thought I'd flat smack my mom with Discord. I showed her how to open the app and find you guys and the English hub and all that. And I don't know. She's almost 60, so she probably's not going to get on there. But then she's like, "Well, what's that?" I said, "Oh, well, let's log in." I tapped on and it joined, and I said, "Oh, everyone's muted." I said, let's see what's up." And I'm muted. I said, talk to you, and then all she was willing to hear was "it's flat and beautiful." And then she says, "Oh no!" And she turned cranking up her TV real loud. So I left the room.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate because at the end of the day, if you're living on a ball Earth, then if you haven't confirmed it, then you don't know you're living on a ball Earth. You're believing without confirmation, which is a weak position to be in. You don't carry any knowledge. So you can't say you know you're on a ball, whereas we can say we know you're not on a ball, you're living on a flat Earth. How do we know? Because we've tried to validate and confirm the curvature of the Earth, and it's not there. So we know the Earth is not a ball flying through the universe. That we know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was it like 600 million miles an hour that we're supposedly traveling at? Multiple many directions.
Yes. Yeah.
Multitude of directions. Not a multitude, but there's plenty. There's supposed to be.
Yeah. About four or five vectors that we're supposed to be moving
I
at.
counted 6 one time.
Yeah. Okay. Flying through the universe, but we're not. We're not moving at all. We're stationary. We're just not moving at all. It would be impossible not to notice all those vectors. It would be impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't be. It couldn't be this smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're doing all these vectors. Right now, in wherever you are, wherever I am. I'm in Japan here at home. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, right? And dead smooth. And yet we're doing 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year. Really? Yeah, of course.
So is it 4 billion a day?
Well, yes. No, it's 19 billion miles a year.
So is it 4 billion a day?
It wouldn't be 4. No, it wouldn't be 4 billion a day. No.
I don't know where I got that number. It seems like I remembered that number being for the yearly travel value. I don't know. Maybe it was for an orbit or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't be 4 billion. No, that's way too big a number for a daily thing. No, that would be, it's 19.2 billion miles in a year. So that's 365 days. So you wouldn't have
19.4 billion a year.
Yeah, 19. Yeah.
Okay. Just gets worse and worse for the Glovers.
Oh, of course it does. It just gets worse and worse, of course, and yet all the stars are in the same place. This is what the scrutinizer is telling us. Look, when you look up, the stars are in the same place. How can that be if you're doing 19.2 billion miles a year? Times that by your age, and you've covered a whole heap of mileage there, and you're still looking at the same stars. Get out of here with that crap. We're not moving at all. Don't be silly. Just apply a little common sense, and no, we're not doing that. And then there'd be a difference in speed on that globe itself. From the equator, it's 1,037 miles per hour. Then you go over to Los Angeles, and it's 870 miles per hour. Then you jump over to Alaska, that's I think it is 500 miles an hour. Then you go over to the UK, and it's 600 miles an hour. So as you travel around the Earth, supposedly on that globe, the speed rotation is different, but yet you don't notice it at all anywhere.
I was under the influence even that the equator supposed speed of the supposed ball was, and the supposed vacuum was 1,040 something, like 1,049 or.
Yeah, 1,000. They say 1,037 miles per hour. You can round it off. 1,040 miles.
Oh.
Yeah. Supposedly, yeah. And yet, we're being kept on, kept on the ball somehow, and not thrown off. So if you're inside a circular ball, on the inside of it, then you'd be experiencing centrifugal force. But if you're on the outside, then that's centrifugal force, and you're thrown off. So you'd be thrown off a ball. You wouldn't be able to stay on it. Impossible. Sorry, just wouldn't be able to stay on. And then they evoke
We gotta break that down real quick. I've never heard that word in my memory before. Like you said, centrifugal.
Yeah, centrifugal force. That's the forces that are generated from a spinning object on the outside of it, on the surface. Okay?
Oh.
Throw you off. Okay? When something is spinning. Then if you're on the inside of something spinning, the force there is called centrifugal force. Okay?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's like that's where we always learn about. We learn centrifugal force with the rope and the bucket of water.
Right. So there are those rides that you get at the circus and at the amusement park where you're strapped into a circle. Okay, you've got the belt, and then they spin it, and then the floor is retracted. Okay, so now you're spinning and you're being pinned to the wall because of that centrifugal force. Okay, you're being pinned to the wall. You can't even lift your arm up. When you try to lift your arm up, it's hard and it slaps back onto the wall. Really good ride, that one. That's the centrifugal force working there for you. Okay, it's really good. And of course, if you're on the outside of that, you would be thrown off, much the same as a merry-go-round. You'd be thrown off. So how do they expect us to be living on a spinning ball? It's just, you tell me. And then they evoke gravity, and then again, never been proven. Never been proven. You can't do the experiments to make the observations to prove your hypotheses. So there you are. The explanations don't match the experience of the phenomena. Things dropping to the ground. And as gravity is no longer a force, according to the scientific community, it is now the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric, which again hasn't been proven by Albert Einstein. It was never proven. It's just an explanation, word salad, because I dropped my pencil. How's that bending space-time, ladies and gentlemen? I dropped my eraser. Where's it? It's bounced. Oh, there it is. Let me go and retrieve my eraser, put it back on the table. How have I bent to space-time? And the fabric of. Yeah, so there you are. Pure word salad.
They haven't
to
explained
deceive.
as planets to orbit each other and all this and that. And on Earth, we don't experience a whole lot of space time. It's more of, the Earth's gravity.
Well, we don't experience Earth's gravity because gravity doesn't exist the way it's been described.
But that's I've said what you said just now, and that's what I get. And I have to spend time going after it.
Yeah. No, it doesn't exist at all. The way it's been described, things do drop to the floor, yes, of course, because of their molecular structure, the way they're made up in the medium we're in. I'm heavy, I'm going to drop down to the ground. Anything lighter than air will rise up. There's a positive direction up, there's a positive direction down. It's been configured that way so we can orientate ourselves on this Earth, so we can circumnavigate and move around. That's why it's been designed that way. That's it. Clever design.
I had a thought and it distracted me. What was the up and down denominator?
That would be the helium balloon rising up vector.
Right? I know that, but that's why things rise up and down. What my understanding is we got the most powerful of all would be probably electrostatic, or so you can even get a remote or masher or something, a control, and take it apart, grab that screw, set it on the ground or the carpet, any material, and then it'll just sit there. But you grab your shirt, rub your hand on it, and then touch the screw. Thing's got static electricity. It just sticks all over you, rolls all over your hand, upside down, all over. It won't fall off. You can shake your hand a little bit, it won't come off. Like that. So you got static charge. Like you got the polarity of the sky being positive, the ground being negative. I think that's giving us up and down. Not necessarily that the Earth is flat, but like the whole up and down principle. I know, like, since we got left to right, we got flat. Like that's
Well, I don't
that's
know.
why.
I don't know. I think with gases, because I've never seen a metal go up unless it's wafer thin. It would have to be so thin. It's obviously lighter than a medium, and then it will go up, of course. But then, have you noticed how thin that would have to be, and how light that would
No,
have to
I'm
be?
talking like a steel screw can
Yeah.
stick to your hand.
I've never had a steel screw stick to my hand, flesh. No,
Maybe
I understand about static
aluminum. I think
electricity.
they might be aluminum.
Well, exactly. There you go. Aluminum, even aluminum. I still haven't seen that. It's never stuck
Do
to
it
my
right
hand.
now. Grab a little toy, any little toy that doesn't have those triangle ones, and you get a Phillips, and you just get a knife or a little pointy knife, and unscrew one of those little tiny screws. Rub your hand on your shirt or like some carpet, and then boom, it'll stick to you.
Yeah, no, I've never had that experience at all in my life. I'll look for a tiny screw and see if that's true in what you say, because I haven't experienced that.
It doesn't work with tiny screws. It must be the super stubby, super thick threads for into plastic, like a plastic thing where the little microscopic screws are like holding in. Not the ones that hold the batteries in. It has to be like the corner ones, the smaller ones, or even inside the thing with the
Right,
smallest
let
little
me get this.
screws.
I'm now confused because you're saying thick, bulky screws. Are you saying thick, bulky screws or tiny screws? Which one?
From the very beginning, I said you need a small screw, and it has to be this specifically amount small, and smaller. Any smaller works past that point, but no bigger.
Well, are we talking like a quarter of an inch smaller than that in height?
I'm talking about. I think there's one
Length?
here. This vape doesn't have one, but I'm saying you get like a Samsung TV. You get that.
Okay.
You find the smallest screw in the masher that controls the TV, and
Alright.
that should work.
Okay, well, I'll look for it. I've never experienced that in my life, 64 years. It's not happened to me, where screws are sticking to my hand due to static electricity. Never happened.
No, I'm saying that because I can't remember what device I got the screw from. I know I was taking apart something. It could have been a cheap flashlight or something. I don't remember, but just find a very small screw, like you just clip your fingernails and you let them grow, and they're like, I don't have to clip them, but it's that time when you check them, like, I don't know, like a couple of days later, and then you find one. Oh, that one or two could be clipped. Well, that's about how long the screw is, and then it has a little bit thicker for the mount, like the top of it, where the threads are, where you put the screwdriver. That's
Yeah, the
not a
head.
very long screw. It's
No,
just like a
tiny
long
screw.
fingernail long.
Yeah, no, I'm now understanding what you're saying, but yeah, I can't imagine that you'd rub your hands on the carpet, right? Nylon carpet, okay, and then now your hand is electrically charged, and then you pick the screw, and the screw will stick to your hand, yeah, the palm of your hand, yeah, the palm of your hand or your finger.
Yeah.
All right, well,
You
I'll
can
try
roll it
that.
around on the top of your hand, under your hand, and it's almost like you can slowly bounce your hand, but if you like roll it in the wrong way, where it rolls and kind of slings off your hand, it'll sling off. But you can be gentle, like you're like a spider
Yeah.
or something.
Okay, and then what is the point of all this anyway? I mean, where's this particular?
Oh, the point
static
would
going?
be
We're
the
talking about
reason things
gravity.
go up and down isn't the medium, I would say, necessarily always. of course, when we're talking about air, like for instance, that's what I just said. The whole point is, it's not what I just said. It's not the medium. It's the more of the reason. Also the other reasons why things go up and down. And I said, it also so it has to do with buoyancy, density, electromagnetism, and static charge. So I was trying to say the sky is positively charged, the ground's negatively charged. There's an up and down.
Okay.
And you also have the fact that if something's already down because of that reason, it can change due to the static charge. So if you apply a positive charge to something, it goes up. If you apply a negative charge to something, it goes down.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you can do a few tests, conduct a few experiments with that, couldn't you, to prove hypotheses? Yeah, that's quite an interesting one. Yeah. It proves the up. You're trying to prove the up and down vector. Okay. Yeah.
I tell you what, that there's I don't know what it stands for, but I watched this YouTube and it said there's a university that has a working drone with no moving parts, and even the military has some.
Oh, that's interesting. That probably would be MIT, maybe. Perhaps.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. It's levitating without any moving parts. That's interesting, isn't it? No moving parts. So that would be. I've seen like a surfboard that levitates. No moving parts. They're moving forward and backwards, and
and you're saying with the super cool
the wings of insects and that. They took the design off of that. I've seen that.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've seen an insect move its wings forward and backwards, but not up and down and fly?
Well, if you go, you can it levitates, so you can probably go up a little bit, come back down. But I've seen it hovering. Yeah, the guy was balancing on it like a proper surfboard, but it's levitating, right? A skateboard size, should I say?
I always thought it was just hovering in the air, like a vulture.
Yeah, he was moving forward and backwards with it, going around in circles. Years ago, I saw that, and I thought it was going to become a thing. That you could buy that. I wanted one. A board that levitates. But
you're talking about how those like for the sky, for the planes, but there's for the water it works too. You could do the same thing you do with the air as you do with the river. I watched this thing about how salmon can go up and just not do shit and just move forward against current.
Yeah. Fight against the current and jump up high. You know what I mean? And come back in. Yeah, amazing. Yeah. So there might be something into that. But anyway, we're drifting away from the flat earth there slightly. Welcome to all of you who have come in. If you have any questions related to the topic matter, please don't hesitate to ask. That's why we're here. So if you're wondering why we're flat earthers, ask the questions. And if you've got any proof of your globe ball that you want to share with us, please go ahead. Welcome to the Flat Earth 24/7 on the English Hub, and we thank the English Hub for hosting us here. Please go ahead with your questions.
How's the Earth flat when we have pictures from space?
Okay, where are those pictures from space coming from?
From space.
Yeah, but who's actually presenting those pictures?
Well, NASA, ESA, JAXA.
Okay, right. Space agencies are showing us this supposed blue marble, okay, with all its flaws and that. Okay, now we know that those images are fake because we're measuring flat Earth first and foremost. So any image purported to be coming from NASA, and they're saying from space, is clearly fake instantly because we're measuring the surface to be level, flat, no curvature on it at all, anywhere. Okay?
Yeah, but the Earth's big.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how big the Earth is. The curvature has to be there. And if we're not measuring that curvature, welcome to flat Earth. And the moon, the globe ball hoax from NASA. And then when you subject those images from NASA to the latest digital analysis software, which you can download for free on your computer, you will find those images are fake, all of them. Okay? Yeah, we can tell now. If they're Photoshop copy and paste composites, we can tell now. And that technology is advancing all the time. So NASA's in big trouble.
Why would they be doing that?
Well, they have to perpetuate the lie, keep the lie going, don't they? They have to keep people believing that they're on this globe, of course. That's why they do that.
Why would they want to do that?
Well, for the control of the human race, which they seem to be doing quite well with at the moment. Because the majority of the Earth population believes they're on a globe ball. They don't know it, but they believe it, you see. So clearly
They wouldn't need to do that. That all they need to do is just provide me with like my comfort, and I wouldn't care. Like they don't need a globe or a flat Earth to control me.
Well, yeah, maybe
Just give
you,
me
maybe
football
that's you in
games
particular.
and beer, and I'm happy.
Well, that'd be you in particular, but the deception and the indoctrination begins from your childhood days. So they're well versed into it. It is well established, locked in, and now people like us, flat earthers, are now undoing the indoctrination to people. So that's good. So they're now worried now. Okay, because people are waking up. The deception is now unraveling in many areas, not just flat Earth, because they've lied about everything, and everybody across the Earth. Well, I won't say everybody, but there is a large number of the Earth's population waking up to the deceptions that are out there now, especially in the last 5 years, in particular. So yeah, there's a good awakening going on, and yeah, I'm just watching it unfold.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is anyone here? No, it's me. Uh,
Yeah. So with the flat Earth movement going at great guns, full steam ahead, the professors are now concerned because we're highlighting that their professorship is just nonsense. It's all pseudoscience crap where it's coming towards, when it's regarding the shape of the Earth and space travel and things like that. Now the professors are now being exposed. You know, yeah, they're concerned, right? Because they're teaching their students incorrectly, and that will never do. And I take great pride with the Global Eye team of 2018, 2017, 19. Right? They did the UK complete. That will be England and Ireland, flat smacking, going around and introducing the flat Earth, right? And then they did that also in Europe. So they did it in the UK twice, UK and Ireland, and then they went to Europe. Okay, and I think the crowning victories were when they got Cambridge and Oxford, you know, bastions of education and the institution of the top high ranking, you know, high class, the tip of the spear institutions, and they had to concede that they couldn't prove the Earth to be a globe. And these were ordinary men and women, you know, housewives, house husbands, postmen, you know, delivery driver, whatever, you know, butcher. These people were going out there, traveling the globe and proving to the English and the Europeans that they're not living on a globe, and they had to concede it, especially at Oxford and Cambridge. Yes.
Guys,
Go ahead.
I think the Earth is a cube.
Do you have proof of this? That's the thing. You think it is, okay. Why do you think it's a cube?
Because I trust my brain.
It's a rectangle, man. You're
Okay.
doing something.
You trust your
doesn't
brain.
make sense.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the Earth is measuring flat wherever we see it, but as for a cube, we have no evidence for that.
But do we need evidence?
Well, yeah, you've got to be able to measure that cube. If it's a cube, Earth should measure as a cube, of course. What are the dimensions of this cube?
Let me tell you why I think. The evidence is that yesterday I slept. I was awake for one day, and then I slept for like 10 hours. Okay? And I dreamed a dream. And in that dream, I was flying in the sky, like so high, you know, like out of the planet. And when I took a look at it, it was cube.
Okay, so that was a dream you had. So you don't actually have any physical proof of the cube. So you think it's a cube because you had a dream. Okay, fine. That's your
a
position.
Look, that's a physical evidence because
No.
Let me tell you how.
Hang on. It's only physical evidence when you actually measure it physically, and you actually physically measured it. Outside of that, you have no evidence. Okay.
I have a question.
Right.
Can
go
you?
Ahead.
Where is the dreaming process happening? In your brain, right?
Like I said, you don't have any physical proof of it, because if you had, that means you've gone out to the surface of the Earth, right, and measured the whole cube somehow, some way.
Okay. Look. If you close your eyes now, okay, and I give you a Rubik's cube and I tell you to touch it, you would figure out that okay, this is a cube, right? Yes or no?
Well, of course, yeah, that's because
Great,
I have the hang on, you're not letting me speak here. Thank you. That's because I have the physical object, the Rubik cube, in my hand, even though my eyes are closed. I have it in my hand.
Great. That's the point. Well, in the dreaming process was in my brain, and you can touch my brain.
No, I cannot touch your brain. No, I couldn't do that. Sorry. Yeah, you're misinforming the public here. Okay? I cannot touch your brain.
Dude,
okay?
You can.
No, I cannot touch your brain.
Do you want me to teach you how?
No, I don't want to learn how to touch your brain, because I couldn't physically touch your brain. It would mean you have to remove at least some hair off your head, right? And
Yeah,
then
must cut.
cut into the skin, remove the skin, and then get to the skull and open up the skull. Now, I'm not going to be able to do that. Okay, there are
Yeah, of
several
course.
steps.
You're not a surgeon for sure. But what if I
Right.
paid for the operation and you attend the operation, okay? And
Yes.
the second they open my head, you can touch it.
Right, but that doesn't mean that we're living on a cube. Sorry, there you are. No relationship at all. Total non sequitur that was.
But I know what I know is that like brain shape the dreams. So if the shape my dream was cube, then my
Well,
brain
like I
should be a cube.
said, it's a dream.
It's Martin
Yeah,
Luther King fallacy.
Yeah, it's just a dream, isn't it? That's it.
It
Done.
is. What do you mean it's dumb, dude? Why you
No. I didn't say it was dumb. I said it's done. The last
Oh, okay.
statement, it's a dream, it's done. No. I'm not here to insult anyone, so don't worry. No, I didn't call you dumb. I said
Thank you.
it's
I'll
done.
insult him. I'll
Yeah.
say it's dumb.
Because
I'll
you
say it's dumb.
almost
There
you almost
go.
broke my heart.
I'm not here to break your heart. I'm just here to tell you that we're not living on a cube.
But we're actually serious. So we're seeking serious discussion, right?
Yeah.
Because we're not joking like you are. So if you have a case to make for your worldview, your position on the shape or nature of the surface of the earth, then go ahead and do that seriously. We're not going to accept cubes and pyramids and dinosaur shapes, right? Okay. We all know what we're taught from childhood about the earth, and we're challenging that, right? What you learn in the education system, right? And what the media presents to us, okay?
Great. But listen, Mr. Teabaggy.
We know you're laughing, so don't laugh anymore.
Okay.
Be
listen,
honest.
listen. You choose to challenge the world. But
why not?
When it comes to me to challenge the world, you say no. You're joking. I'm not.
Because you're laughing. You're not serious.
I didn't laugh.
No, you're laughing. You're pretending.
Oh,
you're
okay.
joking. You're not treating this discussion seriously, like
How
we
did you
are.
know? How did you know that?
Because you don't think that. You don't think the Earth is a cube.
I do think.
No, you don't. Just be honest, bro. Just be honest, bro.
I wasn't until I dreamed that dream.
Yeah, nobody's buying that, okay?
Yeah. Come on, man. I entertained it because, we let you, I gave you the rope, and later you hang yourself with it, and there you are. You've done
It's
it.
okay. It's okay, guys. Always the truth are followed by
Hey,
a few people.
Can I just tell you, Clued, that we haven't arbitrarily chosen our position. Okay, we just haven't thought, well, I don't like the sounds of the Earth being a sphere. I don't like that idea. I'm going to choose flat. Right? Yeah. No, that's not what's happened. Right?
Yeah, it's not a fashion statement.
I had a dream.
You know what I mean?
And
A trend.
I think my dreams, correct rather than what I was told in school and on TV. Right?
Really?
That's
You
not
really
what
think
we're
that?
doing. That's what you're doing, right? That's what you're doing.
Yeah, but
you're pretending to do that. You're not really doing that. We all know that it's just a LARP. It's just it's just an act, right? We see through
I know,
you.
but look. I just want since I was a kid, I was taught.
I had a dream that I had sex with Hitler once.
What the fuck? Me too. Wait, what? I didn't know there was someone else who did
Das
that.
ist mein Tool, das ist mein Tool. Ich habe das auch gehabt. Das ist die andere Leichen.
Okay, I think he likes that dream a bit too much. You're
Yeah,
getting muted, buddy.
I actually good to that one.
Trolls here now coming in. There we go.
Can you please not moan through the mic?
No one's moaning here.
Is there anybody here that wants to have a serious discussion about the topic?
Yes, me. So, who actually believes that the Earth is flat?
Everybody in this room who's a flat earther knows it's flat, not through a belief, but through an investigation of trying to
So, like,
prove
why do you
the
believe
curvature.
it's flat?
Why won't you let me finish? Then you'll understand the position properly.
Wait, who's talking
And
right
that
now?
is-
Who's talking right now? I can't
No,
find.
yeah, my name is Gin CBR1. I was just trying to finish what I was going to say. It was only
Go
going to be
ahead
like
and
10
finish.
seconds. And it was just that we don't believe that the Earth is flat. We know it's flat through the investigation of trying to prove the curvature of the Earth, which is not there,
Right.
okay?
Can I get some source? Can I get some proof?
Yes, there's loads of proof out
These
there.
are
Go out
just
there.
like you're just saying claims that aren't backed up by any sort of evidence. So I need some evidence.
Well, like I said, the first thing you would have noticed, I said that the Earth's curvature is not there. We're not able to measure that curvature.
Yeah, but then, how does an astro wave energy interact with the plasma shift theorem? Like,
That's
how
got
does that
nothing to
work?
do with the shape of the Earth. What you're talking
Yes, it
about.
does. It literally does. The waves like have a big part to do because
Well,
gravity.
you're going to have to present some evidence for this and proving that.
I'm just
and
waiting for
explain
your
away
evidence. So if you show me evidence, first.
Well, no, look. You see, this is where we say you're not being serious, because I said to you that we've tried to measure the curvature of the Earth. Okay, that's something that you can do to confirm, right? You understand?
We're
Now
not
you're
even talking about
what?
scientists
Well,
who
that
study the
doesn't
xenoflux,
really.
the mysterious type of energy that sometimes appears during large chronoflux events. Nobody fully understands where xenoflux comes
That's got
from,
nothing to do
but
with the
it
shape of
seems
the Earth.
capable of.
It's got nothing to do with the shape of it. It's a non sequitur. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so
But
what do
like,
you think
even
about
if enough
gravity?
energy builds up, the
What do you think
entire
about
system
gravity?
can enter a
Look,
quantum
again,
state.
you're
During this
ignoring what
stage,
I'm
even
saying.
particle inside the field becomes connected through a massive
Nothing
network
to
of
do
quantum flux
with the
energy.
shape of the Earth.
Even a small change in one area can affect the entire system.
Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all. Nothing to do with the shape and measuring for the curvature of the globe ball that you believe you live on. That you haven't measured or confirmed, but you
No, I
believe you live on
believe
it.
the Earth is a triangle.
There we are. Do you have proof of your measurements for your triangle?
Yes.
Right, there we are.
No, he doesn't.
Of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. He doesn't have measurements of curvature. Now he's talking triangles. So you can see that when we just keep a
So
straight.
what about gravity? Like gravity, like.
Yeah, which gravity are you talking about, first and foremost? Which one? Because there's
gravity,
two.
9.8,
Hang on a second.
9.8.
I'm trying to help you here, but you just won't let me speak. I make one sentence and you fly off. Pay attention. There are two schools of thought here to consider. Einsteinian, which is the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric, and then the Newtonian, Sir Isaac Newton, which he disagreed with, and that would be the mass attracting mass theory. Which one are you talking about?
Wait, say again.
Aha, so you don't even know which gravity.
No,
The
I
first
didn't hear
gravity,
you. I didn't hear you.
I'm
Like,
now going
say
to
it again.
speak to you again. Please let me do that without any interruptions. We've got the Einstein model, if you will. That's the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric with special relativity. That's Einsteinian. Then you have the Newtonian, Sir Isaac Newton, which he disagreed with, called the mass attracting mass theory. Again, never been proven. Which gravity are you talking about?
What? Wait.
Right. You see, the man is in shock now, ladies and gentlemen, because he
No,
wasn't aware. Well, you are in shock because you're not aware.
because
If
when
I
someone says gravity, when someone says gravity, it's obvious what gravity is talking about.
When you say gravity, do you mean things forming into spheres because everything is being pulled into the center of radius?
Yes.
Whatever the cause for that is, the Earth will always end up being a sphere. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do we say to that? We say that within that claim, gravity forming the sphere, then we would measure the curved surface. We don't measure the curved surface, so a sphere wasn't created.
All right, so let me ask you this. Why, if you're looking at a ship in the ocean, okay, you can see it curve. If you look at it, you can see it curve.
Okay. When you say a curve, do you mean from left to right or away from you, like the boat is going down
away from
over
you.
the curve?
Like the boat is going over the curve.
I get you.
Don't just say it's going out your vision, because it's not. It's like visually curving.
Yeah, I get you. The boat appears to be going down.
Yeah.
And
The ship disappears bottom first.
And the bottom of the object appears to be obscured. All right, if you will, I'll answer these 2 points. The reason why the boat appears to be going down, the top of it, is because it is getting smaller with distance, right? That reduction in angle. So the top goes down, gets smaller, right? That's the first thing. The reason why the boat appears to be obstructed at the bottom is probably to do with the atmospheric conditions. The deviation of the light path. Light wants to go to the more denser medium, which is generally up. So that causes you not to be able to see the bottom of the object. This can be demonstrated. On a small scale, you can make the same phenomena happen on a flat surface, depending on, like I said, small scale, maybe within 100 yards or so. If you've got a small object and you are very low to that surface, because your angle is going to be different. I'll give you an example. If you're 6 foot tall and you're observing a 12-foot object, your eye line will meet halfway up that point. If you were to lower your eyesight down, so you're 2 foot off the floor and your eye line is 2 meters off the bottom of 2 foot off the bottom of that object, you understand that the bottom of the object occupies a smaller angle than the top of the object to you, the observer. As it moves away, you lose the smaller angle first before you lose the bigger angle, which is at the top. It's at the top because you're low to the surface. It is higher than you. So those are 3 reasons as why you can lose the ability to see an object's bottom at distance.
Right, so let me just break down the reasons and tell you why you're incorrect. All right.
Yep.
So first up, if the Earth were flat, the entire ship would become smaller and smaller, but it would still remain visible. It won't look like it's curving. It will remain smaller and smaller. It won't curve over, you know? Like the bottom part won't disappear first, and then the top
I
part.
just posted in the side chat.
What?
You mean how I just like I posted in the side chat?
Wait,
you mean like that?
What am I looking at? You're just zooming out. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. That's the equivalent of like what you're talking about.
That is not what I'm talking about.
Can't see the bottom of the object. It's getting smaller and smaller.
That boat is going to the left, bro. It's not even going forward.
So those boats aren't getting smaller and smaller?
No, it's going to the left. It's not going the way you're facing. It has to be going the way you're facing. Like, it has to be going forward the way you're facing.
I think what he meant to is that whenever the boats go away in a distance, it disappears bottom up.
That'd be the same as zoom in, zoom out, right? That'd be the same as zoom in, zoom out.
No. But the thing is,
the angular size would change, right?
No. What he's trying to posit is that, like, no matter how you zoom in, no matter how you frame it, no matter which camera you're gonna use, you wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah, but he said on a flat Earth that's what would happen, and I just showed him that happening.
I'm not done. May I elaborate? Thank you.
No, his point was that on a flat Earth, what you would see is the object just get further and further away and get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
Let John talk.
He didn't say that the boat's getting smaller and smaller in size. Matter of fact, he says that he literally verbatim say that the boats vanish. They vanish.
Yeah, from bottom up on a curved Earth, they disappear from bottom up. That's what he said. He said on a flat Earth, they would get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then T-Dub went, what, like this? Which is where we are in the conversation. I hate it when people butt in.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean, because that boat is going side to side. It's going left. It's not propelling forward.
Okay.
Like, you just zoomed in on an object and then you zoomed out.
You said on a flat Earth, the object would just get on a flat Earth, are we breathing air?
The situation is when the boat is going in the same direction.
I know where we are. So you said on a flat Earth, the boat would just get smaller and smaller. I'm asking you, are we breathing air on the Earth?
What? We're breathing oxygen.
Yeah, good. So we're looking through lots of it when we're looking at the boat. We understand in my reply that the air, whether you think the Earth is a sphere or whether it's flat, we're breathing it, so it exists, deviates the path of light depending on the conditions of the air.
Okay,
If those
so
conditions are met, an atmospheric phenomena called sinking appears, where you, an observer, have a direct line of sight to an object, but because of the meteorological conditions, the light path is deviated and you can't see the bottom of it. It is like it is sinking. It's classified within refraction. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
all right, so there is absolutely no proof that light deviates from air. Air does not reflect light at all whatsoever.
Excuse me.
Okay,
What
can
is
you
the
show me?
refractive? Excuse me. What is the refractive indices of light?
All right, can I just say this
Why
part?
does the sun look
You
red on the
mentioned a phenomena.
horizon?
You mentioned a phenomena about like light being refracted outside the atmosphere.
What is a mirage?
We are not at the desert. The mirage has to be.
What is a mirage?
Okay. Can I speak? Can I speak? Can you let me finish?
If you tell me what a mirage
if we were, so you're telling me this phenomena occurs every time, everywhere, right?
What?
Like
Stop.
whenever.
And whoever's mumbling in the background, shut up as well. Everyone shut up. You said light doesn't deviate from its path. I asked you what a mirage is, and you're going to explain to me what mirage is because it's hot in the desert and that light is going to be refracted because of the density
I
and
know, but you're
temperature of
talking
the
about
atmosphere.
you're talking about another thing. Like you're talking about a mirage. Like where
which is the deviation of the
conditions
light
is not
path.
met. Yeah, I know.
You said the deviation of the light path doesn't happen.
In that particular scenario, not overall. Not
Sorry, who's mumbling in the background? In what particular conditions does this deviation of the light path occur?
Like when
Is
on a
it
very
because
hot
of the
hole, for
temperature?
example. If the ground is much hotter than the air above it, like that's...
Yeah, if there's a temperature gradient, if the surface is warmer or cooler than what is above, if it is warmer or cooler. Well, being as we've got two surfaces, the water, which is evaporating because of freaking temperature, and the atmosphere is hot or cold or whatever, then we've got conditions for light being deviated, right?
Do you really think that condition is met every single time a boat goes?
Dude, I'm pointing out one instance as to why this phenomena can happen. It's not the causal mechanism for it occurring all of the time. I gave you a list of 3. This is just one. Do you remember? It's not a single cause fallacy.
What?
It's not a single cause that causes this phenomena. There can be many reasons why you lose an object from the... For example, it could be on a curved surface. Right? There's many reasons why this can happen. And like I pointed out to you earlier, depending on your eye height, let's say you're 6 foot tall, and there's a mountain hundreds and hundreds of feet tall, but you're only 6 foot, your eye line is only 6 foot up it, then you'll notice that there's a smaller angle below your eye line than there is above your eye line. As you move away with distance, what angle are you going to lose resolution of first? The smaller one or the larger one? The smaller ones at the bottom.
Actually, you're gonna lose the angle that's above. That's how it works.
No. You're going to lose the reduction of the larger angle before you lose the reduction of the smaller angle as you move with distance. With distance reduces the angle. Which one's going to collapse first? There's a race going on. It's the smaller one.
Yeah, but you're not constantly like looking down every time. You're just like observing.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out again that there's different causal mechanisms for this phenomena.
Yeah, the phenomena has been tested, and the guy isn't going down and up. He's not bending down. He's not.
Okay, so what is the cause of the phenomenon?
It's because the Earth is. Wait, you mean the phenomena of the disappearing?
Yeah. Why can't we see the bottom of the boat?
Because the Earth is curved.
Okay, but there's a prediction in how far away the boat would be to the observer standing at eye height, because the horizon is physical now, and 1.225 multiplied by your square root of your eye height in feet away from
Wait,
you.
what are you saying? What are you saying?
Right. If you're standing on a sphere, known radius, the distance to the horizon is calculable. Right? It's just
You're
geometry now.
standing.
If you're 6 foot standing at the beach, according to the radius of the Earth, the horizon's approximately 3 miles in front of you.
Okay.
Cool. So when you say that the boat disappears from the bottom up, if you're 6 foot, that obstruction begins at 3 miles. Now, what we understand is when we get the telescope out and zoom in, the horizon isn't at 3 miles, it's at 10, 15, 20, depending on the camera you use and the clarity of the air conditions. If it's a nice clear day, you can see further. So the reason why the boat is disappearing from the bottom up is there's a lot of reasons, but if it was Earth curvature, there's a mathematical equation that would lead me to figure out the distance and predict when or where I would lose sight of the boat.
Can I talk?
Yeah.
So perfect. So you agree that even if I use the telescope to magnify it, right? If the ship went down the geometric horizon, magnification won't bring back the missing part, the missing lower
No,
portion.
no.
No, you
So
don't
this is
agree
what
that?
T-Dub. This is what
Because that
T-Dub post. This is what T-Dub posted.
that's tested.
Even zooming out, changing the size of the aperture compared to the human eye and a telescope. You will lose resolution of the boat first on the horizon if you're just using your eyes. And then you get a telescope out and then you can see the boat again. And then it will keep sailing away and you'll lose resolution of it. And then you'll get a better telescope out and you'll see the boat again until it goes
It
away.
won't bring back the missing lower part, though.
Okay. It won't bring what? Back the missing boat? Let me
No,
point
the
this out.
missing
Let me
lower
point this
portion.
out to you. Let me
Missing
point
lower
this out to
portion.
you. Let me point this out to you. I can see
Whoa.
boats 23 miles away across the English Channel. I shouldn't be able to see boats across the English Channel if the Earth was a sphere. I can watch boats sailing from England to France. I've been on the boats and I've watched France come towards me and England go away, but never lose sight of either. You're telling me what in your imagination or in one just observation. I'm trying to point out to you, if you change the optic, the boat is still there. That's
The
a
boat is
problem
still there.
because there's a limitation if the Earth was a sphere.
The lower part is hidden, though.
Yes, the lower part is hidden. That could be due to the atmospheric conditions.
What
The boat could be
atmospheric
20
conditions?
miles away and I can't see the bottom of it. But if I'm at 6 foot, I should have started to lose sight of it at 3. And at 20 miles, I shouldn't see the boat anymore.
Okay.
I mean, can I
Yeah.
interject?
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
Hello?
We've
Go
said
ahead.
yes like 3 times now.
Wait, am I audible?
They've
Well,
said
it
you
sounds
can
like you can't hear
interject
us.
3
So,
times,
I
4
don't know.
times now. Please get on with it. Come on.
Okay, that's amazing. So, what Sonic can actually do is basically like, yes, you can concede to the idea that synchron refraction can exist, and yes, there is like a temperature and density gradient within the atmosphere. But however, the burden is upon you to prove like how does that actually like replicate the observation. We can just simply say that yeah, there is a physical
I tell you.
horizon, there is
I tell
curvature,
you.
and there is geometric horizon that
I
exists.
tell you.
And what synchron refraction really does is basically make an apparent horizon on which we can observe from geometric horizon.
Sinking refraction is the object sinking, right? Not the horizon itself. The horizon doesn't sink. The
Sinking
object appears to
refraction.
sink. Do you require citation? Second of all, how do we falsify and validate this? By equivocating it to the predictions of the sphere, which is giving us a calculation. If we're making an observation at eye height, there's going to be a prediction of the boat at distance where we can lose sight of it. The geometric horizon is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. which is where we get a distance of an approximate horizon about 3 miles for a 6-foot observer standing at the
Where do you get
beach.
the calculations from?
A radius with 3,959 miles.
Okay, so when you made the claim that you're supposed to see an object around an X amount of miles or meters, like where do you base your calculation from? Is it because of geometric horizon?
That makes the prediction of when we should lose sight of the boat.
No, it
Remember,
doesn't.
our friend earlier was saying, I can't see the bottom of the boat because that's the curvature of the Earth.
Look, if you go on Google and type in like horizon calculator, you may find out that within their note it say relying on geometric horizon alone using just mathematical calculation is basically flawed because it does not take into account that there is a density gradient that happened in the air, which
Absolutely.
actually affects. Okay,
Absolutely. So
okay,
we can
but-
add about 16% if we're going to use some kind of refraction
okay,
model
but the
over
crux-
terrestrial
but the
refraction,
crux-
7/6R, and we can compare a calculator where we slide refraction along. We won't actually be bending the light, we'll just be making the Earth look bigger in some refraction models, right?
Okay.
So
That's
we can
beautiful.
take that into account. So let's take, for an example, an observation I'll put into the side chat in a moment, where we should have a horizon at 3.5 miles, but it's at more than 10 miles. If I was to give you refraction with the extra 16%, that's going to give you a distance of 4 miles, not 10 miles. So I can give you refraction, but the observation always supersedes your type of refraction. Also, refraction requires specific requirements in the atmosphere, density gradients, and so on. And as within the refractors indices of light, light
Actually,
tends to
define the
deviate
function of
towards the
density.
denser medium, which is generally upwards.
No, actually, like for you to actually find the path of the light, like you need to find the function of density in respect to air pressure and temperature. But either way, the crux of this whole discussion is that you provided
can
an
measure it.
alternative. Okay, you provided like an alternative explanation as to how things.
Well, we measure it though, don't we?
No.
That's why light has a different refractive indices depending on the wavelength that it has.
Okay, can I finish?
I thought you said that we couldn't. I was just pointing out that we measure it.
Can I finish?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, you're just boring.
That's amazing. But the crux of the discussion is that you provided alternative explanation as to how ships actually disappearing bottom up. We're not asking whether if the ship gets smaller as you go further, or you get smaller due to refraction or sinking refraction. Sinking refraction does not make ships disappear bottom up.
What's sinking then?
Yeah, it does.
Sorry, I do apologise for interrupting, but what are we talking about sinking for then? What is sinking in relation to what?
Are you appealing to definition of sinking?
At the moment, if we're talking about atmospheric refraction, there's about 5 different types of it. Right, this one's sinking. There are other ones like looming. Right, it also comes into the categories of mirage, inferior and superior, all having specific conditions that deviate the path of light. When we're talking about sinking, that's an object in relation to the horizon that looks like it's sinking. The reason why it looks like it's sinking is because we can't see the bottom of the object. I'm appealing to definition because we're talking about the deviation of light. This would fall into that category of why I can't see the bottom of that boat. It looks like it's sinking.
No, even the phenomena during even the phenomena itself. No, even in the phenomena itself, the sinking refraction.
Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear it from an expert? Do you want to hear it from an expert in optics of the atmosphere? No, you can't. Young, Andrew Thomas T. Andrew T. Young. Andrew.
Yes, I can.
Young. Andrew T. Yeah, I'm just going to cut you off, mate. I'm going to cut you off
by saying.
Yeah, I'm going to mute you and then read over the top of you.
Explain an observation, which can also.
Right. I'm going to read this out to you because you need to hear it, right? Make sure you don't deafen yourself in protest of being muted. Young, Andrew T., 1994, Optics of the Atmosphere, reports on progress in physics, right? Shows the page numbers. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. This effect results from vertical refractive index gradients near the surface that produce curved ray paths. Now I'll unmute you, and you can try and refute Andrew Thomas Young, somebody from your own side.
Oh, that's really amazing. I already conceded to the idea that the light can be bent due to atmosphere. By the way, as I have discussed with Jedi, due to the atmospheric refractive index that can be under density gradient,
causing apparent bottom-up obstruction.
But the thing is, this phenomena, which is like this ships disappearing bottom up, can also be replicated in regardless of the density gradient of the atmosphere. It can happen either way. The difference.
So how do you know when it is and isn't happening then?
One can happen farther than expected. The other.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you know the cause then? How do you know the cause?
Either way,
how do you know what's causing the visual effect?
I'm not asking as to how far does the ship disappear or how small does the ship disappear, but rather my question is, why is it the case that the ship disappeared bottom up?
We've just told you.
Oh my god!
Because it's not always 100% of the time that this occurs. The boat appearing to disappear from the bottom up.
Always, by the way,
it isn't, dude.
It does always, by the way. Eventually.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Yes, it does.
Light deviates depending on the gradient. If that gradient isn't met, the light isn't deviate. If it's equal surface temperature to atmospheric temperature and there's no gradient, guess what? No deviation of the light.
That doesn't demonstrate the phenomena that can happen. By the way,
No.
You only repeat.
Dude, dude, you've lost all credibility with me now.
No, I'm sorry. You're just repeating sinking refraction without explaining how sinking refraction can actually replicate the phenomena.
No. My contention is this. My contention is this. My contention's this. The observation of the boat always disappear from bottom up doesn't happen.
Okay, can you provide me counter examples?
A couple.
Where?
Well, you're going to cherry pick some examples for me and show the bottom of an object not being there. I'll tell you what. I'll get you somewhere the bottom of an object is still there. Well, I'll go and get you some wind farms. We can see the bottom of them in the entire distance. Would you like that?
That's amazing.
Making the claim that this always happens means that these atmospheric conditions always exist in this way, which is not true. I'll give you an example of this. There are at least 5 different classifications of the phenomena for atmospheric refraction. Sinking's just one of them. Being as that there are more means that there are other atmospheric effects that cause different phenomena. Right? This is why I lost credibility with you. Or you lost credibility with me. What the hell?
No, sorry, what did you just say again?
This is why I can't take you seriously, dude.
No, I'm sorry, but I'm really focusing on finding pictures of looming refraction.
You're saying that the observation of a boat disappearing from the bottom up is the only phenomena that we observe. Then why do we have different classifications for other phenomena that we observe?
Other classification for refraction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sinking, looming, stooping, compression, inferior and superior margins, all bending the light path differently and causing some reflections.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, so Jedi, let me just walk you step by step. What was the crux of the discussion?
No, not walking me step by step, mate. You have to concede that the observation of the boat always disappearing from the bottom up is not true.
Can you provide me counter examples?
Yeah, I've just given you them. The other classifications of refraction and
So
the
there are other
phenomena
types of
that they
refraction, therefore
observably
the
cause.
phenomena doesn't always occur as
Can
true.
somebody else
Okay,
talk to
that's
him? I'm
non
done.
sequitur right there. That's literally textbook non sequitur fallacy right there. It doesn't really follow. And also,
Yeah,
by the way,
you're absolutely refusing to accept what you're being told. I don't know why
I'm
that is.
sorry, but I was about
Unless you just want to
to
be.
explain.
You can hear me talking, can't you? You see what I mean? Shut your fucking mouth and let me speak, will you? Thank you. Now, you're not accepting the information that you're being given. I don't know why that is. You're hell bent on trying to say that ships disappear from the bottom upwards always proves curvature. Well, it does not, and that phenomena doesn't always happen. Okay,
It does.
that's what I want to say to you. No, it doesn't.
Your only argument,
And ladies and gentlemen, this particular individual, I can strongly say, hasn't even measured the
You're
curvature.
arranging
Hasn't
because your only
measured the
argument
curvature
that
of
you
the Earth.
have that supports
No,
your own
he hasn't
claim is
measured
that there are
the
multiple
surface
types of
of the Earth
refraction, therefore
to
the
measure
phenomena
the
doesn't always
curvature
occur.
himself. He hasn't done that.
That
So
I
doesn't
got to
really
mute
follow.
one of
It's
you.
literally non sequitur fallacy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to get it out to him.
That's all right. You get it out, June. I've muted him. He's gone now. He didn't like being muted again. Too bad.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't like getting muted, and he knew I was going to start to press him on that curvature right there because he hasn't measured it. And if you haven't measured it, don't be saying we're wrong. That's all I'm trying to say to you, ladies and gentlemen. Don't come to the server, say we're wrong when you haven't even measured the curvature for yourself to confirm that you are living on a globe. So you don't know. Don't be saying we don't know. That's ridiculous. Go and measure the curvature and then come back and say, here it is. You are wrong. Here it is. Okay? Fuck. Ship disappearing upwards from the bottom upwards. The weakest argument you can bring to a flat earther, that is. The weakest argument. Bloody hell. Anyway, he's gone now. Sorry about that, Jedi. Yeah. You got exasperated. Who wouldn't? After some concise explanations of the highest order.
I'm getting more and more disappointed by the day. None of my
Yeah,
interactions
sorry.
recently have been fucking good. I'm starting to really think it's me.
No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit from them. Sevenoaks was the other place I was trying to think of in our last conversation. Yeah, Sevenoaks. That was the other one. I couldn't remember it. Okay. Yeah,
Nice
that's
part
near
of the
you,
world.
isn't it? Yeah, yeah, it is.
Not sure if it's
I
actually
remember
got Seven Oaks anymore.
I was just going to talk about that because they had that heavy wind back in 19. Oh, I'd have to say 87. Was it?
87, yeah.
Yeah, and it blew everything. Then you know what they said? It's now called One Oaks, not Seven Oaks.
It is true.
Yeah. Shame that was. And they were very angry in Britain on breakfast TV because they were getting all that information from Europe. They said, how did not have that weather forecast in place? Why are we listening to weather forecasts from Europe and the US? How comes they had it dialed in and we didn't? Right? Back then. Yeah, man. What a day that was. Yeah, I was working at the body shop then in Carnaby Street, or Great Marlborough Street, which joins onto Carnaby Street, yeah, in 87. Yeah.
I was in grade 7.
All right, yeah. I just learnt about biodegradable in 1987. That's when I first heard of it because I was working at the body shop. Okay. Yeah, and I was working as a part-time youth worker 3 days a week. Yeah, great times, man. Yeah, Sevenoaks is a beautiful place.
Hey, how are you?
But I saw what you're doing there, Jedi. Are you still there?
Eden, who's
Yeah,
talking?
yeah. I'm still in here.
Yeah, man, I'm
Jedi.
still here. What's up?
Yeah. I saw what you're doing. Like you were giving him concessions, and you were just trying to get one from him, just so that way you could have like an agreed upon term. And he wouldn't concede. He was just constantly moving the goalposts.
Guys, listen.
Appreciate you saying that, man. That's what I was thinking. But sometimes just in these conversations by myself, because I've had so many of them, I'm starting to wonder if I'm going mad. So when you guys point it out, it's like, okay, good. At least you guys see it, because otherwise, I'm going to leave. Anyway, who's this other guy who wants to jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello. You're coming in a little bit low with your volume there. Can you speak louder into your mic? And welcome to the server. What questions do you have? I'm sure you have a question. Go ahead.
Or you're talking to me?
Yeah, yeah,
I don't have any. I don't have any questions. Just here, hanging around, see what people think about flat Earth, I guess.
yeah. Well, what's your best proof that you know that you're living on a globe? Do you have that?
Now, okay. First of all, you're assuming what I believe and what I not. I didn't say I
Yes,
believe.
I am doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wrong. You didn't say that. You don't know me. I believe Earth is flat.
Oh, welcome. Welcome to Flat Earth. Then.
Yeah.
Thank
Fuck NASA, brother.
you. Okay, welcome. That's it.
Scammer's piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, they can't even go to the environment anyway. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So they're lying straight off the bat. They can't go there to take any images. We can't put a camera there. So yeah. All right. No big deal there.
Hello, good evening, guys. How are you? I wanted to comment with you guys because yesterday I made an observation. Uh, because so many times here people discuss the ISS, and yesterday I was able to look at it. I never looked at it before, and I was very surprised. I don't know if you guys tried to see. I thought it was not possible. Like I heard people talking about it. I thought it was like an internet thing. But, I saw it was actually real. And just give me a second. I'll give you more details. Just a second. Hello, boa noite.
But yeah, you're right, Jedi. Like these people, they feel like they can't lose. Like if they lose one time, then that gives credibility to flat Earth. I don't know. I don't even know if you noticed, but I put in the side chat like a whole bunch of gifs and videos demonstrating sinking refraction and other refractive conditions being experienced. That dude didn't look at one single one.
Yeah, well, he wasn't here to learn anything. He was here to dictate to us how wrong we were. But we pushed back and flattened him out. And when I started to pressure him now onto the gravity thing, the curvature thing, well, he just disappeared. Ding. He got muted, and then that was it. No, man. He knew he wasn't going to win today. Today was not going to be his day. Not today, mate.
You know, something I just don't understand. Like, okay, even if like you're just like, there's no way the Earth can be flat. Why can't you just listen? Right? Like, why does it have to be like, no, you're completely wrong. You don't know anything. Like, we know your side. Like, if you wanted me to, like, if you put me in a one-on-one conversation, I could steel man the globe for an hour, and you'd be like, golly, man, why are you a flat earther? Well, the water measure's flat. And you'd be like, oh, man, that's it? That's the only reason why? Like, it's the only reason it has to be.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, you can do a better job of the globe model than the globers themselves. Exactly. Right.
I love steel manning the globe, man. Like when it's a big audience, a lot of people like to jump in and everything, so I get it. I'm guilty of it. But, you know, every once in a while you get lucky and you come in, there's like 4 people in the room. You get to have like that one-on-one conversation with somebody for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And honestly, what I do is I turn it around. I'm like, look, dude, ask me any question about the globe, right? Like, I know the globe. There's a reason why I'm a flat earther. I know what the globe says, right? And I'll tell you exactly, I'll act like a globe earth believer for 20 minutes just so you can understand that I know exactly where you're coming from. Those are some of the best conversations I get to have, but it's like I said, it's difficult when there's a lot of people in here.
Yeah. You don't get it when there's a lot of people in the survey. That's hard to have because, you know, we're at the mercy of them and they've got to get their questions out and we got to give them the answers, and that's what's going down generally. We're wrong, of course.
So this is a difficult thing to find on the internet. We do need to put together a playlist on like videos fading into the air, because I do think it's important to show that conversation as well.
Yeah.
Because and then even if it's like 25 or 30 miles away and then the boat starts to disappear bottom up, that can still be classified under sinking refraction. Like they have yet to show the measurement for the curvature. That's where they fail.
Yeah, that's why I was attacking him on that. When Jedi just said, look, you know, this guy's just not playing ball here, really. Not listening, not you know, he's just being rude, really. Yeah, okay, so that's why my attempt was to bring him back. At first, let him know that what Jedi had put down and gave him was concise. Don't know why you're ignoring that. But anyway, let's go back. Where's the curvature that you haven't proven yet? Going on about all this, you know, ships disappearing bottom upwards. Have you actually measured the surface of the Earth to know it's a globe? Oh, so you don't know you're on a globe then? Oh, right. You know, of course. Of course, we're wrong and you're right, and you don't even know your own bloody model.
It's just weird though, right? Like they're like, hey, what else could it be, right?
Honestly,
like that's such a cop out. If it's what else could it be, then why would you say it's a globe, and why wouldn't you just ignore everything?
Yeah. What else can it be? At this point, I would have just hit the ejector button. Bang, you're gone, asshole. What can it else it be? After all that arguing. After all that arguing and women and ahhing, and then you ask that question. What else could it be? Wow. Yeah, that would end the conversation right there. He doesn't have the right to be in the place asking those kind of questions. From a position of total ignorance. Making out he knows, though, that's the thing. It's total ignorance, but they're making out they know, and they know. Don't know. Nobody. Look, ladies and gentlemen, not even you know you're on a globe. Nobody knows. Why? Because it doesn't exist. Please, you're all believing here. and wishing and thinking. You're not knowing. You don't know you're on a globe. No one does.
Yeah, sorry guys, just real quick. I was like wanting your opinion because I was telling you I saw the ISS. It was going across the coast of Morocco, and the weird thing about it is, and I had no idea, but it's very big in the sky, right? So I saw this like early morning. So the theory is that the ISS is catching sunlight, even though you're still in the night sky. And it's a very big thing. It's like maybe bigger than Venus, you know. And yeah, I find it's very very weird. How can something that is at such a high altitude and is not that big appear so big in the sky? Have you guys ever made this observation?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like whether something could reflect light like that enough to appear to have a magnitude um as large as it does have. Yeah, I don't know.
I even made a video of it. I was able to make a video with like just my phone, and it was incredible observation because not only um in the AstroViewer website they classified that uh moment as the maximum brightness, what like very big brightness, and also it passed very close to my location in terms of like I was looking at the ISS almost straight up, um, and it's hard to believe it's flying higher than a plane. It just it looks like it's right there. Very strange. I don't know. Can I post a video? Like, do you guys like? I mean,
Yeah, man. Yeah.
the video looks very strange because when you zoom in, the light, because it's moving, right? It's got like a pear shape to it, like a tear shape. Give me a second here. Yeah, it's there. Oh, sorry, this is not the video. This is a screenshot. Sorry. Shh. Wait. I don't think. Ah, it's here. It's here. Oh, never mind. I can't send it because it's too big. Even though it's only like 1 minute long, but I would have to have Discord Premium or something.
You can DM it to me if you like.
You think that works?
Yeah, DM it to me, and then if it's not too large of a file, it should be fine. If it's just a link, it should be fine. It's probably the server not allowing you to post it, or something. Maybe. So just try DM me, and I'll post it for you.
No, too big. It's too big. I can't.
It's too large. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Yeah.
I'd have to pay $2.99 a month to do that.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The only other way would be to compress it or something. Is it possible I could find it myself online or something? Like, could I search a keyword?
No, because I haven't uploaded it. But how could I? Is there a way?
Oh, it's your
that
personal? It's your
Yeah,
personal
it's
video?
on my phone. On my phone, yes. I recorded these at 5:30 in the morning, so right before sunrise. That's why they say, "Oh, it's reflecting sunlight," right? Definitely a very strange. It's a strange thing. Definitely hard to believe. It's some sort of. It's hard to believe it's at that altitude. I mean, in short, it looks like it's hovering like almost lower than a plane. But at the same time, at the same time looking a very celestial look to it, because it looks exactly like a star. The type of light that it emits, it looks like Venus. Although of course Venus is never like right over you; it's always closer to the horizon, right? But
what's the size? What's the size of your file?
Let me check. It's 400. No, 400. Wow, it's very big. 400 megabytes.
Oh, dang.